That's just. Have you got a live stream? All I've got is like 2 minutes before the game.
Yeah, it's not working now. It's gone. I just tweeted it out, but that's crap. Who have we got as a contact to fix these?
I've let Joe know that we're a bit worried about it. See what happens.
What about these live stream kids? Weren't there two?
Yeah. Alright. I've let Joe know. I'm sure they'll be working on it. I'm not gonna panic too much.
What's all this thing? Do I need to start? Never used one of these before. What's
That's
so
you.
B.
That's
So
you. You're B.
Just turn on and
I'm
off.
A, and C is the effects mode.
So do we need to turn off?
If you're on, just do that. If you want to cough or go for a wee or eat a cake, off. Simple as that.
The Premier League company Huddersfield Town.
Yeah, you always use these. Some smaller ones.
Yeah.
We better keep an eye on the cricket, but I don't know what else we can do at this stage. There's no live stream there at the moment. But there was for a few minutes. I don't get it. Are there any pictures going out?
Yeah, pictures are.
Well, we can't find those either.
It's just gone. The stream's broken.
Hey?
We can't find any pictures. The stream's just stopped. Oh, it might be on again now.
Gone. The stream's broken.
Hey?
We can't find any pictures. The stream's just stopped.
Tweet it out, but that's crap. Tweet it out, but that's crap. Hello and welcome to New Road. Oh, we've got England Lions against Sri Lanka here. Sorry, a few technical issues, but we are underway. Ajit Singh Dale's just bowled the first over, and now Josh Hull, the left arm, is going to bowl the second over. Well, there was a new link on the New Road on the Worcestershire County Cricket Club YouTube channel. There's a slightly different link. But Josh Hull into Karuna Ratner, the left-hand bat. Full toss on leg stump. Whipped away. Could be 2 runs here. Yeah, should be 2. If you're just joining us, there was a rain delay. Lunch was taken at 12:30, so we've only just started. 1:10 with 82 overs to be bowled. We're only into the second. Madushka and Kunaratna, the 2 Sri Lankan openers. I'm Harry Everett. Delighted to be joined. Hopefully you can hear the 2 of us. And hopefully we'll be joined in a second by Frank Watson.
Good morning, I'm here, Harry. Good morning, everybody. Yes, sorry about the technical issues. We've done things a little bit differently today for this England Lions game. Hull again bowls, and this one is driven into the covers by Karen Ratner, and there's no run. So here we are. Visit Worcestershire New Road, not very well populated, as Harry was saying. We've had a rain delay, but England Lions have won the toss and chosen to bowl first. Lyndon James, the captain, calling correctly, or perhaps not, perhaps listening to an incorrect call from his opposite number. And the first over was bowled by Singh Dale, and it was a maiden. This over from Josh Hull so far, just 2 runs on the board, and the Sri Lanka tour finally underway. Opening batsman Fernando and Karuna Ratner out there, and under grey skies they are hoping to get in some important practice in English conditions before the Test series starts fairly shortly. Here's Josh Hull from the Diglis end, left arm over the wicket, bowls through. James Rue, the Somerset wicketkeeper, takes end of the second over. Tidy from both opening bowlers. Sri Lanka currently, after 2 overs, 2 without loss.
Josh Hull started quite nicely there. England lads had a lot of time playing. 1 touch, no bounce. The lads played a lot of football in the warm-up. Good to see Rob Key join in the warm-up as well. They actually went out at about 11 o'clock when it was still raining. They were netting on the grass nets over by the river, over towards the cathedral. The Sri Lankan lads did a lot of stretching. All ready to go. Angelo Matthews still in this side. A name familiar to plenty of you viewers and listeners. Dinesh Chandamel as well. Quite a few big names in this Sri Lankan side. Karuna Ratner, of course, one of the best Test openers in recent years. He's got his forearm guard ready at the non-strikers end. Oh, this could be a chance. No, just over extra cover's head. Plinked over his head for 2. Got to be careful chasing because the ground's still a little bit damp. That's Lyndon James, the skipper. Skipper for today, doing the chasing. Overcast, but the outfield is dry enough. Been so dry in recent days that there wasn't a massive delay. The super sopper and the ground staff doing a great job getting us underway. 2 hours and 10 minutes late, but with lunch taken, that allows there to be 2 41 overs sessions potentially. 82 overs to be bowled with a close of probably 7 o'clock this evening. Lovely shot. Should be 4 runs. Ajit Singh Dale just over pitching there. Cover driven beautifully. It would have raced away, but as I say, a bit of a damp outfield now because of the rain this morning means it is hauled in for a nice open the legs 3. Ajit Singh Dale and Zimaksha, of course, the 2 Gloucestershire lads. Quick boys have bowled pretty well in the One Day Cup. They'll be missed by their side today. There was a rain delay at Bristol, so they haven't missed too much so far. Crucial day in the Metrobank One Day Cup, don't forget, the last group stage games. Gloucestershire and Leicestershire playing at Bristol. They are 55 for 1. Gloucestershire without their 2 cricks who had their career best. I was there last week when they were playing against Sussex. Bowled really well, Ajit Singh Dale and Zimaksha then. Singh Dale's got the new ball here alongside Josh Hull. Karuna Ratner just taking guard. First tour match of the Sri Lankan Tour of England. all ready for those test matches, which now, of course, will not feature Ben Stokes, sadly. Oh, goes for a cheeky single there. There was never going to be a run there. Karunaratne trying to run himself out. Saved by his partner in the non-striker's end. That would have been a risky single. Straight to Farhan Ahmed at short extra cover. Just to clarify again, that's Farhan Ahmed, not Rayan Ahmed. Brother, of course, the club side, Leicestershire, that sometimes features even 3 Ahmeds in the same 11. Very talented family, love their cricket. Oh, that's a big appeal for LBW. No, nothing given there. Three slips in play. And the gully. Big figure of Casey Aldridge in at first slip. Josh Hull's down at fine leg, getting his breath back. And they're the 2 biggest men in this England Lions team. Although Lyndon James isn't far off. Some pretty tall figures, and then you go down to Farhan Ahmed, the shorter lad at extra cover.
Who's this at mid-off? He's got 97 on his back. Can't see a 97 in the England side. I always wonder whether there's a bit of kit swapping goes on in these
That's Farhan Ahmed.
these games. That's
short extra
Ahmed,
cover.
yes, yeah. So he's got 97, not 19 as he's on the card.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that. I just
No.
go by looks rather than numbers.
Yeah,
these days.
well, definitely. But when you haven't seen a lot of them, or they're thrown together, aren't they? In a game
Yes,
like this,
yeah.
it's difficult. You don't identify with them as members of their county sides.
Almost feels like an under-19 side of a couple of years ago. It's going to be runs there for Karunaratne now. That should go away for 4 this time. Finally, he's running around, not quite able to stop that. Karunaratne underway. He's a classy performer. Many of you who've watched Test cricket over recent years will have seen many a Test 100 for Dimuth Karunaratne, the most experienced of this Sri Lankan top order. They're Angelo Matthews and Chandamal in the middle order.
Yeah, 36 years old now, Karunaratne. It's been around for a while. It's not been a golden period for Sri Lanka in the last few years, so I suppose there may be many people watching England this summer and watching the Sri Lankans on this tour who won't be as familiar with them as we used to be with the Sri Lankan side probably a decade or so ago. But very talented bunch of cricketers, I am absolutely sure, and as you say, quite a nice mix of experience and youth in the squad. So we've got Josh Hull to bowl for the first time to Nishan Fernando now. Right-hander, 3 slips in place, and Hull left arm over the wicket from the Diglis end. Driven up to mid-off, no run, didn't quite time it. It'll do a bit early on, one imagines, in these conditions here at New Road. Had quite a bit of rain overnight, drizzle this morning mainly, holding things up. But I doubt Lyndon James had much doubt about having a bowl first when he won the toss.
Yeah, quite an easy decision, I think, with the overcast conditions. We can see the cathedral, but no blue sky around it. Forecast is beautiful for this evening. He's got to break through that cloud cover first.
Just defended down off the back foot. This one by Fernando. Nice evening for you to go and watch a local football game.
Yeah, I just thought I'd make the most
plan,
of being
isn't
up here.
it?
Yeah.
Have you decided where you're going?
Now I've got a few options. I was looking at potentially Worcester United.
And they're playing in Malvern, aren't they? I saw that on your message.
Yeah, the
yesterday.
Langland Stadium.
The Langland Stadium. I used to play. That was my home ground.
Was
many years ago, and I played for Malvern Town. Played in the first ever floodlit game at the Langland Stadium.
So you
a
recommend
thrilling
that?
0-0 draw.
So why are they playing there then?
I don't know. Well, Worcester's football teams have been pretty peripatetic in recent years. Nice little clip off the pads here by Fernando through the gap at mid-wicket. Chased back from mid-on by Rob Yates. And they pick up 2. Actually, I'm not sure it is Rob Yates at mid-on. It's not, is it? Too
No.
tall.
Yeah, Rob Yates quite a short fella compared to some of these lads.
And they're all wearing the white sweaters with no numbers on, so we can't identify them either. It'll all come together.
We'll get there. I
We will
recognise
get
a
there.
few from county cricket commentating, but some of these lads don't always play in their county championship sides either.
No, that's true.
Most of them will get
and
in
we
one
haven't
day
seen
cup.
them in championship cricket for a while. Here's
No.
Hull again. Pulls and just tucked away for a single by Fernando.
We should say it's back next week though, isn't it?
Yeah, back next week, and lots to play for lots of teams, not least Worcestershire, who will be hosting Kent here at New Road and hoping to welcome back some of their injured players. In fact, quite a few of their injured players. They've got through the One Day Cup with a collection of loanees and academy recruits, but hoping to get some senior players back next week. Just pushed up to mid-off this one by Karen Ratner. Neither batsman has appeared to be in any difficulty yet.
No, I say it looks quite... I didn't think it'd be a flat pitch. I thought it would do a bit early on, but not a massive amount of movement from either bowler yet. Bit of a green tinge to the wicket, and of course been overcast. As soon as I got on the M5 this morning, I realised I'd left my binoculars at home. That's the first I thought, oh no, of all the things to forget.
Especially when you don't know the players so well. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Hammered away. First really bad ball of the game. Dropped short by Josh Hull, and a swivelling pull shot perfectly executed by Karuna Ratner. So excellent from him. He moves on to 6. His partner has 8, and Sri Lanka put into bat 18 without loss of 4. Umpires here today, Graham Lloyd and Rob Bailey, 2 real veterans of the county scene. Rob Bailey very much the senior man almost on the circuit now. Excellent umpire and an excellent batsman he was too. He's at square leg. Graham Lloyd, former Lancashire batsman, at the bowler's end.
Got that the GoPro camera thing on the chest as well, haven't they, to have a look at the bowling speeds and give a different view. Not for us sadly, but allow the analysis from the coaches and the analytical staff to have a look at a different angle of the bowlers. So much research goes in behind the scenes nowadays to how bowlers bowl, the pace, the release point. Reaching out in front of him there, I thought he'd wait to let the ball come to him a little bit more. Reaching there, will be quite happy seeing the batter playing out in front of his pad. Might bring the slip ball into play.
I mentioned Farhan Ahmed's number 97 on his shirt, mid-on. He's also got the name James across the back of it, so it's one of Lyndon James's old shirts. Lyndon James, the captain, is actually wearing 72 today, so we've got a James shirt at mid-on and at mid-off. So bear with us, viewers and listeners, if we misidentify it. It's not easy when they're all wearing each other's shirts.
Real crack off the bat today, isn't it? The noise of even a defensive shot like that. Real whack echoing around the ground. I'll have to keep you updated on the One Day Cup group stage finale. Plenty of games going on around. Most of this, I think Somerset and Surrey have got a day off, but most of the other sides are in full action, even with a bit of rain around this morning. Last day of the 50 over group stage. Should just be a 1 here. Deep square legs in place, so just a rotation of the strike there.
Yeah, I can bring you a few scores from elsewhere as we wait for the players to change over here. Left-hander on strike now. Sussex playing Essex at Hove, and the home side in a bit of difficulty. 133 for 7. 130 for 7 off 35. Kent Spitfires have been bowled out at Canterbury by the Northants Steelbacks for 82. Not a good day for them. Warwickshire 128 for 7 against Notts at Rugby School. And Durham going rather better, 204 for 6 off 40 against Derbyshire at Chester Street. And then Gloucestershire 55 for 1 off 12 in Bristol. But rain has stopped play there, so that might be a worry for us here if it tends to come up from that direction. Hampshire 180 for 4 in the 38th over against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor School. Glamorgan 127 for 5 in after 27 overs of a game that's been reduced to 47 aside. That's at Sophia Gardens. One of interest to Worcestershire supporters. Worcestershire started well, but Lancashire have come back well thanks to Josh Bohannon. He's 82 not out. They're 158 for 4 off 36.4 overs there. And that's it.
A little bit two leg sides on these deliveries, allowing both batters, right and left hand, to flick off the hip quite comfortably. Neither bowler really settling into that outside off-line length quite yet.
Yeah, both, as you say, Harry, both batsmen fairly comfortable so far on a pitch that we thought might assist the seamers. Early days, of course, we've had just 5 overs. Full England Lions side is Rob Yates, Ben McKinney, James Rue, Hamza Sheikh, Ollie Price, Lyndon James, Farhan Ahmed, Casey Aldridge, Josh Hull, Ajit Singh Dale and Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they do go with that as the batting lineup. I'd be surprised to see James Rue take the gloves and bat 3. Quite often like to low down. He's definitely got the talent and the ability to bat 3, but whether they'd rather spare him when he's keeping as well, I guess part of it depends on how long you've got to keep for, how long the Sri Lankans bat for. Hamza Sheikh and Ollie Price are very exciting middle order players, along with the skipper Lyndon James, and then there's quite a few all-rounders in there. Farhan Ahmed and Casey Aldridge can both bat. That'll be that sort of 7-8 area.
Hull again from the dealers end, very full.
I think
Pushed out on the offside by
probably
Karen Ratnap.
bit of a drop off then to Singh Dale, Akhtar and Josh Hull will probably be the 3 at the bottom of the order. But Rob Yates is off spin. Ollie Price might have a little bowl.
Yeah.
Even Hamza Sheikh. There's a few bowling options in there actually. A lot of the 11 could turn their arm over. That was a better ball. And that nearly had Dimith Karunaratne in a little bit of trouble. Does he go forward? Does he go back? But not seeing a lot move off the straight here so far.
No, I don't think anything's gone past the bat yet, to be fair.
Which is pretty unusual for overcast conditions at New Road and 5 overs of the new ball.
Absolutely. I'm assuming they're using Dukes in this this game. There's no reason why they shouldn't. Next round, of course, of the Championship is another one for the Kookaburras.
Yes, how will that go? Didn't go down very well in the April rounds. It wasn't popular at all. Wasn't it Cam Steele was the leading wicket taker after a couple of rounds, the leg spinner, which was a really rogue sight to see.
Yeah, it was an interesting experiment. I watched a couple of games that I thought were a little bit dull because the bat dominated the ball.
Yeah.
But then after the dust had settled, Rob Key came out and said he thought he'd seen some really good cricket, and it was a good experiment. So we were all a little bit taken aback by that. I must say that Worcestershire coach Alan Richardson said to me that he thought it wasn't a bad idea, and at least he got some spinners bowling some overs as whole bowls, and that is a full shot, first one of the game. It's going to bring Karen Ratner a couple of runs via an outside edge, but he was looking to play it away on the leg side, and it's gone away in front of square on the offside. So a little bit of a moral victory for the bowler, and the first sign of any uncertainty from the Sri Lanka openers.
Yeah, I was at the Oval for the Somerset Surrey game. Back in, I think it's the 15th of April. I was there, and yeah, it's the first week of the season actually. I remember interviewing Cam Steele after the game, and I was on the BBC the County Championship live text commentary, and there's a thrilling finale to that after being pretty dull 3 days of the Kookaburra. People were slating the Kookaburra, saying boring cricket, but ended up with Surrey trying to chase 200 off 19 overs, and back in the olden days they'd have just patted it back and had no chance, but actually weren't far away from getting that. Casey Aldridge, the man who's here today, was a bit of a hero for Somerset in that innings. He got 3 for in the defending of the chase, really. Bowled some nice slower balls, and suddenly Kookaburra Red Bull cricket became a bit of a T20 chase against the Red Bull. Quite funny seeing Casey Aldridge out the slip corner now. Seeing him at cover seems a bit of a weird position for a big lad with bucket hands.
Oh, that's a lovely shot from Karen Ratner, much more certain. Only got one this time, but went where he intended it, unlike that one that brought him 2 earlier in the over. Not a bad over from Josh Holt. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11 for him. And Singhdale, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 13. But as yet, no particular encouragement for the England Lions seamers. And Lyndon James, the captain, just coming to have a chat with Ajit Singhdale before he begins his 4th over, drying the ball on his shirt. The Lions captain, Notts all-rounder, Lyndon James. Little word for his bowler, and we're all set to go. It's like changing the field actually as a result of that. We're going to have a man in on the drive at sort of short mid-wicket.
I suppose you put your biggest man, you put Casey Aldridge there because he can cover a fair amount of area. Does make sense. That incredible catch he took at T20 finals day to dismiss Adam Rossington. Go down in folklore as one of the best finals day catches. Cool, that's a cheeky single. Good bit of fielding, but they did make it through safely. Good running from the Sri Lankan pair. Bit of intention. You talked about that sort of square drive that only went for 1 in the last over. I guess that's the kind of shot that yesterday might have gone for 4, but with the overnight rain and this morning, the outfield's got a bit of wetness to it. The cloths are out. Try and keep the ball dry, and the ball's not racing away as quickly as it would have done. Parched yellow grass from recent days and weeks. Changed a bit this morning. We've still got a big patch of yellow grass right in front of us in the commentary box.
Yeah, that was one of the areas particularly affected by the flood.
Defending that outside of his ground, nullifying any potential swing or seam. But as you say, yeah, both batters look really comfortable here.
Oh, I've just looked through the binoculars, and Farhan Ahmed not wearing one of Lyndon James' shirts at all.
I was trying to work out what you were on about. I didn't want to call you out in the first half an hour of the day, but...
Well, at my age, your eyes are going a bit from a distance. It does look like James, doesn't it, if you look from here? If your eyes aren't good.
I don't know what you're on about. I just...
Same number of letters.
With this.
But no, utter nonsense. Won't be the last time.
Fortunately, there's no live chat on this stream for them to call you out and tell you off on.
Water Ducks back. Water Ducks back. I'm still. The reason I'm scanning with the binoculars, I'm just still trying to work out which field is which. They've got shirts with numbers on, but they're all wearing plain sweaters. And when you don't see them playing for their counties, when you do see them playing for the counties, you kind of identify where they field, etc. And there's always a few that you know, pretty difficult with a young representative side of this nature.
I've got a fairly decent idea of who's who, so I'll try and do my best to identify even without...
Who's that running back with the towel sticking out the back of his trousers? He's going back to deep backward square now.
Oh yes, I see you mean. I think, looking down at my list, there's the famous last words. It's not Casey Aldridge, it's not Josh Hull.
It might be Hamza Sheikh, I think.
I I think I saw Hamza Sheikh. He was the one who fielded that in the last over. Hamza Sheikh's at point.
Zamanakta, maybe? Zamanakta, maybe, I think.
Hamza Sheikh's at point. Yeah, Zamanakta's the one who's going to deep square leg, yeah.
Yeah.
Got him now. One of the graduates of the SACA, the South Asian Cricket Academy. He was the 6th one. 25 years of age now. Born in Cambridge. He's done really well, say his career best for Gloucestershire against Sussex in the Merchant One Day Cup. Made his debut against Derbyshire in August last year. And his first class debut in May of last year. Has got a first class 50, a top score of 70 with the batsman actor, so he's no mug. I said he'll probably be in the 9, 10, 11 bracket, but he might be pushing to be more of a 9.
End of the over from Singdale, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14. Sri Lanka an untroubled 26 without loss of 7 overs in these gloomy conditions, although the light improving, I think, slightly in the last 5 minutes or so. Not many people in the ground. A few gathered in the Basil D'Oliveira stand behind Josh Hull as he's about to begin his 4th over the wicket to Karunaratne, the experienced left-hander. Just takes him on the pad. He just fell over that one a little bit, annoyed with himself. It was full on his legs and certainly fancied clipping it through mid-wicket, but head just tipping over a little bit too far to the offside, and he was taken on the pad. Clearly, from his body language, you can see that feels he missed out a little bit on that one.
You almost feel like this is the One Day Cup 11. Some of the stars of the One Day Cup in recent weeks getting a chance to don the England kit today.
Good from Hull, just on off stump. No lateral movement for either bowler that we can significantly comment upon so far. Fairly easy paced pitch, and neither batsman in any difficulty. Yeah, I always think it, well, I mean, we talked about the scheduling many times, and I'm sure you have as well, about how difficult it is to switch from one format to another. And these young lads will have only been playing with a white ball, really, for most of the last month or so, wherever they've been playing. So we can give the bowlers a little bit of leeway this morning or this early afternoon. Pushed away again, no run, fielded square of the wicket by Hamza Sheikh. And even if they have been playing regularly for their counties, these seam bowlers, they'll have only been bowling short spells with a white ball, which is very different. So they've every reason to take a few overs just to get a bit of rhythm.
Oh, lovely shot. Look at that. Should be for all the best for Karunaratne, but it is slowing up out there. Fielder might get to that. Yeah, it's only going to get 2 to serve 4. He's already timed the pants off that, and he probably did, but even with a short outfield, a bit of moisture in it, slowing that down. One of his shots, that Karunaratne. Look at his highlights over the years of his Test career. Plays beautifully in the V. Square cuts and jives well as well. Compact opener. Pretty good temperament. Won't give it away. He's the main man in this top order, really. You say quite a few batters in their 30s, mind. Chandimal, Matthews and Karunaratne are 3 big names. All north of 30 now. A bit of experience to complement the young lads being given a chance. Compare that with the opening partner who's only 24. Nearly 25, but Nishan Madushka Fernando.
tucked away nicely. A bit of a slip in the field by Zaman Akhtar, but single complete. Karunaratne keeps the strike. Untroubled progress for him so far. 20 off 27. And at the other end, Nishan Fernando, who is down as Madushka on the board. It's Nishan Madushka Fernando, but he's on the board as Madushka.
Yeah,
he's on 9.
I talked to my Sri Lankan overseas my spin twin and batting colleague about this, and a lot of the lads have multiple names. Look at the full title, Nishan Madushka Fernando, but it's Kota Singha Karaj Nishan Madushka Fernando,
Yeah.
so at least we're not going in that as this
We'll
morning.
call him Fernando, I think, even though he's Madushka on the board. Anyway, he's on 9, but he's the non-striker. And that's the first one that's really troubled the batsman from Singhdale, gone past the outside edge. And Karunaratne played at that one. James Rew took it, and then the batsman did that thing they do when he took his hands off the bat and indicated with his bottom hand that it had actually done a little bit off the seam, telling everybody why he missed it.
Yeah, I like that. Interesting though. Singhdale maybe decided that back of a length, short length will do a bit more, because straight away he sent square leg back. His teammate Zaman Akhtar has now gone out to deep square leg. Gloss fast bowling teammate who he'll speak to about the bowling tactics, I'm sure. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's his new plan. Slightly more back of a length. When he was bowling full, it wasn't doing very much. He's had that one that beat the bat. Not talking short deliveries, but just that back of a length, make it a little bit uncomfortable for the Sri Lankans. There you go. That shorter length is pulled comfortably, but only one run now. Deep square leg is in place.
I think it's good that there is a kind of change of plan, in the sense that, you know, he's not just going to keep running up and bowling without really getting together with his captain and saying, well, this is what we're going to try and do, this is what the strategy is going to be. Which can happen in a game where, you know, the captain isn't used to working with the particular bowler, etc. Singhdale changing his field now, bringing one of the slips out into a short extra position for the right-hander. Fernando. And a good straight delivery, but nicely played. Overcast, but reasonably good light out there. Cloud everywhere, no sign of any blue sky. Rain overnight and this morning, meaning that we didn't get going till 1:10. If you're just joining us, the Lions won the toss and chose to field, but as yet, no breakthrough. That one is whipped away down to long leg. Josh Holder fielded in there, and they just go through for a single.
Yeah, they could have pushed that for 2 really. Final leg was very wide, and Josh Hull being a left arm thrower, maybe the batters haven't quite twigged that yet. They should have worked that out. Normally pretty astute in the professional game, but sliding a long way to his right. He's now going to do the miles and get over to the other side. Maybe thought he tickled it fine enough to go for 4, but say not quite quick enough this outfield to get many 4s without absolutely nailing it.
Wicket for Worcestershire up at Old Trafford. Quite a big one, I think. Quite a significant one. Josh Bohannon, who's held things together, has just been dismissed.
Yeah, George Bolton going nicely on 45. Singh just coming out to join him. But I was really impressed with Hindley. The way Hindley bowled and batted down at Taunton last week. We were both there on comms, weren't we, on Friday, and Hindley bowled really nicely.
Well, he's got
Couple of young spinners.
Josh Bohannon for 87. It's 193 for 5 now, but still 10 overs left there at Old Trafford. Yeah, he's impressed Hindley with both bat and ball. Bats very aggressively, good fielder, and like all wrist spinners, particularly young wrist spinners, does bowl quite a few short deliveries, but when he gets it right, gives it a real rip and is googly, goes a long way, and I haven't seen anybody pick it with any real regularity so far.
Yeah, I thought he was, well, him and Fatty Singh were really, really impressive last week. Hindley whacking it, and the back end, him and Tom Taylor had a really decent partnership.
Yeah.
Getting Worcestershire up to a decent score, having struggled really at the top order.
Well, he's gone for 6 and over today, and Fateh Singh has gone for nearly 6, but they're still in it. They're still in the competition, and they're still in the game.
Yeah, Hindley making Singh outside edge very first ball he faces. Decent delivery for a new batter.
Holding again to Fernando. Just turned away on the leg side to mid-wicket. No run. So 73 overs left in the day after this one. Could be a long day. Could be a long couple of sessions. I think, well, as you suggested, Harry, probably finish about 7. But for Sri Lanka, it's very, very important, isn't it, that they get some decent practice in English conditions in the early part of this tour.
Indeed, you couldn't get more English conditions than this, I wouldn't have said.
No. That one's kept a bit low outside of stump. That one skidded through to James Rue. We were talking about that game at Taunton last week in the One Day Cup. Harry and I were both there, on either side of the fence, you could say. But
yeah.
James Rue, who I've seen before, obviously, but he played very well in that game, I thought, before his dismissal to playing a sort of reverse sweep. But he played one cover drive that I'm sure you recall as well as I do.
Yeah.
It was absolutely as good as it gets in every single way. Beautifully struck, beautifully balanced. Fernando steers this down into the gully. Good diving stop by Hamza Sheikh, prevents any addition. And yeah, James Rue he played lots of good shots, but he played one cover drive that was just exceptional.
Yeah.
It will live long in the memory of anybody that was there watching it, really.
James' mum's Debbie is here today. She sat just in front of us with the camera in hand, so she'll have plenty of pictures of James and Thomas in recent years, cover driving beautifully to the boundary. Thomas training with the Somerset squad, ready for the semi-final on Sunday in case James happens to get an injury or is too busy in these 4 days and not able to keep Somerset on Sunday.
No run this time. Josh Holt pretty tidy so far. He's only conceded 15 runs, and Singhdale has conceded 16. They've both been fairly tidy. Only one really loose ball, which was slammed away to the boundary by Karunaratne. But more worryingly, from an England point of view, no particular discomfort for the batsman. There's Holt again. Half volley, but not timed. Driven up to mid-off by Fernando. End of the over. 31 without loss. Sri Lanka put into bat off 10 overs.
Interesting to see how long they persist with Hull and Singhdale. 5 overs each is quite a... Well, 10 overs together is quite a lengthy opening spell. Do they go to Zaman Akhtar? Do they go to Casey Aldridge early in this match? Even Lyndon James, some nice wobbly medium pacers. He'll fancy these conditions himself. Young man is captain, don't forget. So, always tricky to work out. You know, these lads that you've not played with, or even against some of them. When does he bowl them? Who does he go to? At what stage and what end? Yeah, I'm not sure about this tactic of banging that short. A little bit back of a length I don't mind, a little bit of nibble, but Karunaratne is good enough to pull, especially at Jeet Singh Dale's pace. He's not slow, but he's not express.
I don't think it's a particularly quick surface either.
No, exactly.
Certainly had lots of time to play that one. Rolled his wrists on it. Nicely executed.
So Lyndon James, 25 years of age, the captain. Originally from Worksop, but came through the Notts Academy. In his championship debut back in 2018. Lyndon James got VJ Lawrence and Tom Wesley on his debut. That's pretty cool, first class, first day for him, but recently not massively been in the runs or wickets. In the one day cut, Lyndon James had 3 and 0 for 19 against Essex, 61 against Gloucestershire, but then failures 5 and 3 before that. We reckon Lyndon James will probably back himself 5 or 6 today. Still a bit of guesswork in where England Lions go with this batting. Darren Gough, of course, is involved. He's here. The Yorkshire coach, he's one of the coaches helping out the Lions today. What else have we got here? We've also got Guy Jackson. Rob Keys here. Plenty of experience in the backroom staff. Yeah, you wonder. It was scary, really. Some of the full-time first team England coach stuff. I'd never seen Shoaib Bashir bowl before. They saw a couple of clips in bowling to Alistair Cook last year, and somehow in this day and age, social media clips from the Somerset media team allowed Shoaib Bashir to be picked in the Test squad. But maybe Rob Key's not seen some of these lads, even though all 11 have been playing regularly in county sides in the 3 formats. Some of these lads won't be known too well to some of the England coaching staff, as we see Case Aldridge come across from the offside into the leg, and Akhtar go out to deep square leg again, this time to the right-hander. Oh, it could be a run out here. Fernando wasn't particularly quick to get back into his ground. A little wander out his crease he does, defends, and then just sort of stood there. Ajit Singh Dale sprinting through. Not very good skittles. He's obviously not made it into the Gloucestershire pub skittles teams. Bit of excitement though. Young bustling seamer, keen to get a wicket any way he can. Ajit Singh Dale, 24 years of age. Did have a bit of time with Hampshire, but back in 2020 he made his first class debut, but more recently with Gloucestershire. Ajit Singh Dale has actually played against some of these Sri Lankan lads. Back in 2022 he played against the Sri Lankan Development 11, which actually included Nishan Madushka. Dhananjaya and Fernando. So Ajit Singh Dale in that game was wicketless, went at 14.66 an over. It was a T20. His 3 overs going for 44. That was back in a 2022 Sri Lankan Development 11 match against Gloucestershire. Great bit of fielding on Casey Aldridge. Awesome work at leg gully. That's the first diving stop we've seen all match, actually. It's been easy runs or chases to the boundary so far. Cracking bit of fielding, saves a couple of runs off Ajit Singh Dale's figures. Recent years we've seen Sri Lankan Development 11 play at Gloucestershire. They've played at Somerset. We've seen the New Zealand tour side play here against the Worcestershire side last summer. That was the same day of a one-day cup game as well, so plenty of experience for the young lads. We are going to see Zaman Akhtar come in. 44 on his back. He's been fielding at deep square leg, so it's going to be Gloucestershire bowlers from each end now, unless Lyndon James goes for a double change. Josh Hull bowled what, 6 straight through? Bowled alright without being too threatening, do you agree, Frank?
Yeah, I think so. I think 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. Probably fair reflection. Didn't go past the bat, didn't ask too many questions, didn't bowl too many bad balls. But perhaps be a tad disappointed that he didn't threaten more. Lyndon James loosening up himself, which suggests he might come on at this new road end, but from the Diglis end it is Actor. Starts with a short delivery, and well, we mentioned earlier how much time Karen Aratna has against the short ball, and that's the second time that he has played a beautifully executed swivelling pull slash hook shot, rolling the wrists on it, and he picks up a boundary down to the fence in front of the Graham Hick Pavilion here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Takes him on to 26, a fluent 26 without him really having to move out of about second gear, I would say. 36 without loss now. Lovely shot.
And Jeet Dale's just got his whites all muddy. He's trying to help out his Gloucestershire teammate, trying to save 4 first ball, but Maktar's got off to a pretty poor start. 4 first ball. Not going to get much joy banging in here. Lovely shot again. That's picked up point and no run, but if Hamza Sheikh wasn't there, that could have been 4 more, really. Nailed that.
Hindley's got Balderson now as well, which is another feather in his cap. Lancashire 200 for 6 now at Old Trafford in that final group game against Worcestershire. Bahanan 87, Balderson 50. The rest of the batters not making much contribution. 2 wickets now for Hindley, 2 for Harry Darley, 1 each for Ethan Brooks and Tom Taylor.
Yeah, Lank's getting up over 200 though. It's not been a massively high-scoring one-day cup this year.
No, it certainly hasn't.
So you never know. 250 could be in the game.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of low scores around the country again today.
It's funny actually. You look at the north, and Lancashire and Durham are 2 of the most sun-baked grounds in the one-day cup today. Other games have been reduced to 48 overs, started late. Some reduced even further, but the northern grounds, bit of sunshine.
No sun here at New Road.
Yeah,
there might be some in the evening, we think.
Yeah, give it an hour or 2.
And that's good from Zaman Akhtar.
There you go.
Better.
That's
Across the left-hander, gone past the shoulder of the bat. Might have to have a look at a replay just to confirm whether he played or whether he pulled his bat away, but that was good from Akhtar. Decent pace, getting a bit more carry than the other 2 bowlers. And yeah, well, it was one of those where he played at it and then pulled the bat away across inside the line, but I reckon he was done by that one. It was a good delivery from Zaman Akhtar. And he's on target again with this one. Karen Aratna just in behind it, dropping it down on the leg side, but just being asked a question or 2 by the Gloucestershire seamer in this over, which is good from an England point of view. Oh, and there's the first wicket.
Great catch.
Good from Zaman Akhtar. Looking to turn it on the leg side, Karen Aratna. Leading edge, lobbed up, and
Casey Aldridge.
Casey Aldridge, as you said, put a big man in there. Well, he needed all of his length to reach that. Dive forward, picked it up just an inch or 2 off the turf. And Sri Lanka lose their first wicket. Change of bowling has done the trick for Lyndon James, his men, and the total in the 12th over is 36 for 1. And the man out, Karen Aratna, who'd looked very, very tidy indeed. He's gone for 26.
Yeah, the sweeping figure of Casey Aldridge diving in, taking that just above the turf. Wasn't an easy catch, but a massive wicket, because Karen Aratna is the man in this side to bat through, bat all day for Sri Lanka. He wouldn't often give it away. Got to be a decent ball to get him out. So the bowling changes work. We said first ball from Akhtar was too short, comfortably pulled for 4. Then he got his line of length right for the remaining 5 balls of the over, and it was that final ball getting that wicket.
So good from Zaman Akhtar. 1 over, no maidens, 1 for 4, and that 4 off the very first ball of the over. But settled down after that. Went past the shoulder of the bat, to be fair, earlier in the over. So we mentioned that he was asking a few questions of the batsman, and he has picked up the first wicket.
Yeah, just saw Lyndon James warming up, and I was wondering if he was going to bring himself on. Yep, double change. Looks to me like it's Kusal Mendes, a new batter, who again is a class act. People who might not follow the Sri Lankan first class stuff will know a lot about Kusal Mendis from the international scene, from World Cups, from T20s, even international franchise tournaments. Kusal Mendis is another big name. All the stars are out for Sri Lanka today. He's coming at number 3, but Lyndon James, the skipper, giving himself a bowl before Casey Aldridge, before waiting the spinners, but without being quick, he does bowl that good line of length. He'll wobble it around. I don't mind this from the skipper. First ball with 3 slips in place. Easy single behind square on the leg side. Not slow, Lyndon James, but won't be quite getting the bounce that Zaman Akhtar and Josh Harlan and Casey Aldridge might.
I think another interesting aspect of these Lions games and representative games in general, for younger players, is that they, I mean, Lyndon James is captain, he's got responsibility, but they have to take responsibility on in terms of their skills as well. They don't have the senior players around them necessarily to carry them through. Lyndon James would often come on at knots, particularly in the past, with the senior seamers having carried the workload, but he's got to lead the way today.
God, he's got away with that. That is a fortunate shot. That does not deserve 4 runs. Spooned up just over the slip cordon. We'll talk about the big men. Now, the big men aren't in the slips, but even Zaman Akhtar on Casey Aldridge's shoulders isn't catching that. Just looped up over them. Another false stroke though.
Yeah, it took him by surprise. I think it was almost like it either bounced a bit more than he thought, was maybe a little bit quicker than he thought, but he wasn't in control. He's just indicating, as they do, the batsman, as he walks back with his right hand, that he thinks it might just have bounced a bit more than he thought, but as you say, not in control at all.
First ball he's faced in England in a match situation, I suppose. We'll give him the benefit of doubt that, you'd rather that happens in this match than in a test match. You'd expect Karuna, Ratner and Mendis are bankers to start in the test match against the England first team, but a few of the younger lads fighting for a spot. They've gone through so many openers in recent years for Lanka. Karuna Ratner's had a number of partners. They've had the Kushal Silva, they've had Mendis, they've had right and left-handers over the years, but Madushka has outstayed his not his captain, but his more senior partner, although he's not outscored him yet.
Good from Lyndon James, started well. Tall, slingy sort of action. Hits the deck quite hard. In a season that's been a bit disappointing for Notts, I think he's probably been as consistent as anybody. And that one again is lively, climbing through to James Rue. A little bit wide to start with, I suppose, that one, to be fair, but a bit of shape, mainly after he'd gone past the batsman. Some horrible feedback there, don't know what that's caused by. Oh, that's a glorious shot. That's a beautiful straight drive. It was in the air for a while, but timed exceptionally well by Mendis. He's got 8 runs in that over, 1 with a full shot, 1 boundary with a full shot. That second one, just, a check drive really, dead straight down the ground. Doesn't look as though you're going to hang around Mendis. 8 off 5. Sri Lanka lost the wicket in the 12th over, but 45 for 1 off 13.
Yeah, I reckon he definitely meant that one. He boomed it over the top, didn't he?
I think he's just that, he looks to me that kind of player that just, he's busy, isn't he? Look, he's been. I mean, he let one go, but he's been keen to get at it, play at the ball, get his hands through quite quickly.
Just thought it looked like he almost checked drove it.
Yeah, he did.
Didn't go through with it. I think it could have chipped it straight back to the bowler, but
it was
middle on that bat.
Timed it well. Yeah, good middle and dead straight, wasn't it? Beautiful. Oh, there's the second wicket. That one's maybe just stopped a little bit in the pitch. First wicket fell to a leading edge, and that one, well, not quite a leading edge, but certainly a thickish outside edge as the batsman looked to turn it on the leg side. It stopped a little bit, it lobbed up, and a return catch for Akhtar, who started brilliantly. He's bowled 7 deliveries, he's dismissed both the openers, and Fernando has gone caught and bowled by Zaman Akhtar for 11. Sri Lanka in a bit of trouble now. They've got to start again, 45 for 2.
Yeah, little edge, easy catch, 2 hands to it, and suddenly we thought Sri Lanka were looking pretty comfortable. At 36 for 9, you thought, wow, Sri Lanka could battle day here. There's a bit of trouble. That looks like Angelo Matthews to me. Coming in at 4, I thought it'd be a little bit lower down the order. But no, we can see Angelo Matthews, experienced all-rounder. Thought it'd be more of a 5 or 6 in the twilight of his career, but no, coming in at 4 today. I wonder if he'll bowl some medium paces. Had that retirement, then he came back in the white ball side as well. But the crowd will want to see this. The biggest name on either scorecard, you have to say, Angelo Matthews coming in at number 4.
Not literally the biggest name, because that would be
not the longest.
that would be Samarawikarama, I would imagine.
Yeah. Or some of the guys
but yeah, you're right. He's been a top player over the years, hasn't he? Big figure, quite a broad-shouldered, dominant personality at the crease.
Didn't he famously do some press-ups? There was the Pakistan lads, I remember, coming back out of retirement doing some press-ups in the test matches. Didn't Angelo Matthews do that as well?
He looks the sort of... I have no idea, but just looking at his shoulders,
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me.
He's
a big, strong man, and just going through a few warm-up exercises out there before he takes guard. But Zaman Akhtar, what a tremendous introduction for him. 2 wickets in 7 deliveries. Here he is again. All the time in the world, Matthews. Just tucking that one down.
I think it might have been leg buys, you know.
It's a long leg
You got it
bias,
round
yeah. Moved inside it, looked to tuck it down, but leg by signal by Rob Bailey. And he just jogs through, not interested in 2. Some white ball game, they'd have been pushing for 2 there, I'm sure, because the fielder had quite a long way to come round, but
He doesn't fancy bowling,
just
placing the ball over his tail up.
get up to the other end and
Yeah.
just
He's
have a look.
experienced pro, isn't he?
See if Mendes can continue to get on with it, as he showed real intent in that last over. He's 8 off 5. Waits now. Ooh, and well, full toss from Akhtar, but attempted Yorker. Might have been a bit of swing on that, just a little toe end on it, and it dribbled away to slip. Well bowled. Zaman Akhtar, just mixing it up a little bit. Yeah, almost got the Yorker spot on there, but just tiny little bit too full. Ooh, and that's a beauty. Past the outside edge. Good stuff from the Gloucestershire man here. 2 for 4, and he's just gone past the outside edge. Bit of pressure on now on the 3rd wicket pair. A really good one, that from Akhtar. Just held its line. Didn't do a great deal. Maybe just an absolute fraction off the pitch, but just enough.
Yeah, what do you reckon to him going back to that length?
Yeah, not an English thing to do, I wouldn't say. And again, Akhtar gets the Yorker in, just clipped up to mid-on, and there's no run. I suppose, I mean, in a nutshell, really, we've identified the reason that you play these pre-season games, because you've got to get used to the length and how to play in English conditions. That said, I mean, pitches in Sri Lanka are not always overly quick in my experience. Not real flyers, but even so, it's all a bit different when you travel overseas. This one wider from Akhtar, left alone. End of the over, 46 for 2, well bowled Zaman Akhtar, 2 overs, no maidens, 2 for 4, and the 2 men out. Dimuth Karunaratne for 26, and Fernando for 11.
Yeah, getting a much deserved round of applause. 2 pretty crucial breakthroughs those, getting the ball rolling for the England Lions here. It's interesting. I've had the last 2 years, I've played club cricket with 2 Sri Lankan overseas pros, and they talk a lot about going back and the challenges against the Duke's ball in England. We play in the wet ball with the Duke's ball, and trying to get forward and nullify it, they struggle with. They often don't get many runs in April, May. Both the lads I've played with, and they play first-class cricket back in Sri Lanka, but it's such a different bounce. You look at Kusal Mendes going back to these seamers where most English or county cricket batters would be getting forward to it. Can they adjust their technique to be successful in England? Virat Kohli spent years and years working on his technique. Couldn't get a run off Jimmy Anderson the first few times he faced him, and then eventually found a way to make it work. Probably a bit different for an Indian example, actually, because not many Indians play in county cricket, Pujara being one of the exceptions. Privy Shaw and Venkatesh Iyer are currently playing the One Day Cup, but I suppose not many Sri Lankans, actually.
No.
Over the years, Sangakkara played at Surrey, of course. Jar Warden played a bit at Somerset. I can't think of many others in recent years.
No, it's an interesting one, that. Especially young Sri Lankans. They don't come over and sort of find. There's plenty playing in league cricket, I think.
Yeah, there's a Fernando up
But
at Yorkshire.
you don't get them in. You don't get many of them in county cricket, do you? Nor Indians, for that matter. Young Indians, but plenty around in leagues.
I wonder if this is the power of Angelo Matthews. Last time I checked the figures, there were only a few hundred watching us on the England Lions Sri Lanka live stream. Us two commentating here, but now Angelo Matthews is at the wicket. Suddenly we're up to nearly 3,000 watching. They want to watch their big name. Almost the Dhoni of Sri Lankan cricket, I'd say. Not quite that big, of course, but very popular man. They'll have their fans out in force, won't they, for the first test? You see a lot of Sri Lankan lads playing in club cricket in England. I played a game in Melbourne with 8 Sri Lankan first-class cricketers and myself and one Indian lad. A couple of mates of mine have played with us overseas in the Devon League, but they get more money out in Australia than they do back home in first-class cricket, which is a bit sad, really. That's the beauty of delivery from Lyndon James, but yeah, sums up the economic state of cricket in Sri Lanka, that they can go and play club cricket in Australia, sometimes on AstroTurf wickets, and get more money than playing first-class back in their own country. Michael Yarney doing a lap around the outfield. Left arm thrower was given some slip catching practice to the England Lions fielders earlier on. Eddie Jack is on 12th man duty. Hampshire seamer. Probably a little bit unlucky to miss out on the 11, actually. Thought Eddie Jack would have been one of the men to get an early bowl, but he's on 12th as duty. Hampshire, of course, with that exciting attack. Now with Sonny Baker boosting the ranks. You think Abbas, Abbott and Barker are coming to the end of their careers. Once those three go, you think they've got Jack, Kelly, Baker and John Turner. That's a pretty decent 4 seamers for Hampshire down the south coast. Probably the next 10 years of all 3 formats covered by those 4 guys. All being well. Big booming try from Matthews. Nothing for it.
Decent over from Lyndon James. The England bowlers have been pretty tidy, but probably actor with the 2 wickets the pick of them. Michael Yordi making his way across to our left now with England physio. Well-known man here at Worcester, of course, Ben Davies, who used to be the Worcestershire physio here until a couple of years ago. The actor is in again and bowls in the block hole, dug out by Mendes. He's hit that length, that Yorker length, pretty regularly, actor. His first ball dismissed to the boundary for 4. Since then, he hasn't conceded a run. Very tidy. 3 slips still in. And all probably quite expectant, I would imagine.
Yeah, but there's a little bit of spacing between the slips, just looking at it. You wonder how much coverage they want these days. They talk about the Australian slips, where they try and do 1.5 each almost. James Rue will dive a little bit further with the gloves and the pads, but first, second and third are trying to cover a fair amount of ground.
Yeah, we often have this discussion, and whether if you have one slip, should he be at first, or should he try and drift a little bit wider?
1.5. So. Oh, there you go. Just as we talk about it, there is no fourth or fifth slip. That's almost gone for 6. It's a one bounce ball. It would have been. It would have needed Aldridge or Hull at Gully, I think, to have a chance of catching that. It is not a long boundary straight either end of the new road ground here, and Kusal Mendes knows that.
Threw his hands at it, didn't he? That was really travelling. If there had been a fourth slip, it would have taken some catching. 12 off 12, and they've all been boundaries. He's not hanging around.
Yeah, well, you look at the career of Kusal Mendes, played for so many different franchise sides. Not made it in the IPL, there's not many Sri Lankans to do, but Angelo Matthews has, of course, but played for Lahore Qalandars, played for Pretoria Capitals in the recent SA T20, even Bangla Tigers in Bangladesh. All those international games he's played. 63 tests, 133 ODIs and 70 T20 internationals. There's a lot of experience at the wicket. Talking about Kusal Mendes at the moment, Angelo Matthews got even more in all 3 of those columns. Did have 4 consecutive ducks in test matches. Kusal Mendes, one of the records he won't want to talk about. That was back in 2020, to be fair to him, but one of those unwanted records that he'll want to forget about. Talk about his aggressive batting. You know, he does like to get on with it, even in a test match. There was a game back in 2023 against Ireland, I remember, he scored 11 sixes. .245 he got. Off 291 balls with 18 fours, 11 sixes. Strike rate 84.
New pair of gloves just coming out for Angelo Matthews, whether that's because his hands are a bit too sweaty or because he is uncomfortable with the pair that he was wearing, I don't know. But early in his innings to be swapping gloves.
They're a bit fussy these days, aren't they, batters?
Well, I think, yeah. Anyway, settles down as James comes in. 50-4-2, start of the 17th over, down the leg side, he flicks at it. Makes no contact, and James Root takes. Yeah, I was always so sort of superstitious, really. Well,
yeah, I know what you mean.
I wasn't particularly superstitious before I went out there, but once I was out there, if I was in and I was going along, I wouldn't take off a sweater, and I wouldn't change gloves or anything like that because I just didn't want to tempt fate. It's like the idea of the teammates all sitting in the same place and not moving while things are going well. This one left alone outside the off stump by Matthews. Not yet off the mark, that won't bother him. Been there, seen it all. Not really in any hurry. Just getting a little bit of experience again in English conditions. Start of this tour. And as Harry was saying alongside me, you don't get many more English conditions than this. Absolutely grey, overcast skies, damp conditions, and James bowling, and Matthews off the mark this time with a whip through mid-wicket, uppish but safe. Boundaries
he's not off the
fairly
mark,
thick and fast.
It's a pretty good way to time that through mid-wicket. That's Angelo Matthews, his trademark, really, isn't it? Him at his best. Think how many times he's played that shot, be it at Lords or Colombo, Gould, Pallackelly, wherever. Yeah, just going back to that amazing innings I was talking about when Kusal Mendes scored 245 and all those 11 sixes against Ireland. 704 for 3 declared Sri Lanka racked up that day. A couple of days. Big appeal, but Angelo Matthews in more pain and he's got to stay out there. Player of the series, Kusam Mendes was there. That was the second test of the Ireland tour to Sri Lanka. So 54 for 2 here. Do feel free to tweet me at @Harry_14, or I've also tweeted out the link to the YouTube at Frank Watson 58. Let us know your thoughts. Or
Oh,
give me a
wicket.
catch.
Oh, no ball. Oh, he's walking and it's a no ball.
He doesn't know, does he? He didn't realise.
Good catch, Rob Yates, I think.
That's the first no ball of the day, isn't it? I can't
Yeah.
remember.
Can't believe it, Lyndon James. Turn to the umpires. I don't bowl no balls. Good early call from Graham Lloyd, to be fair. I think it was Rob Yates at second slip, diving across and taking the catch. But no ball called.
So we'll make note of that. Angelo Matthews on 4 off 12. Caught a second slip. No ball. Sloppy that really from the skipper. He'll be very disappointed. His first wicket could have been in England Lions captaincy.
Yeah, just watching the replay. Good delivery. Just fell for it a bit, Matthews. Not sure he had to play on it. But no ball called by Graham Lloyd early.
Isn't it funny? You hardly ever see no balls given, and then they so often seem to be
Yeah,
given.
they get a wicket. So yeah, do get in touch, as Harry said. At Frank Watson 58 is my handle, and yours again, Harry.
Harry Everett _14.
Harry Everett EVERETT _14. Always interested to know what people think about these games in general, really. I mean, there was a time, as I'm sure many people who are watching will know, not perhaps the younger viewers, but all tours started here at Worcester. It was an absolute tradition right through the 40s. Bradman made 2 double hundreds on this ground in the first game of the tour for the Australians, and then failed and only got 190 odd, I think, in 1948. But all tours began here at Worcester. I've seen many a tour, West Indies, Australia, New Zealand, etc., begin here, usually in conditions a bit like this, but no longer the case.
There we go. This
That's
time
another wicket. He's bowled beautifully, hasn't he?
Zaman Akhtar, really well bowled. 3 foot already. Lad come on first change. We've just seen in the previous over Angelo Matthews get a life, caught in the cordon and was given us a no ball. Well, Kusal Mendes, he had that loop over the cordon, didn't he? First ball, got a very fortunate 4. Played that check straight drive down the ground before, but now he has got to go. Kusal Mendes goes to 12.
But yeah, going back to the tours, they always began here, and it was a real tradition, and there'd even be a bit of free-to-air black and white TV way back in the day, showing the start of the tour. Always quite exciting.
Was it 79 when Sri Lanka were here last? Do you remember that?
Sorry?
Was it 1979 Sri Lanka were here last? Would that have been on the black and white TV?
Before, well, we were in colour by then. But yeah, I mean, I can remember seriously watching the start of Ashes tours here and so on. And then they might come again later and play the county, depending on what the schedule was. But that was in the days when touring teams would play more or less every county, and there was a kind of competition amongst the counties for who could beat the tourists.
Play a couple of more games and then play 2
and then
exactly.
That's exactly right. And that was always the case. And I just wondered now. I mean, we didn't even know this morning when we got here if this was going to be an 11-a-side game or whether there were going to be teams playing 2 or 3 extra players, or whether it would have first-class status or whatever. I think the touring games have been slightly devalued, shall we say, in terms of cricket, by the scheduling and the fact that they play go so quickly into the test schedule. But that said, they're not devalued in terms of preparation for the tourists, because they are absolutely vital, of course, as we've said several times already today, for the tourists to acclimatise and get used to English conditions. And they're being tested here at New Road this morning by Zaman Akhtar, who has bowled beautifully. He's picked up 3 for 8, 4 of those off the very first delivery he bowled, and he's going to be asking questions of the new batsman, who is Chandimal. And he goes right past the outside edge with his first delivery. So excellent stuff from Zaman Akhtar. Rob Key's here, Darren Goff's here. Not a bad team to impress.
Yeah, really well he's bowled. The Gloucestershire team, of course. Ajit Singh Dale opened up with Josh Hull, but Zaman Akhtar now bowling really well from the Diglis end.
If you're having difficulty with our stream audio, apologies, and we'll see if we can get something done about that.
Yeah, do keep. There's no good bit of fielding there. I like this, the 4th slip. Well, more of a gully, really. 3 slips in a gully. Do keep atting us on the Twitter sphere. Let us know where you're listening or watching from.
Excellent stuff from Zaman Akhtar. Rob Key's here, Darren Goff's here.
So Akhtar with these 3 slips. Well, you know, it's 4 slips really. Not much of a gap between 3rd slip and gully. 44 on his back.
Yeah, just had a listen to the audio on the stream as we can pick it up, and it might be crystal clear. I think it's okay. Certainly hope you're finding it okay.
Can I get potentially 4 runs here? Can the 3 chasing fielders haul this in? Casey Aldridge wins the race. Farn Ahmed's with him. Casey Aldridge's slide. He's ruined his whites, but he's not flicked it back particularly well to either fielder. They've gone with him. Of course, the 3 lads chasing it. None of them play for the same county, so
they didn't quite know who was going to do what, did they?
No, they haven't got the choreography right. It's like synchronised swimming, isn't it? How long do you practice that in the Olympics for? Those 3 guys haven't together.
I always wonder about things like laundry, games like this, because they can't walk in and just lob it all to the attendant like they do when they're at home, I would have thought.
Yeah, good point.
Take it home for mum to wash, maybe.
Whereas the other week down at Somerset, Casey Aldridge, the man we were just talking about, he wasn't meant to be playing in a T20 Blast game, wasn't even in the squad. And Craig Overton fell ill on the morning of the match. So suddenly Craig Overton couldn't play at all. So Casey Aldridge had to go from... I was going to watch with his brother and himself on the balcony. And then suddenly he said, actually, I've got to go and field now. I just had a text from Jason Kerr. Craig Overton can't play, so then he had to go and field. And he didn't have any kit. So it makes you wonder how the laundry works then, when he had to borrow Craig's kit, field in an Overton shirt, and poor old Simon Dool and Nick Knight were commentating on the game for Sky from London. They weren't even at the game. So they kept calling him Sonny Baker, then they're calling him Craig Overton. Didn't have a clue who it was. Just makes a bit of a mockery when they wear different tops. And
well, it's nice to know we're not alone in that respect.
At least we are here. We're not television.
Yeah, we are. We promise you we're here.
We're
We
not
had to
doing it
sit
on
and
the
watch
screen.
the rain this morning, but the players are not all wearing numbers, and a lot of them have got their numbers covered up. One who is wearing a number is Lyndon James, bowling now from the New Road end, down the leg side. Taken by James Reeve very tidily, moving away to his left.
So 4 of the Sri Lankan top 5 are really big, experienced, established names, and 2 of them have gone already. The lesser experienced lad, Nishan Majushka, he did get a 205 in Test cricket. It was against Ireland in that same match I was referring to earlier with Kusal Mendes. So say he's not as experienced, that's because he's 24 and not played as many Test matches, but he's still got a bit of pedigree behind him. So some big wickets for Zaman Akhtar. Only Zaman Akhtar so far in the wicket column. Can they push 2 here? Yeah, there should be 2. Good running. There's a big gap between the square leg man on the 1 and the deep fine leg out by the ambulance. Well, that's not a bad gig today, is it? Being the ambulance correspondent who's just chilling in a deck chair, basically. Not sure if they're here for the crowd or if they're here for the players, but basically being paid to sit and watch the cricket. Happy days.
I think you have to have an ambulance on site, don't you? If you've got an event with so many spectators. Peculiar bit of feedback again in our headphones here. But yeah, apologies if anybody is listening and finding the audio not as clear as they might hope. We aren't. It's not a test ground. We've improved things here at New Road over the year with the stream and the quality of it, had a lot of difficulty with interference from some of the local bits of equipment around Worcester earlier in the year. Sorted it out to some extent, I think, and we hope that it's tolerable at least. He could hardly reach that one. Chandimal. So it could be worse for Sri Lanka. They're 60 for 3, but it could be 4. Matthews having been caught off a no ball, and after a fairly tame first few overs, Harry, we thought, didn't we, where the ball didn't appear to do a great deal, it started to do a little bit more off the pitch, and 1 or 2 have gone past the outside edge. As I say, Matthews caught off a no ball, and Lyndon James's lads out there just looking a bit more threatening in the last few overs. Especially Zamanakta has picked up all 3 wickets.
Yeah, I think we were both saying, weren't we, that Josh Hall and Ajit Singh Dale weren't getting the ball to move off the straight much, weren't really challenging the opening pair. Zamanakta comes on, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 11. Jobs are good and happy days. An easy life for the Gloucestershire Crick.
The leg bite takes the score on to 61 for 3. End of the over. Tidy from James. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16 now. 63 overs left in the day. 19 gone. They've got through those fairly quickly. An hour and 20 or so.
Yeah.
Wicket's gone down. Lots of security for this game. I don't know if you've noticed. Quite a lot of burly security men around the ground. I think.
I'll come up from Devon and they're a bit worried about me, I think. me up north in foreign climes.
Harry's got his team with him. But I think security for overseas teams is a priority at the moment, especially. I did read somewhere that Sri Lankans were a little bit nervous when they arrived in the country a couple of weeks ago, understandably so, and so security has been stepped up. And I have to say, I'm not tempting fate, I hope, but look out over a sleepy new road. You can't be too cautious, but it doesn't feel like a particularly hostile environment, unless you're 22 yards away from Zamanakta, working up a bit of pace here, and this next one is pushed out on the onside by Chandimal.
Very good, indeed.
See why I thought of that. If you look at the gentleman who's just walked past me, and,
You're not made friends with him yet.
it's like a total eclipse. Big chap. 4 slips in now, not surprising. Turned on the onside, but good from Akhtar, who's I think that maybe he's just got that second one, the one he caught and bolted, just stopping the pitch a little bit. And Karunaratne, the senior man at the top of the order, also a leading edge. He was dismissed as he looked to turn the ball on the leg side, so maybe just holding up a bit in the surface. And certainly Zamanakta, the most threatening of the bowlers so far. But
good piece of
runs
running,
here, or a run anyway for Chandimal, pushing that past mid-off.
It's an unorthodox field. There's no mid-off. There's that short extra cover and a pretty short normal cover fielder actually, but well placed, well communicated. Chandimal and Matthews, probably the 2 guys in this lineup who have spent the most time batting together in the last 15, even 20 years. Straight away calling that through. Beat the bowler's left hand, take the single. We should also mention there's been Sri Lankan women's cricket playing in Dublin in Ireland. Lankan ladies and men touring in the United Kingdom. Or should I say Great Britain and Ireland this day and age, if I get these things right. You never quite know what Ireland counts as.
End of another over from Actor. Wide-ish the last one. James Rue unable to gather it cleanly, but another good over. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 12. Excellent figures. Zaman Actor 62 for 3 at the end of that over. Reckon there's 3,000 people watching the stream now. I'm going to take the opportunity to shamelessly plug the Joe Leach testimonial here at Worcester. Don't often get the chance to reach as many people as that. The one event that I think people outside Worcestershire might be particularly interested in is the final event of Joe Leach's testimonial year. I'll just give details of it during this over. And this one just away on the leg side for another leg by, takes the total on to 63 for 3. Friday the 22nd of November at Lord's in the Long Room, a dinner in support of the Joe Leach testimonial. It's an expensive affair, but when I tell you what's involved, you probably understand why that is. 3-course meal in the Long Room, a free bar for an hour before, half a bottle of wine with the meal, etc., etc. But the lineup of speakers is exceptional. Simon Hughes, the analyst, Channel 4, will be the MC, and 3 former England captains, Sir Alistair Cook, Alex Stewart and Michael Atherton, will be on hand and will be speaking. You can also, if you want to get a bonus package, you can pay a little bit more, and there's a champagne reception for an hour in the home dressing room before the game, and a guided tour of Lord's can be thrown in as well. All of that open to anybody who wants to attend, not just Worcestershire supporters, but any cricket fans. This one wide outside the off stump, good take by Rue. And if you're in the London area, or well anywhere, if you fancy that, it should be an absolutely memorable evening. There'll be an auction of some cricket memorabilia as well. But Alex Stewart, Michael Atherton, Sir Alistair Cook, Simon Hughes, unprecedented sort of lineup for a dinner of that kind, I think. All details on how you can book available. Just have a look at Joe Leach testimonial. Just Google Joe Leach testimonial, and you get all the details on how to book. Nicely clipped away this one by Angelo Matthews, just for 2 through mid-wicket. Josh Hole, the fielder. 65 for 3 now in the 21st over, all 3 wickets falling to Zaman Akhtar.
Being on the Worcestershire county stream, we should also refer to the Lancashire game as well.
Yep.
Lancs bowled out for 237 all out, really. So Somerset needing that home semi-final on Sunday. For Worcestershire to stop Somerset having that home semi-final, Worcestershire need to chase it down in 9.2 overs. So 237 they need to get in 9.2 overs. I'll repeat that. That is for Worcestershire to own a home semi-final here the day after the 4th day of this 4-day match. So you can be pretty confident that if you want to see home semi-final action, you'd have to go to Taunton, not New Road, on Sunday. I'm on comms for that one. It's already been planned. I'll let my boss off the hook and tell you now that we've already put in place our commentary plans at Taunton on Sunday, assuming that Worcestershire aren't going to get over 209 overs.
I think you're fairly safe in doing that. I think, to be honest, Worcestershire just absolutely thrilled to be still involved in the competition, given the trials and tribulations they've had to put up with. This next one from James is tucked away on the leg side by Matthews for a single. These two certainly finding things quite tough out there at the moment. Matthews already been caught off a no ball, and earlier we thought, particularly in the first 10 overs, the opening pair of Karen Ratner and Fernando looked untroubled. But since the introduction of Zaman Akhtar, it's changed a bit. Sun just looking as though it might be burning through the clouds at the moment. As James bowls. Turned on the leg side and hold the field. 67 for 3. the light good. End of the over from James. I think he might have a little blow now. 5 overs for 20 he's bowled. No wickets. 67 for 3. Experienced Sri Lankan side. And, well, it goes without saying it's a fairly inexperienced Lions side, but there's still some pretty useful potential Test cricketers out there. And Zamanakta to start a new over.
Still, what, 4 slips in place as Zamanakta had a steam into his 6th over. The 2 opening bowlers didn't manage any more than the overs that are currently being bowled by the first changes. Case Aldridge will be the 5th seamer in this attack. Well, him or Lyndon James could fight over that title. We could see a little bit of spin from Rob Yates or Ollie Price, although with it still being overcast, they might even go back to one of the openers, maybe a change of ends, something different before tea, and then maybe after tea when the sun's meant to be out. Might be more of a trial by spin. Oh, that is a quick short ball. Well evaded. Even at his age, his experience, Angelo Matthews, he's still got the flexibility in his hamstrings to get underneath that, get out the way.
Yeah.
That would have if that pinned him.
Yeah. I wonder how many times he's done that in his career. He's faced plenty quicker than Zamanakta. As the knees get a bit older, the eyes have got to be alert still. Good take that by James Root. Horrible ball skidding through like that, bouncing 2 or 3 times and still delivered at a fair pace. Took it well. Just turned his head away at the last minute. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Matthews. It's the first really bad ball Actor's bowled since his first delivery, which was hammered for 4. Not quite going to the boundary this time. Wettish outfield. On a dry day that would have raced away, but beautifully played by Angelo Matthews. Takes him into double figures. He goes to 11. And at the end of the 22nd over, Sri Lanka put into bat here. 72 for 3 the men out. Karunaratne 26, Fernando for 11 and Mendes for 12, all 3 wickets falling to Zamanakta.
There he is. I just said, is the 5th seamer. Is it Lyndon James? Is it Casey Aldridge? Well, the skipper Lyndon James bowled himself first, but Casey Aldridge is going to come on. He's had a funny last month. He had that 6 for 43 in the One Day Cup. Then in other games he's gone at 10 and over and has come under some criticism for bowling short on leg side and being pulled into the stands a couple of times at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. But he's got the nod thing with Lions. Him and James Rew have had a bit of Lions experience before this, but this is his chance against Sri Lanka here at New Road, and straight away Angelo Matthews doesn't quite get that as he wanted to. Gets forward, but pitched up delivery from Casey Aldridge. As I left the final group stage One Day Cup game on, was it Sunday? Casey said, "Oh, when I'm playing for Lions, just got to make sure I don't bowl short and down the leg side," was his last retort to me. And
yeah, not full of confidence then.
No. He started all right there. There you go. That's the ball he wants. A lot of Somerset fans will cynically say that's a better ball than he's bowled in recent matches, but it's a bit different on a flat one with a white ball. Good to see him with the Dukes in hand on a new road pitch with a bit of cloud assistance.
Yeah, that was a beauty, wasn't it?
As I say, he's had the call up for the England Lions before, but this is his big opportunity really to play in England with Rob Key here as well. Always helps.
I think the other thing for these young England bowlers at the moment that maybe simplifies things just a tiny bit for well, not all of them, but certainly for Casey Aldridge and for Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale, is that they know that what they've been brought in to do is to bowl quickly. Pace is the holy grail at the moment, it seems, as far as the England selectors are concerned. Mark Wood picked for pace, obviously. Gus Atkinson. Josh Tongue last summer, formerly of Worcestershire, of course. Certainly our quickest bowler until he went over to Notts. Dylan Pennington, who's, they reckon, put on a yard or two since he's gone over to Trent Bridge as well. Come under the tutelage of Kevin Shine. And they want pace. They want to go to Australia with a quick attack and try to sort of outgun the Aussies, if you like. So someone like Casey Aldridge knows that, as much as anything else, what he's being asked to do here is just to bowl quick. And I think that probably simplifies the message a little bit for some of the bowlers.
It was just before Christmas last year, Casey Aldridge got that call up for the England Lions to head out to India in the new year. So suddenly out of nowhere, Shoaib Bashir was playing for England-India for the proper full test side. Casey Aldridge got that call up. He said it was a massive surprise. Didn't expect it at all, came out of the blue. But a real honour for him to get that chance to be picked to go out to India. Danger, of course, out there as well.
Well, that was a tidy over from Aldridge, a maiden. And Sri Lanka batters just getting a little drink. 73 for 3. Pretty much, I guess, Harry, what they expected here when they were put into bat in these conditions. Turned up this morning to see the drizzle coming down. Took them a while to get out and do their warm-up. Didn't see anything of the England players, did we, for quite a while this morning. And in these conditions, I suspect that they look at the scoreboard and think, well, you know what, 73 for 3 is not that bad a situation. 2 senior players out there at the moment and 3 good players gone, but in these conditions against, not quite the pick of England's finest, but pick of England's finest sort of second string, they haven't done too badly.
It looks like Lyndon James is wired up to the commentary box. He heard my call to get Josh Hull back on and into his second spell. First ball.
Haven't they?
There we go.
They haven't done too badly until
Angelo Matthews. There you go. Well, he got dropped. Well, it wasn't dropped. It was a no ball that spared him his blushes earlier on. I just said, 5 minutes ago, maybe Lyndon James will bring Hull back on for a second attempt at 2 different batters. He bowled at the start of the innings against the openers, Karunaratne, the left hand, who looked pretty good, and his fellow opening partner, Nishan Madushka. But Angelo Matthews gets his first ball against Josh Hull, and he doesn't survive it. 11 off 31 balls. Not Angelo Matthews' finest innings by any stretch. Out twice, you could say. But now, a little bit of trouble for Sri Lanka. Into the middle order, exposed quite early on what feels like the morning, but it's actually the afternoon. We didn't get underway till 1:10, but still 59 overs remaining in the day.
Yes, I was just saying they wouldn't think it was too bad at 73 for 3. Not so good now at 73 for 4. But as I say, not entirely unexpected. It was a good toss for Lyndon James to win. And early on there was a suggestion that his bowlers weren't perhaps making the most of it, but Zaman Akhtar got them in the wickets, and Josh Hull has joined in now. And the first ball of his second spell just feathered through to the keeper by Angelo Matthews. and they're on top now. And no reason why they can't fancy picking up another one or two before tea, which I think is set, Harry, at 3:40 today. Is that right?
Yeah, so we should have, well, you'd think you'd halve
Long
it.
session, aren't we, at the end?
41 overs in each half, but it's not even going to be that, is it? It's going to be, as you say, it's going to be a long, long evening session. Don't think my bladder will last 41 overs, I'll tell you that now.
I'll cover for you. Not too far to go.
No, we are grateful. It's the only press box I can think of in the 18 counties where there's a toilet literally in the press box.
Yeah, it is handy, isn't it? Some grounds it's quite difficult, isn't it? Northampton, you have to run up and down about 4 flights of
Yeah.
stairs, isn't it? Good start from Holt in this second spell. First ball to the new batsman De Silva, has him on the back foot, playing defensively. There's not been a lot loose, to be fair, from any of the bowlers. So you can remember Karunaratne swivel pulling a couple of excellent boundaries. But generally speaking, they've been pretty tidy, I think. Yeah, it's fair to say. And all the figures show that. Lyndon James, the most expensive, he's bowled 5 overs for 20. All the rest of the bowlers under 3 and over in economy rates. Chandimal on strike now. De Silva off the mark with a little turn around on the leg side for a single.
So 3 slips in place. We did briefly see 4 slips in place for Zaman Akhtar, the left arm seam of Josh Holt. Of course, the hero, that Leicestershire One Day Cup charge last year, the match about One Day Cup winners. Harry Swindles was the hero in the final, but Josh Holt, what a campaign he had. Talk of him playing for England. Of course, playing for England Lions is as close as you can get. Yeah, Josh Holt, as you say, the big quicks they want to see go out to Perth, go out to Brisbane.
Yeah.
You know, Gus Atkinson has had his go, done alright. Josh Tongue had a go. Dylan Pennington's been on the squad. Ollie Stone. So many seamers England have tried in recent seasons. They don't really want to go out to Australia with the likes of Sam Cook or Chris Wokes. They want to have, even if it's Jamie Overton, they want to have the quick lads banging it in. Well, Josh Holt could well be one of them. The left arm is in his favour too. Well, that's a good run, good single. There aren't many left armers. Mark Footett's dropped off the county scene. Reece Topley can't stay fit. Sam Curran's not really done it recently. Tomo Mills can't stay fit for long. So there actually aren't that many left arm quick options. So I reckon Josh Holt could be, of the seamers we've seen today, I reckon he's the most likely to get an Ashes gig purely for being the opposite hand to the other guys. It's always a different angle, something else to face. And no longer David Warren at the top of the order. It might be a right-handed Steve Smith and a left-handed Izzy Khawaja. England might want to have a right-left opening quicks. And it does look pretty quick, actually. I always think this second spell is looking quicker than his first spell. Maybe the pitch has dried out in the last, hour or so, the last 23 overs. But Josh Holt seems to be getting it through a little bit quicker now. Hitting James View's gloves harder than he was in his first spell, definitely.
Yeah, he's not express pace.
No.
He's not super quick like Gus Atkinson and Mark Wood. But we just get excited these days by pace bowlers again. We've got this young lad here at Worcester, Jack Home, not playing today, but he's made an incredible start to his career. Only left school this summer. Wouldn't have played anywhere near, well, probably wouldn't have played any senior cricket this summer had it not been for injuries. And he's come in and picked up, I think, 16 wickets so far in the One Day Cup. He's only played about 4 games. And done it. That's a
terrible shot, isn't it? Was it a leave? Yeah, was it a leave?
Maybe have to watch the replay, but he looked like a leave. James Reed diving across.
It was a bizarre leave, I'll give you that. Wasn't quite the Marnus Labuschagne sort of
no, not far
wand out the way,
was
but
just going to have a look now. Have a look at the replay and see if we got it right. Fairly wide. Yeah, played at it, I think.
I think he's gone to bed at maybe last minute, thought he should have left it, but it was
bizarre sort of footwork.
Almost looked like he's trying to give catching practice to the Corden. That's a better shot.
Yeah, much better.
I mean, that is technically a misfield, but he still saved 3 runs there.
Yeah, it's a good, much better shot, and Chandimal gets a single for that one. But yeah, going back to this lad, Jack Home,
Yeah.
slip of a lad, didn't play at Taunton, you didn't see him. Really is, 5'10", not much of him at all, just has a really quick arm. And he touched 89 last week in
Was
one game here against Kent.
That's the rest and rotation policy, was it?
Yeah,
Him missing the game?
completely,
Yeah.
and the same, he's missing today. And he's a young lad, I mean, you can't burden him too much, but he's got some pace, and you just get excited, don't you, when you see a young lad who can get it through. He's got a lot to learn, of course. This one nudged down on the onside for a single by De Silva. But it's not easy at the moment for these Sri Lankan batsmen. 76 for 4. And he's got pace, and he's got a knack of picking up wickets, so it would seem. And he's got a bit of attitude as well, which is no bad thing, provided it's channeled in the right way. Good pace from Aldridge. That one hit the back quite hard. Hardly a crowd here, is it? A smattering of spectators.
Yeah, it's a shame, really.
It is a shame. I think if the weather had been better, and if Worcestershire weren't playing away,
Yeah, doesn't help.
I'm not saying they've all gone to Old Trafford, but they're probably
A few watching on the stream.
watching on the stream. Yeah,
Well, they could have come in here. Pretty cheap tickets for today, aren't they?
yeah, they were.
Could have watched it on the stream at the same time. But also, I would say that, I was here fairly early this morning, got the drive up, didn't want to have any traffic on the M5, and there were quite a few fans here in the rain at 10:30 to 11 o'clock. A lot of people were here then, maybe thinking it was going to be a little light shower and they'd be cracking on by 11:30. Maybe some of them did give up and now maybe regretting it. Plenty were watching.
The forecast suggested the rain would clear sooner than it did. It's cleared now, there's no question now. But skies are brightening over to the southwest.
It just lingered, didn't it?
And decent conditions now. Still a damp feel to it. The outfield looks pretty damp, but it's perfectly playable. Aldridge's line just errs slightly on this one, and Chandimal takes advantage to move into double figures and keep the strike at the end of the over. 78 for 4. Aldridge's 2 overs have cost 3 runs.
Yeah, he's bowled well. No, good sight for Somerset fans. 2 overs, 1 made for 3, because, as I say, he's been a little bit expensive in some of the one-day cup games. Very different beast. A white ball on the highest scoring T20 professional ground in the world, compared to bowling with a Duke's ball in overcast conditions against batters who are used to turn and different kinds of bounce than they get here. So Josh Hull will go into his 7th over, bowled 5 up top. Myself, Harry Everett, and Frank Watson on comms for you today. Just the 2 of us today. We might have some different guests in the next couple of days.
Sam Downing will be here, I think, later in
he's pending baby. His wife's about to pop.
I saw her the other day, and that's exactly the case. My own daughter gave birth on Saturday to a daughter, so I know how Sam feels, albeit in a grandfather capacity.
Yeah, slightly different. He took Becky out to watch non-league football last night as a final bit of social life for her before she's stuck doing the hard yards of her mother.
Darren Goff just coming up to the box.
Get him in for a stint, shall we?
Get him on, maybe, if he wants to. Be more than welcome.
There you go. George the Bell.
See what he thinks of the way these lads have bowled.
George the Bell straight in there. When was the last time you were in an England kit? Was it New Zealand? Asking the killer questions in that. He's jumped straight into my seat in the lunchroom. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. That could have played on.
No ball, I think.
Now, wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah.
It could have been 2 no balls, 2 wickets. I wasn't far away.
Just wondering if he's beginning to get a bit of shape back into the right-handers now, Josh Holt. Maybe, not sure. Certainly, batter underestimating not underestimating, but miscalculating the line of that one, pushing outside the off stump. As you say, that inside edge could easily have gone onto the stumps. A run here, Chandimal, as he plays off the back foot out on the offside. And Hamza Sheikh does the fielding. 80 for 4 in the 26th. So good from the Lions. And a bit of rebuilding to do for Sri Lanka.
I reckon there's 4 first-class debuts here today, and there's a wicket.
There's another one.
I think that is one of the first-class debutants who's just taken that catch. Hamza Sheikh.
Another one that just stopped, I think, in the pitch a little bit.
Yeah, Hamza Sheikh, the catcher at point. He's a really good talent from Warwickshire. Watched him play in the 50-over comp down at Taunton last year. Really nice batter. You wait till he gets a bat later on today, maybe at this rate. Another simple enough catch at point this time. Josh Hull just banging that in.
Yeah, I've seen a bit of Hamza Sheikh. I coached in the Warwickshire pathway until a few years ago, so seen a bit of Hamza Sheikh coming through. Very, very talented player. And made that catch look, well, it was quite easy. It died on him a little bit, but another one that appeared to just perhaps stop in the surface a little bit. And Josh Hull, 2 wickets since coming back in this spell, and in a bit of trouble now, Sri Lanka, at 80 for 5, and presumably the less experienced players that are now coming in are the ones who have seen very little of these sort of conditions, although it does rain in Sri Lanka, let's be fair, and they do play on green pitches. Sometimes it's a bit easy to get carried away and say how different it is, but
it's more the bounce, isn't it, that's different?
I think, well, it's just the whole atmosphere, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
And young bowlers. The one thing about playing against a team like the Lions is you've got young lads, they're going to keep coming at you, I think.
Yeah. And they wouldn't have seen much of the, there's
No, they
footage
won't
of
have seen
everyone
much
this
of
day
each
and age,
other, will they?
but a club frog box or live stream or second team coverage is not quite the same. Mind you, there's some county streams are just as good as Sky Sports nowadays. A lot of Sky Sports cameramen work for county clubs, so you could say there's not much difference in the camera work, but some of these lads they wouldn't have played against at least, whereas in the test arena they'd have played most of them. Samara Wickrama is the next batter. Sadira Sarama Wickrama comes in at 7. Bowls a bit, but he's got a bit of a job to do with the bat first of all. Most of the wickets falling from the far end. 2 to Hull. Actually, all of the wickets.
Of them, yeah.
Actor 3, 2 to Hull now.
Yeah. Although, of course, James did have that catch taken off a no ball.
Yeah, that was the only one I was thinking of. Who was that? That was Lyndon James, wasn't it? James Rube took the catch, yeah. So 80 for 5 is not what I expected after they were 35 for none and looking pretty good. Sri Lanka, a little bit of a collapse. Oh, the toe end pull shot. Maybe could have been a single. He's tried to slap that almost out the ground over towards the tractor and the covers, but really needs to get his Q end chalked there.
Good over from Hull. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. Both of those wickets coming in his second spell. And they're on top, the Lions. Just feel there's a good toss to win. Sun's beginning to break through. Might find themselves batting later in the day in far, far better conditions. Aldridge starts a new over. Chandimal taken on the pad. Yeah, definitely the best weather of the day now, I think.
Yeah. Oh, back pad. Almost together. Oh, that's a proper leaf. We've
Yeah.
seen some funny leaves so far today.
That's the best one so far.
Yeah. We've not seen many, have we?
That was the nearest to a Smith leaf. We haven't, and I think that probably tells you how straight they've bowled.
Yeah.
To be fair,
It's not Ben Duckett's fault. It's not everyone trying to copy him. With
Yeah, no, I think they've bowled pretty straight. I think Darren Goff, the man sitting next to us in the press box, will be quite impressed by what he's seen so far from these young lads.
Yeah, definitely.
And a good effort. Casey Aldridge, having almost sort of run himself down in his conversation with you last week,
Yeah.
he has proved himself wrong.
I like that. He's over the self-deprecating lad.
Yeah.
Modest, polite, lovely chap. He did say he's happy to come on commentary if he gets a chance when he's not batting.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Probably
Yeah.
carded coming at 7 or 8, so I dare say either later
Yeah.
today or maybe tomorrow morning he could come and do a stint.
Yeah, that'd be good.
James Drew did say the same thing, though I reckon he might be a little bit higher up the order.
End of the over, another tidy one. Sri Lanka 80 for 5. These young seamers, as I say, doing a good job for the Lions this morning. Plenty to play for. There's always a huge amount of motivation for them in these games, of course, because Rob Key's here, Darren Goff's here, important people watching them. They've been picked for their potential. Massive motivation for them to impress. And who knows, there might be one or two out there who find themselves in a full England side in the not too distant future. Josh Hull might be one of them. Comes in now and he gets another wicket. Beauty from Hull. Full and in the block hole. And Chandimal absolutely cleaned up by that one, falling over it. Off stump, knocked back. And it's 81 for 6.
Well, there you go. If you were worrying that the rain this morning and was going to affect there not being enough time to complete this game, well, the bowlers are well on top. He made a bit of a mess of that in truth, Chandimal, but it's a good ball from Hull, just coming into him a little bit, cramping him for room. And that's a good sight, isn't it? The stump pegged back, and now we genuinely are into the bowlers. The big names have all gone. Chandimal's gone, Matthews has gone, Mendes has gone, Karunaratne has gone. Now, this is not the Jayasuriya, this is Prabhath Jayasuriya. You might remember Jayasuriya, the left-handed bat, the aggressive player who bowled. Nice bit of spin as well back in the 90s. Well, Sanath himself, yep, this is Prabhath Jayasuriya. 32 years of age, also a slow left arm bowler, but he's a right-hand bat. More of a bowler than Sanath was, although Sanath was pretty effective. He had pretty good figures on his test debut, and he was pretty quick to 50 wickets in test matches as well. Not messing around. 7 matches it took him, which is pretty good going. 7 matches to get 50 wickets in tests. You don't often see that. He's in a pretty good record. You look at the fastest men to get 50 wickets in tests. Turner Richardson from Australia and England. Vernon Philander, of course. Quite a well-known name. And this man, it could be out first ball. I think there might have been a bit of bat in that. Prabhat Jayasuriya was player of the match. So many today are going back to that same scorecard. I keep having to bring up that Ireland-Sri Lanka game, where there was a double hundred for the opening bat today, there's a double hundred for Kusal Mendis, and there were 7 wickets in the match for the lad who's just come to the crease, Prabhat Jayasuriya. He did get 5 for 174, it's a bit expensive, but still got his 5 from the first innings, then 2 for 88 in the second, bringing up his 50 wickets in Test match cricket. No mean feat.
Missing leg, that one from Holt.
Bit of bat as well?
And then, well, even so, missing leg, so
Yeah.
not a worry.
Your replayed quicker than mine.
Good umpire, Rob Bailey, isn't he? Tend to trust his judgment, doesn't make many mistakes. I mean, they all make the odd one, but he's a good umpire. Ed Pollock has gone up at Old Trafford. Worcestershire losing their first wicket. 14 of 15 on the board, I think. Won't surprise regular watchers of Worcestershire here that he was caught at deep backward square leg. Of course, he played pretty well at Taunton last week. Or did he? I can't remember, I've lost track. Good bouncer from Holt.
That's a proper bouncer. That's really well bowled. I'd say that's been the best bowl of the match so far. The best bouncer, the most directed, right at the grill. Angelo Matthews had one he played quite well, but this one was almost unpleasant from the left arm angle.
Swayed out of the way of it nicely though, didn't they? But yeah, get that one early on. Just remind you, you got to keep your wits about you. Good from Hole, this, isn't it? Good second spell, really good. 3 for 19 now. Not so good, that one down the leg side. But they've all bowled well, I reckon. You pick out Actor and Hole because they're the wicket takers. 3 each for them. I thought Singhdale bowled pretty well early on. Lyndon James, maybe not quite as accurate as the rest of his attack. Brightening up nicely now. Maybe even going to see a bit of blue sky soon. The crowd might build as 1 or 2 people make their way down from the city on the way home, come in to watch for a bit. Nice shot here from Jayasuriya getting off the mark. Punch through mid-off. You see, it's free after tea here at New Road in the Championship. I'm not sure whether it is today or not.
Be the best value for money going, wouldn't it, if you could get 45 overs in?
Yeah, so, yeah, well, it does happen, and that happens in Championship games too sometimes, but you often get the crowd boosted a little bit when people leave the offices and so on up in town and start walking down back towards the St John's area of the city.
Not so many grounds do that nowadays. They're a bit more stringent with money. The coffers are tight in a lot of county purses.
There aren't many where they're tighter than here, but even so, they still do it, I think, this year, pretty sure. 83 for 6 at the end of that over. Casey Aldridge, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. Will continue. And he'll be bowling to Samarakarama, who's yet to get off the mark. He's off the mark now. Just tucks that one away on the leg side. Toe of the bat, really, but down on it quickly. Pretty decent pace from Casey Aldridge. Still the 3 slips in place.
Bowled. That's the line and length. No, I hope likes of Paul Tweddle, Jason Kerr and Andy Harry are watching, because it's good to see Casey Aldridge back in form. He was a bit in and out of the side. Played up at Kidderminster when it was freezing cold.
I was there. It was so cold. So cold.
I was on my way up the motorway with Annie Chave and a couple of our county cricket friends from Exeter. We got stuck on the M5. I was meant to be doing the BBC Sport Live text that day. Poor old Jed Scott, who's a Worcester man, has kept having text him saying, sorry Jed, I might not make it. Good, oh, no signal here, good work from Casey Aldridge. And then Jed decided that, well, if we can't get Harry Everett to be our journalist for the day, we'll just feature him and his friends broken down on the side of the M5, and I kept sending pictures and updates from my phone, not my laptop, but
Well,
never blinking
I'm
made
sure
it.
you had a very uncomfortable day, but it was
You telling me
so
it was
cold.
so uncomfortable
it was
watching the
so
cricket?
cold. It was just. I've
April, wasn't it?
never been so cold watching any event, let alone cricket.
You were alongside Anthony Gibson, weren't you?
I was indeed.
Yeah, there's a bit of moaning and whinging coming from the two in the temperature, I did notice. Maybe fair enough.
And of course, we were in a tent as well.
Yeah.
Edged away for 4 this one. Didn't know much about that. Good pace again. He indicates the batter as he recovers his position that he thinks it might have nipped a little bit off the seam.
I think that's the first boundary Aldridge has gone for, yeah? First boundary in his 4th over is not bad.
There's been a lack of certainty about the batting since the opening pair. First 10 overs appear to be the most comfortable that we've seen. That's a good one. Good bouncer to finish the over from Casey Aldridge. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. 88 for 6. We've got 20 minutes before tea, if it is taken at 3:40, which I'm
Yeah, you never quite
pretty
know in
sure
these
it's
games.
going to be.
We can get info from the scores in the
And we'll
umpire,
have a
but
massive, last session.
this feels like quite a long last
Yeah, it
for
does.
us.
Actually, it does actually. Yeah. Well, it will have been. What will it? It'll have been. If 3:40, it'll have been
Hour and a half?
2.5.
2.5, yeah, 2.5.
That's not. That's fair stint, isn't it? Without a break. Is your bladder okay?
Just about, yeah. I need a water top
I'm
up.
the old man. I'm the one that's supposed to be struggling.
Nah.
I'm just going to try and find out about tea. It might be. I wonder. I don't know whether they might say 32 overs. $3.55.
Really? Yeah, that's a bit random.
There we are. But at least we know another half an hour. That'll be nearly a 3-hour session. Goodness me. I think we deserve a break. They might bring some cake. Sometimes do. If we're lucky.
Who's the cake maker?
I just, well, they used to do it in the ladies' pavilion. That won't be happening today.
Why is that stopped today then?
Well, they still do it in championship games, I think. But
Does it not qualify for cake eating?
no. But then they might bring some up down from the kitchen if we're lucky. Usually do. Far too rich and sticky usually, but
No, I won't complain about that.
irresistible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably still some chicken wedges and beans left from lunch. But the sun's coming out now.
Yeah, lovely evening. It's going to be nice for your trip to Malvern if you get there in time.
I'd say at this rate, we'll still be commentating at 7 o'clock. That's half line up, a couple of half-6 kickoffs. That's not going to happen. My other option was, do I try and get a net from the local side? I'm missing my club training. First and seconds, I'm player coaching on Wednesday night. And
Wrong
thirds, fourth,
night.
fifths.
You might. You could. I could tell you where you could have got a net tomorrow night. But
Oh, go on then.
at Ombersley, the club where I used to coach.
How
which
far is that
about
from
only
here?
a couple of miles.
There you go.
They'll be netting tomorrow.
Do you want to set me up with them? I've got a bit of backup kit in the car. I could have a
Just
net.
go. Say I sent you. You'll be fine. Seriously.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to kick me out at, what, 6 o'clock tomorrow night then? Before it's
Yeah.
too
It'll
dark,
probably
isn't
start about 6:30, or maybe just 6 o'clock. Yeah.
it? Ideal. Hopefully we won't have a delayed start. And I can get there near enough on time.
Premier League. So
Ideal.
decent. Quite a few of the young Worcester lads play there.
Be a good
Brett
challenge.
D'Oliveira's club and Jack Haynes' club and one or two others that have come through. Gareth Andrew, he'll send a few down at you. You'll know Gareth from his ex-Somerset player, of course.
Still quick
Still
enough.
playing, still gets it through. Yeah, touching 40 now, I think, getting close to it, but still churning them out, definitely.
Yeah, ball in the oval, Gareth. Well bowled. Decent Yorker that, right on the money. Yeah, Richard Church College, Gareth Andrew. Same place I did my A-levels. Just, what is he? Just 12 years older than me.
Gareth and another lad who's now retired, who played at Ombersley, probably 6-7 years ago now. They cycled from John O'Groats to Land's End in 10 days, and I drove the support vehicle for them and made soup and food for them at various points along the way down, and we
Get on, yeah.
called in here at New Road when they were playing Yorkshire, had a bucket collection around the ground for them.
Do they cycle around the ground?
Raised over £12,000 in
Wow.
10 days, the two of them. Great effort.
Cool, that is. My mum did it in 11 and a half, and she was pretty happy with that. She had a hypothermia trip to hospital in Kendal.
Really? Yeah.
And then they told her, right, don't do anything for a few days. Next morning she was back on a bike.
Carried on. 2 more runs here for Samuel Rama.
I was back.
Clipped off his pads.
Lovely shot that was. What was I, about 11 then? I remember the day after the hospital trip in the Yorkshire Dales, running alongside her, trying to keep up with her. Uphill I could keep up with her. Downhill the bike beats the foot.
Yeah.
Flat.
But it was hard. It was hard just driving the vehicle, let alone doing the cycling. This one's a bit wider, and he thinks he's going to get a run here, Samuel Rama, but Jonas Rice sends him back as sharp work in the field. 91 for 6. 6 men out. Oh, Karen Ratner for 26. Fernando 11. Mendes 12. Matthews 11. De Silva 2. And Chandimal 12. Nobody's really got in, to be fair. 3 wickets each for Zaman Akhtar and Josh Hull.
Shot. Lovely cover drive. Give him at least 2. Fielder giving chase from cover, hauls it in for just 2 runs. Yeah, I reckon my favourite family holiday as a kid was supporting Mum on Lands and John O'Groats. You get to see the country without having to faff around too much with holiday makers. You stop in random wacky spots wherever the cycle ends in the day and got to see some beautiful countryside. Remember going past Ewood Park back when they were in the Premier League in the day. I think Robbie Savage was there, it's a few years back. There's a West Country bumpkin. You got to see these sights up north, weren't used to. That is a glorious stroke. Case Shortage, we said how well he's been bowling. The last couple of balls has just been a little bit over pitched. This one is driven so well, deserved 4, but again the wet outfield keeps it to 2. They could be on 130, 140 if the outfield's a little bit quicker, but same conditions for both sides near enough, although it'd be interesting to see how much quicker the outfield might be with a dry afternoon, evening and tomorrow morning. Sunrise probably still pretty early in the morning to allow the outfield to bake a little bit tomorrow morning before play. We're still 11 o'clock start, don't forget, not till 10:30 when the county championship goes to the... Oh, that's another
Good
catch.
catch.
Second slip.
Good catch. Robbie Yates, I think.
Casey Aldridge with his first wicket in an England Lions shirt here against Sri Lanka at Mr. Shears New Road. Again, yep, sharp catch, a second slip, but The big drive, we've seen 2 drives comfortably controlled through the covers previous balls. I think the Sri Lanka batters got a little bit frustrated with the pace of the outfield, not got 4. The last 2 balls could quite rightly have gone for 4. Cover drive and that extra cover drive through mid-off.
Good catch that, you know, it's pretty sharp, I reckon. That was travelling a bit. Rob Yates is a very good slip fielder, and picked one up earlier when Angelo Matthews was caught, and it was a no ball on this occasion. No such transgression by the bowler, and a very sharp catch by Rob Yates, who might well find himself out there with a bat in his hand next hour or two, the way things are going. 95 for 7, Sri Lanka, and if you're of a Worcestershire persuasion, news from Old Trafford, Worcestershire have lost the 2nd wicket. Gareth Roderick has gone, so both openers now Pollock for, I'll just tell you what the actual scores were. Pollock was out for 13 and Roderick for 4.
So Samaru Wickrama was 2 off 5, and he had those cover drives, the brace. A couple of times he hit it cleanly through the covers but didn't get 4, both off Casey Aldridge, and then does well to come back and get the nick behind. England Lions well on top here.
Well bowled, Casey Aldridge. First ball climbed on Ratnayaka, just dropped it down on the offside, but good over from Aldridge. They've been good. They've made them play, haven't they, almost all day, all the bowlers. I think it's fair to say they've been, what do you reckon, half a dozen leaves?
Yep, maybe not even that.
Really good.
There were a couple we weren't sure whether they were leaves or weird player misses.
Good lines. Holt now to the right-hander with the leg slip in.
Could it be one of those innings where there's no spin required because the seamers get the job done? That's a full toss. Carved away for 4. Not been many of those bad balls from the Lion seamers. They've been pretty consistent. A couple of short balls pulled by Karina Ratner early on, but can't remember a full toss before that. What can the Leicestershire left armour respond with here then? Quicker, fuller. A lot quicker that. Sadly no speed gun here at the moment, so no way of showing you the exact pace they're bowling, but I can assure you that was a lot quicker. A bit of an effort ball from Hull, making up for the full toss. Still 3 slips in place. I can't remember a time when there weren't 3 slips in, actually. Lyndon James has kept an attacking field for most of the innings so far. There were 4 for a brief while. And that's it. Worcestershire cannot host that home semi-final ahead of Somerset. It's been confirmed, as you were briefly mentioning, that game up at Old Trafford. Still good effort from Worcestershire with Well, you go through the list of injuries with what Joe Leach, Adam Finch, Ben Gibbon, Matthew Waite, Cash Alley, Brett D'Oliveira, Yavinder Singh, Nathan Smith, all these guys have been injured. And yet Worcestershire still done so well to get out of the group even without getting a home semi-final. Just a shame that there's so little time
Yeah.
to organise it all. T20 Blash have about 6 weeks to sort everything out. You might have heard the cry of catch it. Well, catch it didn't really fall through third man. Josh Hull pretty tidy over that. The full toss through third wasn't a great ball. That one there, a little bit unfortunate. Decent delivery just down past the slip cordon for another 4 runs, but the 2 fours both behind the square, both through the third man area.
So 20 minutes to go until tea. Will have been a 2-hour 55-minute session. 32 overs gone so far. Surya just pushing this one out on the offside from Casey Aldridge. He's bowled pretty well. 1 for 15 from his 5. 3 each for Josh Hull and for Zaman Akhtar, who started things off. 3 wickets in a burst coming on his first change at the Diglis end. This one's slightly too full from Aldridge. Just clipped away on the leg side for a single. Nearly 2. Josh Hull missed fields at mid-wicket, but he settled for 1.
Good bit of running. They've run well most of the day, actually. They know this deck isn't going to be easy to really play through the line and score quickly, so the Sri Lankan batters have had to be pretty hasty between the wickets.
So Worcestershire 39 for 2, chasing 238 to beat Lancashire. Derbyshire 70 without loss, needing 254 to beat Durham. Middlesex 35 for 1, needing 277 to beat Hampshire. Another 4 runs here as this one's sliced down to third man by Ratnayaka. And also in the One Day Cup, Kent lost to Northants by 9 wickets. 82 all out. Northants reaching their target for the loss of just 1 wicket. Warwickshire 182 all out. Notts in reply are 37 for 2. Essex need 227 to beat Sussex, and they're 34 for 1. Gloucestershire 192 for 9 off 36 overs. Leicestershire will need 196 to win. Duckworth Lewis in play there. And Yorkshire 11 for 2, chasing 231 runs to beat Glamorgan. So, important games still going on in the One Day Cup. And as Harry was saying, Somerset in a luxurious position of pretty much knowing they could go ahead and arrange their home game, and I think one or two others like that, but most of the counties don't even know where they're going to be playing on Friday. Still waiting to see how things pan out, let alone buy tickets. That's a good duck from Rathnayaka, because it was a short one from Aldridge and it hardly got up at all. Ducked underneath it, only just went over his shoulder. Only about 18 inches over the stumps, that one. Good avoidance by Rathnayaka. 109 for 7 at the end of the over. 33 gone, 49 left in the day. And I've not much doubt that we'll be seeing the Lions batting well before the close. Could be wrong.
No, I think something pretty amazing would have to happen for that not to be the case. 49 overs remaining. There's no chance of rain this afternoon now, so you'd expect the Lions to wrap this up soon after tea, if not before. Can't remember a drop catch, can you?
No.
Pretty complete fielding performance so far from the young Lions. Not many misfields either.
No, it's been good cricket. They've looked a good outfit. And you'd expect them to. They're going to be pretty motivated. They are above average young county cricketers, and you'd expect them to be on their game out there. Fourth slip is being brought in. No batter, I'll say it again, has really got in. Karen Naratna, 26 at the top of the order, the top scorer. Ooh, that's a shocking shot.
That's a tail end shot, yeah, there's no excusing that. Reminds you, was it Pradeep and Iranga and Lakmal who used to bat in the 9, 10, 11 spot for Sri Lanka in the test side, and just didn't expect them to get any runs, to be honest with you. I think, do you remember when Jimmy Anderson, did he get 70 odd against Sri Lanka one year? The Burnley Lara, they dubbed him after that. Remember the tail enders then playing some shocking shots, just hanging the bat out to dry.
Well, I tell you what, Jai Saraya there, it was so wide he could hardly reach it, really. I'm surprised he played a shot at all. But if you're going to go for a wide one, you've got to
at least go for it,
throw the hands at it. Yeah.
He should have done it out to dry, hadn't he? Just think of, I remember seeing the likes of Angeline Matthews and Dinesh Chandimal particularly getting so irate and so frustrated when they were batting well, you know, sometimes 70, 80, even 100 not out one end, and 8, 9, 10, 11 all playing stupid shots, gifting their wickets away.
Got a bat on that, but if he hadn't, I think there are 2 or 3 interested, certainly behind the wicket. Uncomfortable crease occupation at the moment. Looking at the replay, it's probably just going down anyway. Good Yorker, this one, dug out. Karunaratne out for 26. Caught off a leading edge by Casey Aldridge off the bowling of Zaman Akhtar, who then caught and bowled Fernando himself. He was out for 11, and he then had Mendes caught behind by James Rue for 12. 55 for 3 at that stage. Waited a few overs, and Josh Hole came back for his second spell, and he knocked over 3 in quick succession. Successive overs, actually. Matthews caught behind for 11, and De Silva caught by Hamza Sheikh for 2, and Chandimal bowled for 12. And then Casey Aldridge got in on the act, picking up Sama Wickrama, caught at second slip by Rob Yates for 8. And now after 34 overs, just over 10 minutes left till tea. Sri Lanka are 109 for 7, and Ajit Singh Dale being brought onto the attack. He opened the bowling from the new road end and bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden no wicket for 17, bowled pretty quickly. didn't ask a lot of questions. We just felt that the opening spell, Henry and I, that Dale and Hull, Harry and I should say, Dale and Hull bowled tidily but didn't pass the bat. And indeed, unexpectedly, you would say, even at this stage, that the first 10 overs, batsmen probably look more comfortable than they have at any time since. Which is odd, Harry.
Yeah, seeing Dale coming back on now is... Oh, what a glorious shot that is. That's a shot one of the top order batters would be proud of.
That's the best shot we've seen all day, I would say. Off the front foot, certainly.
Yeah. Well, we were talking earlier, weren't we? We were analysing the technique. I mean, who are you and I to judge the test batters on how to play? But going back to balls I thought they could have come forward to, that is a glorious cover drive. You cannot argue with that shot for 4. Big old gap between a wide mid-off, sort of extra cover and point with the 4 slips in play now. Deep square leg is a few yards off the boundary. James Rew can't get that one. It could go all the way for 4. No, fine leg and first slip converge to keep it to 2.
Leg bars, I think.
Yep. Just tickled off the pad. But Dale coming back on, I think that's a testament to, one, the conditions, seem bowler friendly, that they're not going to use any of the off spinners. I thought we might see Price or Rob Yates have a bowl, but he's just going to keep rotating his seamers. Lyndon James has got 5 genuine seamers, so he's going to keep rotating them round. Don't think we've seen a change of end for anyone yet, no. They've all stuck to the end they started at, but second spells now. Another lovely shot. It's only going to be 1 run this time. Hull, the big man, getting round. Do you reckon Hull's bigger than Casey Aldridge then? I'm trying to work out the heights. Those two are the tallest by some way in this side.
Yeah, he's not much in it, is there?
No, he's about an actor, he's not short. But
Hull slightly broader.
Yeah.
Shoulder, I think.
Stronger. Aldridge more of a beanpole. What delivery that is.
That's a good one. Yeah, really good. I got him on the back foot, past the outside edge, and it carried on swinging after it had gone past the stumps. Very, very good delivery. But they're showing a bit of mettle, these two, I think. Put 21 on now for the 7th wicket. But good little session from the Lions.
Yeah, I think battling is a good word.
Played.
I think a bouncer from Seeing Dale is probably harder to play than a Hull or Actor or Aldridge bouncer because of the lower skiddier trajectory, the shorter man of Seeing Dale, really getting the ball to lift that quick arm. Whereas a taller man banging it in, you can get out of the way a bit more easier.
Yeah. Maybe not always. I don't think. Don't know. Depends on the bowler, doesn't it? I was thinking about the likes of Kirtley Ambrose and Joel Garner.
You see it coming from a big man like that.
Yeah.
And although obviously it's rapid, it's different when it's 10 mile an hour quicker. When those two are bowling late 80s, even 90 mile an hour. But like a Malcolm Marshall bouncer would surprise you because of the skiddier, whippier arm.
This one a little bit loose from Rathnayaka. As got a change of bowling. Zamal Akhtar back in at the Diglis end to replace Hull. So as Harry was saying, Lyndon James just rotating his seamers as well he might. They've all bowled pretty well. Probably 2 more overs before tea. This one is bowled by Akhtar and pushed out on the offside. It was Akhtar that got things moving with his 3 wickets at the top of the innings. 36 without loss in the 12th over. Sri Lanka having made sedate progress against the new ball before this man Akhtar put the skids under them with 3 wickets in the space of 3 or 4 overs. Round the wicket, nice drive from Ratnayaka, but straight to the captain Lyndon James at mid-off. So we're going to have a session probably of 45 overs, I think, to finish off. I hope we get some spin in that.
Yeah, I agree.
Otherwise it could be a home and straight to bed. You won't get your football game in tonight. And Ratnayaka's driving nicely off the back foot, timed that well, but sharply fielded by Hamza Sheikh at backward point. He's occupied that position pretty much throughout the innings.
Yeah, it's fielded well. Often running in, get the underarm flick away. Saving singles in that. There's not been many full-blooded cuts that have been absolutely nailed at him to have to stop it for.
That's a real beauty from Akhtar, coming back at the left-hander. Good stuff from the Lions seamers consistently today. Ratnayaka on 13, he's hit 3 boundaries. Make that 4, that's a beautiful shot. Wide and full from Akhtar, easily the worst ball he's bowled in this spell, this over, and square driven by the elegant left-hander Ratnayaka to the boundary. He goes to 17, 120 for 7 at the end of the 36th over, and I suspect that we'll have just one more.
He's looked really good.
We get a welcome break and a cup of tea.
Yeah, I think I really like the look of this left-hander. He's one of these Sri Lankan lads I've actually not seen play before. Milan Ratnayaka hit some lovely shots through the offside particularly. Some glorious shots. The right-hander's back on strike. Yeah, almost a Match-a-Bank One Day Cup innings after tea to come, as most of the One Day Cup games have finished for the day, or nearly finishing, or nearly sewn up. Well, there were a few late starts, remember. They'll likely all be finished by the time we finish here today.
Worcestershire have lost another wicket. They're 46 for 3, so they're in a bit of trouble. Rob Jones returning to Old Trafford, out.
Yeah, Barnard though, what a bowler he is. 1 for 3, just the second ball of his second over now, but he's the king of the One Day Cup, they call him, don't they? He's in all the fantasy teams. Often opens the bowling and the batting. Didn't do much batting for Shropshire, was more of a bowling all-round.
It's not him, because he plays for Warwickshire, but
sorry, I'm
Barnard
confusing the
plays for
two.
Lancashire.
This is Charlie Barnard, the left-arm spinner we're talking
Yeah.
about here. You're talking about Lancashire, Worcestershire, sorry. I've gone off on a different Barnard.
The other Barnard is very familiar to us here, of course.
Well, yes.
New Road.
That's my next line, without upsetting any local fans.
No, it wasn't. That wasn't a departure that was particularly greeted with too much dismay by the Warwick fans. We were sad, Worcester fans, sad to see him go, having come through the ranks here, but always welcome back. Still lives in the town, I think, and still see him around quite a bit around here at New Road. But you're right, king of the One Day Cup last year. And he hasn't done too badly this year either.
Didn't need to throw that, Lyndon James, the skipper, setting a bad example there. A free run, Sri Lanka donated a single. We just said how well the fielding and how good the fielding had been. I mean, at village level, if you hit the stumps, you think the fielder's done well. I was trying to explain that to my fiance the other day when I hit the stumps. I said, well, the bat was in, so it didn't. She said, oh, it's really good, you hit the stumps. I said, well, yeah, but it was in, it didn't matter. But no, good bit of fielding, but an extra run, rotation of strike.
But you're right, he didn't need to throw it, did he?
4 slips in place. Yeah, but there's a good link with Shropshire here, isn't there? I played against Pollock and Barnard's younger brothers were playing for the Saracens, Shrewsbury Saracens, who did a tour down to North Devon. They were there yesterday and the day before, Monday, Tuesday.
Probably his older brothers, I think, actually.
I can't remember their names now.
Ed's the youngest. Yeah.
Barnard or Pollock?
George, but Ed Barnard's the youngest. Yeah, his 2 brothers are older.
Can't remember the names. One, I think
George is one of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I played with his dad, Andy. Very good bowler for Shropshire and minor counties cricket, and very, very good. And his 2 brothers aren't too bad either. But Ed's the pick of them, and he's the calmest of them. His brothers aren't. His brothers aren't the most level-headed chaps on the field.
This is only a touring game, and I was just told to go out there, open the batting, and just hang in there, frustrate and play a miss a few times, and they were giving me a few verbals, ripping into me a bit.
Yeah, Steve is the other one. Steve and George, I think, are the other 2.
Yeah, I can't remember. It's just quite funny looking on the electronic scoreboard and seeing Pollock and Barnard opening together. Well, that will be tea. 3:57 on the clock.
Yeah, Pollock's a Worcester boy, to be fair. Although he might have played for a bit in Shropshire, he went to Shrewsbury School, but he first went to school in Worcester before that. He's a Worcester boy, really. So he came back home when he joined from Warwickshire. Anyway, that's the tea interval here. We're rambling on about Worcestershire's recruits from Shropshire, when in fact we probably should be telling you that Sri Lanka are 122 for 7 at the interval. Ratnayaka 17 not out. He's played very well, the left-hander. Jayasuriya is 12 not out, and the men out are Karunaratne for 26, Fernando 11, Mendes 12, Matthews 11, De Silva 2, Chandimal 12, and Samarakhloma for 8. 3 wickets each for Josh Hull and for Zaman Akhtar, 1 for Casey Aldridge. It's tea here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Play will resume at 4:15 and we'll be back with you then. Until then, thank you for being with us. were put into bat, and in a game which didn't start until 10 minutes past 1, have reached 122 for 7 against some pretty good seam bowling from the England Lions. 5-man pace attack, and well, 1 or 2 indifferent shots played by Sri Lanka batsmen, to be fair, but after they had moved on to 36 without loss in the 12th over, a clatter of wickets, 3 each for Zaman Akhtar and Josh Hull, and then 1 also for Casey Aldridge. And it's Zaman Akhtar to take up the attack after tea from the new road end. It's going to be a long last session this. We've got 45 overs left in the day, and Akhtar will bowl the first of them to the left-handed Ratnayaka, who is unbeaten on 17, and he stands now tall, the left-hander, and waits as in comes Akhtar around the wicket from the Diglis end, and that one outside the off stump, and we're underway at New Road. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me is Harry Everett. Harry, bit of tea, bit of cake,
Yeah.
all settling in for a long session.
How long will that last before we get peckish and need something else to nibble on?
Yeah, well,
45 overs.
yeah, it could be a long session. We might lose a couple between.
What a catch, James Reed, diving to his left. That could have been first slips catch.
Between innings, I was going to say, and it's
Well,
coming,
not
isn't
far
it?
away. Only 2 more wickets now. That is a cracking catch from James Root. Said earlier his mum's here watching with a DSLR camera. Wonder if she's got that out in time. That's a cracking dive. Done well to get 2 hands to it as well.
It wasn't a very good shot, you know, that was pretty wide.
It was first slips catch. You can argue that's going straight in the midriff of first slip, but if you keep and get there with both gloves, then it's the keeper's catch. He batted really well before tea. We were saying, weren't we, the Rathanayaka, we were really impressed with his stroke play through the covers. The left-hander, quite tall left-hander, just cover driving, cover punching, pushing his way around for 17. Pretty healthy strike rate as well. 17 off 19 balls on a deck that the other Sri Lankan batters were making a bit harder.
Yeah, as I say, we might lose an over or 2 between innings, and it looks even more likely now that we will. And I was just saying, just before you came back, Harry, that there have been some pretty indifferent shots played by 1 or 2 batsmen, and that was another one. It was wide, didn't really need to play it, and he's just, what was he going to get? The most he could have got was a single, probably. I suppose he might have edged it, fortunately, along the ground down to third man, but it was a nothing shot, really, just fished at it. And James Root taking the catch, going the right way, of course, being a left-handed keeper, but took it very, very nicely. He's kept very tidily. It's just been it's been fun, I would imagine, for him against this pace attack on a surface of reasonable bounce. And 1 or 2 have kept low, but picking up his 3rd catch. That one kept a bit low, actually.
Yeah, it didn't carry through for a Root catch there, but all the wickets falling from the Diglis end from Zaman Akhtar. Casey Aldridge got 1 from the opposite end, but Josh Hull the other 3 as well, so 7 of 8 from the same end. No wide so far, the 11 extras being 8 leg byes and 3 no balls. One of those no balls being Angelo Matthews' wicket from Lyndon James. He got away with it, but didn't add many more before being out a second time. So can Sri Lanka just scramble up to 150, say? That would be a decent effort, really, with these 9 and 10 batters at the wicket. 5 seam bowlers used so far. I still don't reckon we'll see any spin unless these 2 really bat for any long period of time. Overs gone, and Worcestershire Rapids at 87 for 3. Not a lot being played for now. That Lancashire Worcestershire Rapids game. the Friday playoff / quarterfinals. They're not really quarterfinals, it's more of a playoff for the Sunday semi-finals in the One Day Cup. That's a proper leave. He's got his bat well out the way of it. We haven't seen many of them today. So 122 for 8. 38 overs gone. Not even halfway through the day yet in terms of overs, despite it being 4:30 nearly.
So it's going to be Ajit Singh Dale from the New Road End in this post-tee session. Yet to pick up a wicket. 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 23. Singh Dale bowled with reasonable pace this morning. Early this afternoon, I should say. That one, a good one to start. Those 4 slips and James Rew, every reason to be as keenly on edge as a fisherman watching his float, I would think, when the fish are biting. Anything
Not had that before.
could come at any moment. They're just expecting an edge. Been quite a few flying throughout the day. Singdale comes in now again and bowls, and just steered down into the gully this time. 122 for 8. 3 for Holt, 4 for Actor, 1 for Aldridge. These young bowlers just enjoying themselves. And the likes of Rob Yates and Ben McKinney already beginning to think that they'll be out there shortly, I think.
God, that swung. I like it's a bouncer.
Yes,
Look how much it swung, yeah. Over his head, and then suddenly James Rew's run over to first slip. Big old handshake there. Thanks, Rew, for helping me out there, he says, because that would have been an awkward one for first slip to suddenly catch.
Yeah, that went miles. Get in touch if you'd like to on Twitter. If you'd like to tell us what you think about this young seam attack, that's what I would be interested to hear from watchers around the world. This one pushed out on the offside. Just what do you think of this young Lions seam attack, all pushing for a place perhaps in the England pace lineup in the next few years as players come to the ends of their careers? 1 or 2 obviously that aren't going to be around bowling seam for England for much longer. Tell us what you think on Twitter. I'm at FrankWatson58 and Harry is at Harry_.
No, nearly.
No, sorry.
Harry Everett _14.
Harry Everett _14. This one pushed back up the pitch. At Harry Everett _14 or at Frank Watson 58. Particularly interested to know what you think of these young Lions seamers, but you might have some observations about the Sri Lankan batting as well. Might have some observations about what you think about warm-up games for overseas touring sides. We were talking earlier today about how in days gone by tours always opened here at Worcester, or if England went abroad they played lots of warm-up games. This one again past the outside edge, whereas now it tends to be more cramming things in, playing a couple of tests here and a couple of tests there, maybe just get the odd warm-up game in, but they're very, very important. And Sri Lanka, despite having struggled today to 122 for 8 at the end of 39 overs, will be still regarding this as a valuable experience, I'm sure. Good start to a new over from Actor. Who do you think's bowled the best?
Good question. Probably Zaman Actor.
Yeah.
Didn't bowl many bad balls. What was he? 9.1 overs, 4 for 21 with 3 maidens. Josh Hull came back on his second spell. Yeah.
I'd agree
There
with
you
that.
go. I'm on the same wavelength there. But then he did have that full toss that was put away for 4, Josh Hull. Whereas Actor, I can't remember a particularly ranked ball at all.
You know, he's been very, very straight, hasn't he, as much as anything else.
Another false stroke there, really. No gully in place. That's a whack into the advertising hoardings. In block C of the stand just below us. And a shake runs down and picks the ball up, but just a flirt, isn't it? A poke.
Could easily have gone to hand. 4 slips. Probably went to 6th, didn't it? 5th or 6th.
I'll have to try and find the wagon wheel. I reckon there's been maybe
Loads
30,
down to third
40%.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Behind square on the offside. It's a pretty profligate area for Sri Lanka in this innings. There we go. We said it again. Why not just put a third man in? Almost carbon copy. That one a little bit more control than the previous one, but same outcome. Yeah, I'm just getting out the wagon wheel for the Sri Lanka innings. Thanks to MV Play, you can see 34 runs in that third man region. Decent bumper there from Zaman Akhtar. Yeah, so that sums it up really. The most profligate area, 34 behind square on the offside. And that's of course the right and left handers mirrored together. If you take it just to Zim Akhtar, 14 of the runs he's conceded have come in that area. So 14 out of 30 you could argue been false shots. And Hull's been taken for 8 down there as well, so the 2 best bowlers reducing the goods through the slip corner. Singhdale's not had quite so many down in that area. Bit fuller, a bit straighter. Not bringing in the outside edge as much, and there we go.
Well, it's a bit harsh to call that an edge, I suppose. Well, thick edge.
Thick edge,
It's
yeah.
slightly in the air. Picks up 2.
Don't think he meant it to go there.
No. Well, nobody's batted with any certainty in this innings at all. I mean, Jai Sarai's on 20. Karen Ratner made 26. 4 other players in double figures, but nobody's batted with any kind of composure or certainty, really.
Well, even Jai Sharia, 16 of his 20 runs are behind square on the offside,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
as much as he's one of the top scorers of the innings, you can't say it's been brilliant batting.
Rajitha playing that one defensively and then sort of looking as if the pitch was absolute minefield, staring accusingly at it pulling a hand off the bat and suggesting from his body language that this is a pitch full of demons. I don't think it is, to be fair. I think it lacks a bit of pace, but I don't think it's a pitch that's offered a huge amount of sideways movement. The odd one might just have held up in the surface a little bit, but it's not a minefield. It's a good one. That's the outside edge. That said, we'll have to wait and see when the Sri Lanka seamers operate on it against the Lions' top order, whether we think it's helping the bowlers a great deal or not.
Just a bit jumping back. He's a tail ender. Vijita, you might remember, has played quite a lot of test matches in recent years. He's a name I'm fairly familiar with from watching Sri Lanka on telly, etc., but not known for his batting. Kasim Vijita, 31 years of age now, has a test batting average of 7, high score of 22. Only 133 runs in 24 innings. That's a nice straight bat though, that's well played. Push past mid-off for 1 run. Oh, there he is. An easy caught and bowled. Just said he played with a nice straight bat the ball before, but this one chips it straight back to Ajit Singh Dale. And Ajit Singh Dale joins the wicket column with his first of the match for England Lions against Sri Lanka here. And Sri Lanka falling in a bit of a heap here, 134 for 9.
By Ajit Singh Dale for 20.
Yeah, sad sort of falling away of the innings after that reasonably solid start really, but yet another player gets, well, he didn't really get in, but gets to 20 and loses his wicket in the 42nd over. And it's a sorry tale, isn't it? If you look at the scores of the batsmen that have been dismissed. 26, 11, 12, 11, 2, 12, 8, 17, 20. Nobody going past 26. Lots of players get into double figures. And maybe they'll argue that that one also stopped in the pitch a little bit, I don't know, but the end is nigh, you would suggest.
Yep, the end is nigh indeed. Down the leg side, that shouldn't be taking any wickets anytime soon, but Kamara's a bit of a tearaway quick. Watched him rush a few batters over the years. Lahiru Kamara, the two right-arm seamers at the crease together. 27 years of age is Kamara, 85 test wickets, an average of 36. Not much of a batting pedigree either, as you'd expect. If he's batting below Vijita, his average is as low as 4, high score of just 13, 91 runs in 39 innings. Guess I'll just keep bowling Acton out, see if he can wrap up the innings and get his 5 foot. Would be much deserved. I reckon he's a standout bowler so far. Going at 3 and over. Looks like a 50 over one day cup scorecard really. The first 3 bowlers have all bowled 10 overs. Before this over, Actor slightly ruining that as a single there, but Singh Dale was 1 for 26 with 2 maidens off 10. Josh Howell was 3 for 30, 1 maiden off 10, and Actor is now 4 for 31 off 10.4 now. Lyndon James and Casey Aldridge not bowling quite as many overs, but haven't done a bad job. The skipper himself, the most expensive of the bowlers, but 2 no balls not helping that.
One of them got a wicket.
Yeah, indeed.
Could have been different. Just turn the effects mic down. We're picking up a conversation from outside the box.
The stewards trying to get on comms, aren't they? Desperate to get on the airwaves.
Played, got in behind that one. Acton out. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 31. Probably the standout bowler, as Harry was saying, but Josh Hall not far behind. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30. And then James just has a word with Singh Dale as he takes his sweater off him, carries it to the umpire. Come on, mate, finish it off then, this over, he says, probably something along those lines. And you can go off and get your feet up.
Yep, the 2 Gloss lads bowling in tandem here. Can they wrap it up together? 4 slips in place.
Almost as Singh Dale gets the edge and it could be a run out. Oh, should have been, really. Should have been a run out.
Not even in the frame.
Edge to slip, half stopped at slip, and then fielder at slip. Is it Casey Aldridge? Not sure who it is. Picked it up, chased the ball back, and turned round. The batsman all over the place. Shall we, shan't we? Yes, no. Decided against it. Then decided to go for it. Gave up the batsman, and the throw came in. If it hit the stumps, as Harry says, not even in the frame as it was, sneaked in because the throw was wide of the stumps. One more run onto the total. And one more now, as that one steered down behind square on the offside by Kumara. But yeah, that would have been run out by miles. There hasn't been much erroneous fielding, however, by the Lions today. They've been pretty good. Ooh, quick one from Singh Dale, batsman. Did not know a lot about that. Got in a horrible position, didn't he? No such thing as the Fast Bowlers Union anymore, Harry.
When did that disappear?
Oh, I reckon probably 10, 15 years ago now.
Not quite sure. What was that great story about?
I think one of the reasons that it disappeared, is the onset of helmets. I think.
Yes, that's
because
a good point.
I think when fast bowlers bowled bouncers at their counterparts in the past, there was a real danger because some of the guys they couldn't bat, very well. And
well, Chris Martin's the best example.
Some of the times when there was a Kiwi, Ewan Chatfield, who was hit and swallowed his tongue and nearly died in the Test match.
And he was a better batter than Chris Martin.
Well,
the Kiwi didn't even take his kit to training there, did
similar, I think. Yeah.
At least he took his batting
But
kit.
now they've got helmets. I don't think they worry quite so much about the damage that they might do. Speaking of helmets, we've got one on fielder now in at short leg for the first time.
Thought you were going
in
to
the
describe
game.
on the fielders as a helmet then. I thought that's a bit harsh.
Man in at short, well, kind of long short leg, isn't it really? Not
Yeah.
very close, about 2 strips away. He's for the one that just pops up.
Yeah, indeed.
And there's every likelihood, looking at the way that Rajitha played that one short ball, that could happen. Singdale in, bowls, and ooh, it almost does. In fact, to be fair, he played that one quite well. It was in at his ribs, just got on top of it. But good to see from Lyndon James. Didn't take long to respond. But
Yeah, was
not comfortable at the moment.
Talk about fast bowlers, you know, I loved the great story about Muralitharan and Freddie Flintoff. I always thought that was a cracker. That he wouldn't bounce Murali, and Murali would just give Freddie that one down to long on, let him go off the mark. Cracking little story that was that relationship. These relationships that stem from county cricket.
Teammates, of course, at Lancashire.
Yeah, I think that's what I love. That you know, these teammates look after each other. You know, when Pajara and Steve Smith play against each other, they probably forget about their brief stint at Sussex together. It's not quite the olden days when, you know, Warren played at Hampshire for years and years. Nowadays, you know, look at Pete Sidley's had about 4 counties in the last decade. It's not quite the same loyalty. Yes, you have Marnus Labuschagne, he keeps going back to Glamorgan.
No, there's I mean, I always think there are some players you just never know where they're going to turn up next. Will Young,
Yeah,
is
he's
the
at
latest,
Notts,
who's
wasn't
a
he?
peripatetic overseas player. Durham and Notts, just never know where they're going to turn up. But that's fair enough. They're earning a living. Good pace again from Zaman Akhtar as the Lions seek this last wicket. Yeah, the days when county overseas players were linked with one county and stayed with them for years and years. I mean, you think of Viv Richards and Joel Garner at your county at Somerset, and Courtney Walsh was an absolute legend at Gloucestershire for many years. Glenn Turner was here for a long time at Worcester. Akhtar again. Oh, brilliant work in the field from
Hamza Sheikh, isn't it?
Hamza Sheikh. Absolutely brilliant work. Steered off the back foot. You can't see it on the stream off your picture, but Hamza Sheikh at backward point, goalkeeper style, diving to his left. Magnificent piece of work.
And he's got the short leg pads on, don't forget.
Yeah,
So he's not as mobile as he could have been.
outstanding work from Hamza Sheikh. Great fielding. Good again from Akhtar. That's on the money in this spell. Picked up a wicket since tea in the first over after the interval, followed up by Singdale getting a caught and bowled, and consequently the Lions seeking this final wicket now. Still got 38 overs left in the day. Oh, sloppy fielding.
Yeah.
Second overthrow of the innings. After doing his own fielding, turning round and throwing at the stumps at the non-striker's end and costing a run off his own bowling. Probably worth it. Might have got a run out. There's a bit of a mix-up between the batsmen, I'm not sure. But they get one in the end. I heard somebody say during the interval that he heard that the umpires have got a table booked to the local restaurant
Yeah.
at 7 o'clock. Well, they're not going to make that, I don't think, even though that restaurant is very close to the ground. They might have to just ring and put it back half an hour at least. Akhtar round the wicket, bowls, and there is the last wicket. Not a good shot from Kumara, couldn't resist any longer, got a bit of width, went for shot on the offside, sliced it up in the air, and an easy catch taken by Hamza Sheikh at backward point. So Akhtar finishes with a 5 for, and Sri Lanka are all out for 139.
Yeah, it just said how well Hamza Sheikh had been fielding.
Akhtar for
Done really well at that point. But Zamalek most deserves that 5 foot. He's actually caught by Farn Ahmed. We applaud the fielding by
Beg your pardon.
Hamza Sheikh. He, to be fair, we should give him credit because he probably kept the man on strike in the previous over. Frustrated the two.
I thought because it was backward point, I thought it must be him. He's gone over there, but no.
But Zamalek deserves to leave the players off here. Really good spell of bowling. 5 for 32. Well, we'll have about a 10-minute break between innings here. Then we're back to see probably Rob Yates and see who he opens the batting with for England Lions in pursuit of 139 to get parity in this 4-day first-class match.
And just to give you the final bowling figures, so Singdale 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29. Josh Hole 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 30. Zamalek, excellent. 5 for him, 11.5 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 32. Lyndon James 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20, and Casey Aldridge 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 20. Just confirmation that it was Ahmed who took the catch on the last wicket, Farhan Ahmed at backward point. There were 11 extras, 8 leg byes and 3 no balls, and Rajitha finished unbeaten on 8. Sri Lanka 139 all out. And do join us in 7 or 8 minutes' time when the Lions begin their response.
Ball against Yorkshire at the Gardens, where Morgan made 230 for 9. Yorkshire 93 for 4 in the 23rd, so they need 138 in 24.3. Gloucestershire playing Leicestershire reduced to 36 overs at Bristol. Leicestershire 44 for 3, chasing Gloucestershire 192 for 9. Sussex made 226 for 9 at home against Essex. They were 163 for 2. They need just 64 from 22.2 overs to win that one. And it's raining at Rugby School, where Warwickshire made 182. Nottinghamshire are 56 for 4 in the 13th over in reply. The silver leading Sri Lanka onto the field. Then the King Rob Yates, opening the batting for the Lions.
Welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play is about to resume in the final session of day one of this England Lions against Sri Lanka game. Play didn't get underway until 10 past 1, and in 43.5 overs we have seen Sri Lanka dismissed for 139, with Saman Akhtar taking 5 for 32, and we're now about to see the start of England Lions response, with Ben McKinney and Rob Yates out in the middle, and it's McKinney on strike, or is it? No, it isn't. It's Rob Yates on strike. Scoreboard's wrong.
Never trust the scoreboard.
Left-handed Rob Yates on strike. Taller Ben McKinney. at the non-striker's end. Yates, left-hander from Warwickshire, excellent opening batsman in all forms actually. Left-hander with a lad from Solihull, wide-footed stance, and he is taking guard against Rajita, who is going to bowl the first over from the Diglis end. Right arm over the wicket, tall, quick bowler comes in and bowls, and that one is outside the off stump and left alone by Rob Yates, and allowed to skid through to the wicket-keeper Dinesh Chandimal. So 5 for 32 for Zaman Akhtar, 3 for 30 for Josh Hull, wicket each for Casey Aldridge and Singh Dale. No wickets for Lyndon James, but all the Lions seamers bowling well. Another one left alone by Yates. So don't believe what you see if you're watching on the stream. McKinney is not the batsman on strike. The scoreboard will correct itself, I'm sure, at some point. We've actually got some blue sky now. It's quite a pleasant evening here at New Road. There aren't many spectators in the ground to see it. But best weather of the day so far. Delayed start this morning because of the rain.
Oh, that's a good delivery, that.
Beaten by that one, Yates.
Not far off the shoulder of the bat, just a little bit of lift. Done well to drop the hands, drop the bat and not get any touch on that. So we reckon Hamza Sheikh, James Drew and Ollie Price will make up the middle order alongside the captain Lyndon James. Could be in any order though. The fast bowler Milan Ratnaiko is another option. Lahiru Kumara gets the ball through pretty quickly too, so it's a bit of pace in this Sri Lankan attack. Rajita opening up from the Diglis end. Not sure where that went, but he's going to come through for 2. Not exactly where he intended the ball to go, but they'll count. Sun's out though for this evening session. A few of the Sri Lankan lads doing an early lap. Effort ball there. Bit of extra pace getting the ball through, bouncing nicely through to the wicket-keeper. There are a few options with the gloves for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, they've got 3 or 4 keepers in this lineup.
Yeah, they let Chandimal take him to start with, but you never know in a game like this. Might they give Kusal Mendes a go with the gloves? Might Madhushka, the opening bat you wouldn't have thought would take the gloves, but we know Chandimal can keep, has done it for years, but sometimes the older guys like to give the younger lads a go and have a chance to patrol the field. Yeah, thought it would be. Lahiru Kumara really does get the ball through. He'll be one of the quickest bowlers on this side. He is going to take the new pill from the end in front of us now. Just loosening up to Angelo Matthews at mid-off. Matthews with no hat but just the sunglasses look. Kumara, who's played a fair amount in white ball cricket. 8 on his back and good bit of fielding, really good fielding from Gully. 4-slip Gully stopping that. Still the extra from the no ball, but saved a few runs behind square on the offside there. Worcestershire 116 for 5. Jake Libby and Tom Taylor, former Northants man, is staying with his experienced Cornishman there. Tom Bailey, the current Lancs bowler. Chasing 238.
Tall order now. Josh Cobb back in the side, but unable to make much of an impression. A great deal of responsibility on the shoulders of Jake Libby now, as there always seems to be. Ironically, Worcestershire have lost to Northants, lost to Lancashire. If they lose to Lancashire, they'll be losing to two of the weakest sides in the group.
Yeah, Lancashire really have been poor in this tournament. One taken off his hips there. Just rotating the strike here. The two left-handers, Robbie Yates and Ben McKinney. If you haven't seen much of Ben McKinney, he's a 19-year-old from Durham. Played a lot of England under-19 stuff. He actually captained them in the recent World Cup of South Africa. Played against Sussex in the opening round of the County Championship last season, down in Division 2. Of course, played a fair amount in the 50 over competition, as lots of these guys have, but his most recent 50 over knock was 115 against Kent. That was a big knock down at Canterbury. Batted at the top of the order with Michael Jones then. Helped Darren to 307. His 115 came off 116 balls with 13 fours and 3 sixes. He also got 80 against Worcester here, so has got runs at this ground before. That 80 last month, when his opening partner Alex Lees and his number 3 and 4 all got ducks. What a shot that is. Cream through cover point for 4 runs. Bit of Bazball about that. A bit of an aggressive start for the England Lions. Didn't see many of those shots from the Sri Lankan guys. That's an emphatic way to stroke the ball to the boundary. Rob Yates will not hang around. Him and Alex Davies are quite aggressive at the top of the Warwickshire order in the County Championship. We'll see a bit of that here this evening. Sun on the back of Lahiru Kumara now, as he is a bit back for length, but comfortably played with soft hands.
Yeah, he's a old-fashioned looking sort of fast bowler, isn't he, Kumara? They used to say you needed to be broad in the beam, broad in the shoulders. He's certainly that, but quite a nice rhythm. His run-up. It's quite a lengthy run-up actually for a bowler of his type. But nice rhythm. A lot of shoulder in the action.
Yeah.
That over was well played by Rob Yates, I think. Soft hands when he needed to. And that one punishing square drive.
Yeah, Kumara's got that great story. He only played 8 days of first-class cricket before getting into the Test squad back in October 2016. And all of those first-class days were for the Sri Lanka A team, similar to the England Lions, their equivalent. But also played an under-19 tour of England.
Yeah, so got a bit like Shoaib Bashir getting into the Test side, only hardly played any first-class cricket, really.
Indeed.
If you're good enough, you're ready. That's a lovely shot from McKinney, beautifully timed. And the outfield noticeably quicker than it
Yeah, I was going to say,
early afternoon.
England had the advantage of winning the toss, bowling in grey overcast conditions when the outfield was a bit wet and soggy from the rain we had this morning. Now the sun's out, outfield's a little bit quicker, a little bit drier. We've got Kamara down at fine leg for the left-hander. 4 slips in place. A very backward point, actually. With his floppy hat on. Not many floppies in the Sri Lankan side. Just the one, actually. You'd reckon back in the good old glory days, I'm sure Jai Wardner was a floppy hat wearer.
He
Mahela.
was, yeah.
His brother would have probably worn a floppy hat when he was keeping, wouldn't he? Prasanna. Maybe even Jai Saria. Dilshan Sangakkara.
Dilshan definitely were fluffy men, weren't they, I think.
That
Yeah,
golden
I
era Sri
remember
Lankan cricket.
Took a school cricket tour to Sri Lanka a few years ago in the noughties, and all the boys came back with their Sri Lankan hats and
Brilliant.
shirts, and they were very popular. Those blue shirts with Sri Lanka emblazoned across the front.
That's a lovely back foot punch. It's going to be at least 2. Can they push 3? No, they just happily take the 2. The tall left-hander, Ben McKinney, looking equally as comfortable as the slightly smaller but quite aggressive Rob Yates. Pretty similar left-handed, aggressive top-order bats, really.
Lovely shot that from McKinney.
Just a
High
tall, didn't
right
he?
elbow,
Yeah.
and lovely straight bat. Yeah, beautifully played.
I do love that shot, but so often it doesn't get you any runs in 50 over club cricket because there's not many slips in place. There's normally a cover and a point, whereas in the numerous day arena, this 4-day match, there's 4 slips in place. So there's a big old gap at cover. You're always going to get runs for it, even if you don't nail it for 4. That there could maybe have been a run with backward point in place, but he swoops around well to keep it to a dot.
Well, we asked for people to get in touch. Haven't had any Twitter contact from anybody. I'd be particularly interested to know whether we've got people watching in Sri Lanka, or people who are Test cricket aficionados who are watching to get their first sight of the tourists, and see what they think of the way that they've acquitted themselves here in not very good batting conditions, it must be said, when they lost the toss and were put in. But also perhaps people who are following England and wondering who's going to be the next generation of England Test cricketers, and particularly seam bowlers. You might have got some hints today from the likes of Saman Akhtar and Josh Hull. 8 wickets between them. You can get in touch at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, or X, that's at Frank Watson 58, or at Harry Everett _ 14. Nearly got it. I'm gonna write
Each time you remember an extra digit.
down. That's all I've got to do, isn't it? At Harry Everett _ 14, or at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, if you'd like to tell us what you think.
Lovely shot. Fielder should catch this. Should just be 1 run. Oh, they thought about a second. There was a fumble.
There were 2 fumbles, I think.
I think they could have got away with the second, really.
But nicely played again by Yates, wasn't it? They've really looked the part, these two, so far. If that's not famous last words.
Don't think we said that about a Sri Lankan pair. Other than maybe Ratanaika, they played a couple of nice cover drives at the end. Calm, composed. They don't look like they're troubled by the pace here.
No, they don't. It's not a quick service, is it? I don't
No.
think so, anyway.
I also always wonder how, these Sri Lankan lads, are they guaranteed to be playing the first test? Do they want to risk an injury by bowling full tilt here? Or will we see them, whether it's playing at the home of cricket or whether it's bowling the likes of Joe Root, do they turn it up a notch? Do they really bend the back? They don't want to risk getting injured or stressing the body too much here. They warm up gently into it.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right.
But if you're playing for your spot, it's a little bit different. You're going to bowl as well as you possibly can. I'd love to see Angelo Matthews bowl he's having a stretch this evening. He's limbering up. He's got good flexibility for an old man of cricket terms.
Yeah, no problem touching the toes, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's better flexibility than me. Looks like he's had a fresh trim as well. Short haircut, ready for the tour. Beautiful sight of the cathedral.
Yeah, it's nice when it's bathed in sun like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of honey coloured. Looks a bit threatening sometimes when it's dark.
You talked about a Twitter interaction. Well, there you go. I've had a couple come in. Michael from Denver, Colorado, the USA. He's a regular listener on the Somerset stream. He actually came down to Taunton the other week. He knocked on a reception door and said to the office lady, "Can I speak to Harry Everett, please?" And they were chuckling away. I think I was out in the toilet at the moment, and they said, "Oh, Harry, you got a fan wanting to speak to you." And I thought they were winding me up, but American fan who absolutely loves the live stream, loves the commentary. Went and bought 2 Somerset shirts. I got Will Smead to come out and sign them for him, and now he's listening to this stream, enjoying.
He's got in touch with your Twitter, but not mine. So there you
Sorry,
go.
no.
From Denver, brilliant.
Yeah, he's got 2 girls, both with Somerset tops. Oh, that's a misfield. Really should have stopped that.
Lovely shot there.
It was a lovely shot. You'd be annoyed in club cricket there if that's gone through there. Bonus run. Yeah, he said, hoping James Rew gets his break soon. Jamie Smith looks very strong competition.
Yeah.
Referring to Test wicket keeping duties.
Yeah, well, we were down at the Oval earlier, and you probably were this year, and we were saying Jamie Smith not even got the gloves for.
Ben
Folks,
Folks, yeah.
Ben Folks, and yet waiting. We knew he was the next cab off the rank, as it were, and he's got in. He's not going to give it up very easily.
I think Ben
It's
Geddes can
quality
keep as
batsman,
well.
I think.
Yeah, the talent that come through,
Yeah, well, Ollie Pope as well.
Yeah, don't forget him. So Jamie Smith, I mentioned earlier, didn't I, that 19 over 200 run chase back in April. I talked about the day 4 chase. I was trying to do the BBC text commentary, and I was struggling to keep up with over by over updates. Well, that was mostly Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence. Who'll probably be playing together in tandem in the first test against these guys. Those two whacking it everywhere with proper cricket shots against the red ball. You know, Casey Aldridge was bowling against them.
Yeah.
He also says Sri Lanka don't look great.
Well, that's fair enough. I
I agree with that. And yes, we do believe they're using a Duke's ball.
Fair enough, I think, on the basis of today that Sri Lanka don't look great, because quite a few batsmen contributed to their own downfall in that 139 all out. Not to say that the Lions bowlers didn't bowl well. This one slanted across McKinney by Rajitha. Played and missed at it. The tall Durham man. Diving take by wicketkeeper Chandimal. Remains 14 without loss to the Lions. In the 5th over. 32 left in the day. So, well, even if we get a bit of spin, it's going to be nearly 7 o'clock, I would imagine, by the time we finish.
Yeah, it's a good take from Chandimal, that last ball. He's not needed for the next delivery. This is already one of the higher partnerships, but we should say the Sri Lankans actually started very well. They're 36 for none.
Yeah, they were. And we were saying, not much happening.
No. Even chatting to George de Ballet-T, he was saying the same thing. Didn't look like the ball was moving much off the straight. Just suddenly some poor shots from the Sri Lankan lads. Gifted a couple of the wickets. And a bit of a collapse from there on in. The 10 wickets falling for 103 runs. 10 for 103 is not ideal. What's that chiming then? It's 5:20.
Even song.
Even song. Ah, very nice.
Not sure, but
Getting them ready. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds feasible.
Got away with it.
Whatever you say will go. You're the local expert. I'll believe you.
Yeah.
Well bowled.
Ooh.
That's probably going to be
Very
4.
well bowled.
That might not have been 4 early in the day, but the outfield's quick enough now.
Let's just have a look at the replay, see how well he played that. I think tall man McKinney used all of his height. That's
Controlled?
on edge.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Soft hands.
Just checking.
Yeah, I'm
really.
quite happy with that being controlled soft hands rather than genuine edge.
Yeah, genuinely. Yeah, pretty well played.
So many times I'll play a slip drive on a Saturday and my opening partner will give me stick for saying I meant it. Say, well, if they're not going to put a third man in, there's not that many in the cordon, then actually it's the easiest place to score runs if you're going to hang outside off stump. underrated area to score. That, however,
Not such a good shot. Yeah.
that's well the first real poor shot, lapse in concentration or overexcitement, bit of a giddy shot maybe.
Gone for a little walk to just check it.
Sort himself out, yeah.
Good
I like
idea.
that. Were you one of them? Was that your style?
No, not really. I didn't walk around. I certainly would have just taken a moment. Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know, didn't tend to fret too much at the crease. I don't think.
When was your last bat in the game?
Oh, I haven't played for a long time now. Probably, don't know, probably 15 years or so.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Surely you must have some friends pulling your
Mm.
leg
I
occasionally.
had lots of offers to play for Worcester over 50s and over
Yeah.
60s and stuff, but I've never wanted to. That's a
Shot.
beautiful shot.
There you go. Was that the shot of the inning so far? We've seen a couple of cover drives.
Yeah, Rob Yates
One was
played a
square.
good one, but that was right in the slot, wasn't it? Last ball of the over. So often the last ball of the over, the bowler just losing concentration. And what I liked about that from McKinney is that he's not tried to hit it very hard at all, as he's just timed it.
No.
Just leaned into it, timed it. It was
Still hit it plenty
a
hard now.
beautiful shot.
The healthy strike rate, the whatever you want to call it, baseball or just positive aggressive cricket, does filter down to the lines.
Yeah, I think so. Well, they know they've got to play that way, I think. McKinney goes to 14, 22 without loss. No, I've never played in any of that senior age group cricket. I have great respect for those that do.
I'm only
Um,
looking forward to being 49 and
yeah.
getting a chance to play county cricket.
I've had a few. I've had a few knee issues, so I probably, and I was a keeper and batter, so I probably would struggle these days. But no, I haven't played for a while. I was dragged out of retirement from my brother's side of. That was the last time I played league cricket, and played a few games to help them stave off relegation a few years ago. But that was it. I've had enough now. It's easy to sit here. I don't play bad shots up here.
Fair enough. Can't argue with that.
Pushed out on the offside this one by Yates. 22 without loss. Sri Lanka bowled out for 139 earlier today. I played in a game against the tourists here, believe it or not.
Yeah?
Worcestershire. Yeah, I was commentating. New Zealand were the visitors. It was a Saturday afternoon, and all of the players that weren't involved, apart from the 12th man, had gone off to play in the league. And there were several injuries. Two more to Yates here as he punches through the covers. And at tea, I was sitting in the commentary box, and the captain of Worcestershire, Phil Neal, came running round and said, "You're going to have to come and field." And it was, I was still, you know, I was about 30, I suppose. They knew I'd played a lot of league cricket up to that point, and I'd played with and against quite a few of the guys.
So you were the best.
But I'd
candidate
given up
of-
cricket. I was in the ground, and he said, "You're going to have to come and field." So I borrowed some kit, and I went out and fielded for the session against New Zealand. I caught 2 catches.
Did you? What position were you in?
Well, the first catch, I'm glad you're asking me, because one of them was rather good.
Was
One
it?
of them was a dolly, but
Pre-live stream days. You have to talk us through it.
I was at mid-on. I've still got the press cuttings.
Brilliant.
I was at mid-on. I'll just break off the balls this one. And Mark Greatbatch went for a pull shot off Phil Newport and top-edged it. And I took it diving, running back over my shoulder.
They're the hardest catches then.
And it was quite a good one. And the other one was an absolute dolly. It was Ian Smith, the commentator now. The
Yeah,
wicket-keeper.
brilliant commentator.
Mishit a hook, and it just lobbed up in the air, and I took the catch both off Phil Newport. Of course, only down in the book as caught sub. So, but it was fun, and it got me low. You can imagine the stick in the press box, because there was a full press box in those days for
Was
a
it?
tourist game, and absolute. They had Vic Marks gave me a particularly amusing write-up in the Observer the next day.
I'm back on comms with Vic on Sunday, so there you go.
Yeah,
I'll mention
I
it.
don't know if you remember. I was 1990, but I've still got the cutting. And Vic Marks said.
I'll ask him.
Vic Marks said something along the lines of, and Mark Greatbatch mistimed a hook and was brilliantly caught running back by Frank Watson. And then the next paragraph began, Frank who?
No, nice.
And he put Frank Watson, the cricket call guy, because that's who I was working for in those days.
Cool.
It was highly amusing.
What were they
actually.
called?
Well, I began my commentary career with a service. I'll just break off as Yates picks up another one here, tucked away on the leg side. 25 without loss now. There's a phone-in service called Cricket Call, which began in 1988, where you dialed in to an 0898 number. We gave the score every ball. So it was like a 25p a minute call or whatever, but we gave the score every ball. And it began in 88, ran through to 92. 88, when Worcestershire won the championship in 88 and 89. Graham Hick had that brilliant year. 1,000 runs in May in 88, including 405 not out at Taunton, for which I was the only person doing live commentary, along with a guy called Richie Stevens, who used to do it for Somerset in those days. And we got, to tell you how popular it was, Worcestershire got 250,000 calls in May of 1988. So it was very popular, and that's who I was working for in those days. Cricket Call was a huge success for 3 or 4 years. Then it got taken over by William Hill and became Rapid Cricket Line, and it wasn't so popular. But yeah, I had four years of watching every single Worcestershire game home and away.
Oh, brilliant.
End of that over, 25 without lost the lines. This, remember, is in response to Sri Lanka's 139. So yeah, and then after that, Cricket Call died a bit of a death, and I went back to my teaching and coaching career, which I then did until I retired about 11 years ago, and then came back into broadcasting again after that.
Now you can just do a little bit of cricket, a little bit of football.
Yeah.
When you want.
No ball. This one takes Yates on the hand. Bit of extra bounce there for Rajita. Difficult delivery. Played it well, Yates. He's taken his glove off and signalling to the dressing room that he might like a bit of treatment from the physio. Actually, telling the umpire, thinks he might have quite seriously damaged a finger there. That bounced quite sharply on him. It was quite nasty. And Rob Yates is waiting for the physio. They can't use the old cold spray on a digit usually, because it's a bit too dangerous, stopping the circulation. But I think he's in a bit of trouble here. McKinney just coming across to have a look at it.
What's that? That's a rule, is it?
It's not a rule, it's a physio's sort of unwritten rule that it's pretty dangerous. Certainly when I was a coach and schoolmaster, if I went out with a spray, I didn't use it on a digit, because it can be quite... You can put a cold pack on it, but the sprays are usually... I have seen them used. I've got the binoculars on it and see what he does do here. Warwickshire will be a bit fed up, won't they, if Rob Yates has broken a finger or something like that, playing for the Lions. It's the old football conundrum, isn't it, when you play? Yeah, he's spraying the cold spray onto a piece of lint in order to apply it, Ben Davis, the physio out there, because to spray directly onto a finger or a toe is not regarded as safe practice generally. Well, it's my experience anyway, certainly what I was always told. But quite a lengthy delay, pause in proceedings here, as Ben Davis gives Rob Yates some treatment. Announcement on the public address here at New Road to the Worcestershire members, or those that are here, that they're hanging in there in that game up at Old Trafford. Jake Libby's still there. He is 55 not out, remarkably consistent. Tom Taylor 25. Two men who did pretty well at Taunton last week, and Worcestershire hanging on. They need, well, what are they? They're 149 for 5, so that means they need 89 to win from 13.5 overs. So it's game on if Tom Hindley and Fateh Singh can go out and give it a bit of a biff at the end. Jake Libby stays in. Who knows? Game on at Old Trafford still. Maybe Lancashire slight favourites. Long delay here as Rob Yates gets treatment.
You have to remember, your bit of homework is to bring in your paper cuttings tomorrow.
Oh no!
You have to bring your Vic Marks to it.
I am not going in the loft tonight. I tell you, I have got the Vic Marks piece, and I can tell you also that I've been given immense stick over the years here about it on air. But because this is a live stream, probably not being watched by many Worcestershire members, I thought it was
there's no
probably
live chat,
safe to say it again, because they've all heard it so many times, they're bored stiff with it.
Well, it's quite nice to commentate with someone who gets some level stick towards what I get. I've been absolutely rinsed in the press box the last
It's
few weeks
good.
because of a golden duck I got a few weeks ago
right,
that was live
yeah.
streamed with a 14-year-old.
Oh, was it live streamed? Oh,
Yes.
oh, no. Well, fortunately, the many errors I've made over the years have predated live streams.
Yeah, you can't get away with anything
I
nowadays.
got a pair in a game against Kent second, so in 3 balls. So I know exactly. I've had plenty of lows. Yeah,
Yes.
I've recorded that a few times.
That's fair.
Rob Yates is restored to health. 26 without loss.
That's not going to help our pre-7 o'clock finish, is it?
No. Long delay. Plays this one back up the pitch. I don't think it'll be helped by the light either, because it might get quite dark about 7ish.
I don't think it'll be an issue before
But
7.
by then, I don't think it will.
is
I'm not
August.
sure you're going to get to your football match. You might do. It'll only take you 20 minutes to get to the Langland Stadium from here. Pretty much straight up the road, past my house.
Is it? Oh, you got no excuse then. What was your excuse? Looking after
I'm
grandkids?
going to see my new granddaughter tonight.
Not seen in the last few days?
I've seen her once, but
Ah.
I'm going again. Yeah. She was only born on Saturday, so.
Named after a cricketer or?
No. Her name's Daisy, so no. Couldn't even get a Norwich footballer in there.
Ah, not giving her a bat and ball.
I've given her I'm taking a little Norwich teddy tonight to go in the cup, just to make sure she gets used to the colours.
Nice.
Failed with my grandson because his dad's a Manchester United fan, so I've lost that one. I'm not going to lose this one.
Could be a single there, I reckon. Andre Matthews is not going to be sprinting around, picking it up and knocking down the stumps, I don't reckon. No offence intended to the great man, but
yeah, going back to I fielded a few times actually in the 4 seasons that I did. I fielded for a whole day in a game at against Glamorgan away because Ian Botham got injured and he'd taken the injury into the game, and Glamorgan said, no, we're not going to lend you a 12th man because we know he was injured before he came.
she didn't take it till.
So we had a 12th man was already out there.
Ah.
Then someone else got injured, so I fielded for a whole day.
What happened in the commentary box when you were out there
Well,
fielding?
when it was against New Zealand here, my co-commentator was a great Tom Graveney, a Worcestershire great and England great,
Yeah.
who said, go, I'll do this, and he just carried on his own.
You did a monologue.
and when- and
talking
when
about you.
When I did it in at Glamorgan, I think we had a third voice, so we just carried on. Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant. Is
Yeah.
that something that's dying a little bit now?
Well,
Journalists getting onto the field as a fielder.
I because I was still I was still playing good league cricket right up until that time, and I'd played against quite a lot of the lads, so they knew I could do it, so it was okay.
Well, I was still open. I almost fit that bill. I'm still open. I'm 28. When's my chance going to come? Jamie Thorpe, the Somerset physio, got on the field up at Durham a few weeks
Yeah,
ago.
you're more likely to get it on an away game.
Away
I think,
game,
aren't
yeah,
you?
indeed.
Yeah. But no, it happened. I think I did it. I did one other time, I think, but it was fun. I used to travel and stay in the same hotel and all that, so it was, it wasn't so out of the ordinary, really. But happy days, yeah, a long time ago now. Haven't played for ages.
You didn't drop a catch then, or have a terrible midfield in any of these, for instance?
Fortunately, I didn't.
So do you then get a Crick Info page with your 2 catches on it?
No, because it's court sub, isn't it?
Yeah, I always think that's how
One more here for Yates. No ball called by umpire Bailey.
That's a
Yeah,
few
court
teams.
sub. Yeah, court sub. And there were, I think there was another sub got a catch in that New Zealand one, so it's 3 court subs, I think. But no, it was fun.
So I was here, my first ever visit here was only last year. It was I was a bit late coming up here, but the New Zealand game where Ollie Cox batted sublimely, now at X University.
Hasn't played since, believe it
No,
or not.
ridiculous, really.
Plays
not
for,
related.
plays for my club Ombersley, where I told you
Does
to
he?
go for a net tomorrow. Yeah.
So he'll be netting tomorrow night, will he?
Well, it depends if he's playing elsewhere. He's in the squad probably for Worcestershire. Lovely shot from McKinney. Over extra off that extra ball. The no ball proving expensive. And Lions making a good start, as did Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka themselves were going along pretty nicely, as Harry was saying, at 36 without loss when their first wicket went down. The Lions now 32 without loss and going along very nicely indeed. And neither Neither batsman really troubled, although Yates took that rap on the fingers. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21 now, Rajitha. A little bit expensive. Kumara tidy up. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11.
Ollie Coxon played that amazing innings against Tickner, Ferguson,
Yeah.
all the big New Zealand greats. He's not getting in the one-day cup side at the moment.
No, hasn't played since that game. That's his
Isn't it?
only
Yeah.
appearance in senior cricket.
Which is ridiculous because his latest 2 scores are 1, 0 and 1, so he's not in any form in that, but he looks so good. I mean, Lockie Ferguson was one of the quickest bowlers in the world. He had that ridiculous T20, was it 4 overs for 3 or something daft in the T20 World Cup? I remember
That's a
talking to
lovely
Lockie Ferguson
shot.
outside afterwards.
No ball. Lovely looking
Another one.
shot from Yates. Didn't time it. Another no ball. Bit of lax bowling from the Sri Lankans here. Bit of untidiness, but that's to be expected if they haven't played much cricket recently. And that's what these warm-up games are all about. Yeah, he's got 100 in the league this year, I think. He's been reasonably consistent in the league, opening the batting for Ollie Cox. But his younger brother's doing exceptionally well for the academy at the moment. There's three brothers.
So Ombersley are in the Worcestershire Prem, are they?
Birmingham Premier League, yeah. It's the best league in the Midlands.
So they play what, the likes of Barnt Green?
Yeah, Barnt Green and
Wolverhampton, are they in that as well?
Smethwick, Wolverhampton, West Bromwich, Dartmouth, yeah, Moseley, those sort of teams. Kidderminster have been relegated now. My club was Old Hill, they're in Division 1 now, but when I played for them they were in the Premier League and we won the National Knockout 3 years running in the 80s. Very strong side.
Was that the 40 over comp?
It was I think it was 45 in those days actually.
Yeah, I think it's 40 now. Generally played on Sundays.
Played in the finals at Lords when I played.
Yeah.
We won it 3 years running. I missed out on one because I was injured, but played in 2 of them. But we had a ridiculous side. I mean, we had 4 test players at one side at one stage when I...
4 test players in the club side.
Yeah. Greg Matthews, the Aussie opener. I opened with him, the left-handed batter. We had Mushtaq Mohammed, Ron Headley, and Dean Headley, his son.
And there's no
also
rules
a
against
test player.
having...
Mushtaq was the only one. It was you were allowed one overseas. They didn't play in the finals in that competition. You could only have one.
Yeah.
In that, which was Mushtaq Mohammed. He was
Shocked. That is a lovely backward punch. That might go the way for 4, you know.
That's beautifully timed.
Chasing it hard.
Good player, McKinney. I like the way that he plays. Very tall, angular left-hander. Very straight bat. Lovely to see that on the back foot, isn't it? Back coming down so straight. Lovely shot. Really nicely played.
Yeah, we had a nice trip to Horsepath near Oxford in the last 16 of the Village Cup last year. We were, 4 wins away from going to Lords. And this year we were again, the same round. We won the regional final. Played at North Perrott, Somerset Seconds ground of previous years, lovely ground. Then we had to host Painswick, some side from Gloucester.
Yeah, Painswick.
Got battered by Painswick.
That's a great shot.
The fielder didn't pick that up. Deep square leg didn't move a muscle.
Beautifully picked up.
He wouldn't have got there.
Swivelling round. 2 men back and it's gone perfectly between the 2. Great timing. Lovely shot from McKinney. He's racing along here. Baz Ball is up and alive with McKinney. 26 off 24. Cracking shot.
He's brought
Effortless.
up his century strike rate now as well.
Yeah, the competition I'm talking about with Old Hill was the national club knockout, not the village knockout. That ran alongside it, so you get the Lords would be taken
So you could
over
play
the
on
weekend.
both,
You'd have
yeah.
one played on one day and one on the other.
You never got to both finals in the consecutive days.
I played in. I no. I don't think you'd be allowed to, because if you played in one competition, I don't think you'd be allowed to play in the other. But happy days in the 80s. Had a very good side.
Yeah, I'm sure. We're talking only about Rafi Weatherall, who's playing at my former club, Sandford, down in Devon. We played Bridgewater and Penzance.
Yeah.
In the, I think that was the knockout one was the top 2 sides of each Premier League. So the Cornish Prem, the Devon Prem, and the Whipple. The top 2 of all of them would play.
Well, this was it was called I think it was the William Younger Cup or the Cockspur Cup when we won it, and there would be a regional group and then you'd go forward. So we played we played teams like Scarborough and I can't remember who else. The finals were against Reading one year and Bishop Stortford another year. McKinney on his toes, tucks this one away on the leg side. Nicely played. He's playing well, the big tall Geordie here. 42 without loss now. McKinney 26. Yates has 12. McKinney's kept the strike. 26 off 25. Yates, the junior partner, 12 off 26. If you are just joining us for the live stream, welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road. Play didn't get underway here till 10 minutes past 1 this afternoon, and after a steady start, Sri Lanka subsided from 36 without loss to 139 all out, with in particular the impressive Zaman Akhtar taking 5 for 32 and Josh Hull 3 for 30. And in reply, the Lions, led by McKinney, not led as in captained by McKinney, because that honour falls to Lyndon James, but led by McKinney in terms of batting, are moving along very steadily indeed in the evening sunshine here at New Road. Not many spectators in. Even the few that were here at the start have faded away. Probably a couple of hundred in the ground at the moment. One man gets up and leaves just on cue down in front of us, slings his rucksack on his back and gets ready to go off for his tea.
It's in 28 overs of action.
And McKinney on his toes to this one. 43 without loss, but it's been a good day's cricket, an interesting day's cricket, an important day's cricket for the tourists, getting used to the English conditions. Many of them will have played here, but maybe not for a while, and maybe not quite in conditions like this, which has been testing for the batsman. Surface hasn't had a great deal of pace in it. One or two balls maybe just stopped in the surface a little bit. There were a couple of leading edges, a couple of caught and bowled in that Sri Lanka innings. If anything, it might have just eased a little bit since then, and certainly these two left-handers for the Lions looking pretty good. And just on cue, McKinney dismisses that short wide from Rajita. Not the best delivery he's bowled, but utterly dispatched by McKinney. Disdainful slap away from the tall left-hander, hammered out to the boundary in front of square on the offside. 4 more onto the total. Good stuff from the Lions. 47 without loss. You'd have to say, Harry, if you were one of the coaching staff, you'd be watching this with some degree of satisfaction, and you'd be thinking, yeah, we're playing our own version of Bazball here.
Indeed, yep, they've not done a lot wrong of these two left-handers, playing positive, aggressive, attacking cricket without really giving chances. Benefited from a couple of no balls, but the Sri Lankan bowling attack hasn't been awfully wayward. They've just punished the bad balls. There's been a lot of back foot punches, cover drives. They're now clapping the Sri Lankan fielder from getting the ball back from underneath the covers. I like that. He went to great effort to pick the ball up from underneath.
McKinney has been very impressive. Big, tall left-hander, stands with his bat raised high. Looks to capitalise whenever he can. Ooh, and he's beaten. That's a good reply from Rajita. Well done to the bowler. Good response, beats the outside edge. Worcestershire still hanging in there. 165 for 5. They need 73 from 11 with 5 wickets remaining. Who's your money on Harry Everett? The neutral?
Yeah, definitely England so far.
Who's your money on at Old Trafford, I mean? 73 off 5.
Sorry.
73 off 11 with 5 wickets down.
I'd still say, yeah,
It's tight, isn't it?
I quite like Worcestershire, you know. I like the way Hinley plays. He'll probably come in at 8, wouldn't he?
Yeah, maybe. Or Singh. Yeah, one or the other. They both played well at Taunton last week, didn't they?
Yeah.
Both.
And Jake Libby always seems to get runs when I watch him play. Tom Taylor was particularly impressive at Taunton, getting, 60, 70 odd.
Mm.
So I'd say it's still in
They're
Worcestershire.
hanging in there. They're hanging in there.
Venkatesh Iyer having to bowl. The IPL superstar comes over to the One Day Cup, can't get a run. Now getting 6 overs out. What a shot that is. McKinney's out. My car's out there. He's nailed that for 6. That's, I tell you what, that has absolutely flown. That's like
Not
a tracer
much of
bullet.
your car. not got to my car either, which is also over there. Fantastic stuff.
The advertising hoarding saved the day.
Fantastic stuff from McKinney.
Wasn't
Just
a
watching
full-blooded
this
pull
again.
shot. It's almost like a straight back pull, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot. Just brilliant.
Picked
He's,
it up so early.
He's in good nick, and he's going along very, very nicely indeed. And Rob Yates, who got that nasty knock on the finger, quite happy to allow the big man to lead the way. 37 off 32. Yates has 12. And a change in the bowling as we see De Silva introduced. And well, he might be. They need to do something just to interrupt the progress here of these two young, hungry left-handers, in particular McKinney. Great to watch. That was a superb shot. Well, two shots in that over, to be fair. The cut shot, the dismissive slap through the offside, and then that wonderful pick up over wide mid-on. Beautiful stuff from Ben McKinney. First spin of the game.
Yeah, they've always been forced, haven't they, to do something different. What a shot that is as well. It's only going to be one run, but that just shows the form. He didn't touch the two of them, really. Yates hasn't. I mean, he's always played second fiddle, really. He's not had to play any aggressive shots. He's not needed to because McKinney's playing so well, but both of them just timing the ball beautifully. First ball from bowlers never faced before. Just boom through the covers. Dhananjaya De Silva, another guy with a lot of international experience. Off spinner bat. Also captain for this game, so a bit like Lyndon James, bringing himself on first change. Skipper's given himself an early bowl on day one. Just a couple of weeks ago, was playing in his list A club stuff back home. Got 1 for 4 and a duck. Yeah, Dhananjaya De Silva. Test match bowling is 34 wickets. Best of 3 for 25, although he did have 5 for 51 in the match as well. Average is quite high, 59, but I'd say he's more of a white ball spinner. 44 ODI wickets. Average is 40 with a bat in tests is the main reason he's in the side. Off spinner to 2 left hands as well. But when it's slightly short, they're both comfortably rocking back and punching. Again, is the middle of the bat. He's not missed timing or any things at the moment.
No, he looks a player in a good deal of control and a player in decent form, you'd have to say, Ben McKinney, and he's happy to get that single and keep the strike. Rob Yates perfectly happy, not surprisingly, to play a sort of secondary role in this partnership. Another change in bowling. Sees Rathanayake coming on at the Diglis end, so another seamer there. But you're absolutely right, there's been a kind of they just had no choice but to make a change and bring a spinner on at this new road end to just try and keep a lid on it, because otherwise I've still got 26 overs left in the day. They could well be behind before the end of the day,
yeah,
with that only that 139 on the
I'd
board.
expect them to be at this rate.
Game's moved on fairly quickly, hasn't it, since that late start? You always worry, don't you, in a first class game, if you get a late start, they can sort of push the game back, but they've almost made up for that already, really.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to worry about getting a result inside 3, let alone 4 days at this rate.
4 more.
That could have been caught. It would have been a screamer. But that's almost like you're not good enough to bowl at me, bang,
Yeah,
hit you for
yeah.
4. Dismissive, really.
Yeah, which for he's only a kid, isn't he? Really, that's great to see. I think.
Before he even bowled the ball, I was going to big up this bowler. My Sri Lankan first class overseas lad at my club, who I bowl spin in partnership with, and we back together quite a lot. He's just texted me saying Milan Rathnayake is a good fast bowler and a good singer.
Oh right.
Played together in Sri Lanka, and he's got a cracking voice to him, good pair of lungs apparently. So there's a fun fact for the day. But despite being a good fast bowler, he's been nailed for 4 first ball. And McKinney is not far away from 50 yet. Very strong base. Just wobbles his hands a bit.
19 years old. Got some confidence, hasn't he?
Got some cheek, really, hasn't he? To be smoking. That could be another 2. Could be even. Yeah, it should be an easy 2. Good running. Deep point, I think, is a funny one. You'd have thought you'd rather deep cover than deep point. Quite sure what they're thinking is there.
Kind of.
Nothing position.
Very early to be that defensive, isn't it?
Yeah.
For a senior side, I mean, you'd
3
expect the
hours
tourists to be the dominant side here, wouldn't you? Probably, you turn up, you think, well, it's side packed with Test players, playing a side with no Test players, but it's the young bucks who are in control at the moment.
Sad indictment of the state of affairs, really, that Sri Lanka aren't as strong a Test side as they used to be. I mean, there are deep points in the game, but even if it's a deep cover, it'd still be 1 run.
Yeah.
You can't have a new bowler coming on first change. He's picked in the Test side to bowl seamers, and he's getting smashed out to the cover boundary each ball. That just doesn't seem quite right.
And he's staying out there for Rob Yates.
Yeah, Yates hasn't played so many of those kind of shots, although Yates
One
had a fair
in-
amount less
one-
of the strike.
One very early on.
Yeah. Off for rain in the game between Notts and Warwickshire. Played at rugby school, I believe. Some shot that is. There you go. You said Yates hasn't played one since early on.
Beautiful.
There you go. Straight towards the cathedral.
Beautiful shot.
Stunning cricket shot.
Off volley.
So pretty expensive start for the lad my teammates bigged up.
Yeah.
He's wow. The skipper's brought his own off-spin on before him from this end, but from the Diglis end, 4 first ball, 2 out to deep cover, then a single, then another 4. Not good enough from Sri Lanka so far, gotta be honest. Good job, there aren't the England Lions sides that there's been in the past as well. This is meant to be an inexperienced, weak England Lions side compared to, when England Lions played South Africa at Taunton, they had really established county players in their sort of late 20s, whereas most of this lot are young 20s, even teenagers. Is that the first ball of the over that hasn't run off it?
Worcestershire need 57 off 54 balls. 5 down. Absolute nail biter in store.
Yeah.
Possibility.
4 off 11 for Derbyshire against Durham as well. Another close game there. And Middlesex need 81 off 53 against Hampshire, so there's a few games going down to the wire in the Merchant Bank One Day Cup. That last one was for Merchant Taylor's School. That's another shot before.
That is. Super shot.
Average bowling there, we've got to say.
Yeah.
15 off the first over from one of your quicks. You pick 3 quicks to come and blow away the top order. These 2 young left-handers are knocking it around with ease.
They are. They're playing really well, these two. Rob Yates now on 18. 22 now, in fact, with that boundary, which beautifully timed off his hip. He's faced 32 balls, and Ben McKinney 46 off 38. 72 without loss. And this after Sri Lanka were dismissed for 139 earlier today. Beautiful sunshine here at Visit Worcestershire New Road now. And the shadows are quite long. 6 o'clock approaching. We've still got 25 overs left in the day. And the first of those 25 is going to be bowled by De Silva. with his off spin from the new road end round the wicket to the left-handed McKinney. Actually, I think he's just remarking his run-up, having bowled one over. Maybe not happy with it, but didn't cause any real problems. In fact, it's a change of bowling. It's Jai Surya coming on, so it'll be his left arm spin over the wicket to the left-hander from the new road end. I thought it was strange that De Silva would mark his run-up out again, having just bowled one over, but
Yeah.
maybe he's going to come on at the other end.
You probably
Maybe
didn't expect his seaman to go for 15, did he?
well, it's odd to take your off spinner off after one over unless you're going to bring him on shortly at the other end. But Jai Surya will bowl from the new road end, left arm spin over the wicket to the left-hander. One slip in place. Just a few adjustments to the field, and here he comes. A lot of body in the action. Odd approach. Sort of walks up and then kind of crab-like into the delivery stride, and then lots of body in that action. And McKinney has succumbed by slicing a top edging a slog sweep straight up in the air, caught and bowled, watched it well, but second ball McKinney maybe could have just had a little look at Jai Surya for a ball or three before he did that, and he's kind of chucked it away, having played so beautifully for 46.
Yeah, cracking knock. Don't let that silly last shot take away from what a brilliant innings he played beforehand, though. He will be frustrated to have given that away. You know, he could have kept going through the gears, or, you know, could have slowed down and still got a pretty useful 50, even 100 there, but tried to take on the left arm finger spin of Jai Surya as early as his second ball.
The third of 11 batsmen to be caught and bowled today.
Yeah,
Quite unusual, isn't it?
High standard, although
Not exactly like the others, where it kind of
Actor
stopped
and
on them.
Shooting Dales,
Yeah,
they were pretty easy, although that one was still easy, it was just a lot higher.
Yeah.
Right up into the sky. So, just trying to work out whether we're going to see Ollie Price in at 3. Yes, it is. Woolen jumper on. I'm not sure he needs that. I know the changing room's in the shade, but the wicket's in the sun.
20 on 36 and 50 to win our 47 balls with 5 wickets in hand.
So have you earpieces here? Can fans in the crowd listen to the commentary?
No, they could. You mean the commentary from Old Trafford? They could
No,
listen.
from here, I mean. Listen to us in the crowd.
Only if they listened on the app.
No, then it would be behind.
No.
No. We have these brilliant earpieces at Somerset, so the fans are in sync. You buy them for a tenner, and then you can, like the test match special ones, you clip on your ear and you're live and say, give us away from the Basil D'Oliveira stand, but
Got more money at Somerset than we have here, I'm afraid. That's the truth of it.
done well though to get
We're
a bit of
catching
money
it.
from
We're
having
catching
England
it.
Lions. That's
Yeah, exactly.
pretty
That's
good
it.
money
That's what it's
making,
all
isn't it?
about, isn't it? And we've hosted the women as well. It's a case of doing what you can, isn't it? But we're getting there slowly here.
Quite a
at
lot of
Worcester.
tour games come here, don't they?
Yeah.
So you're saying earlier, it's New Zealand last year. So, I mean, overly excitable, we must say. It was a decent first ball.
Suddenly looks a bit different though, doesn't it, with the introduction of Jai Surya. Just a few more questions being asked. McKinney played so well.
Oh, I like that. Sweet second ball.
There you go. Ollie Price is off the mark.
Deep square leg in place though. I'm not going to get any more than one for it.
Good player, Ollie Price. Good player.
Yeah, it's got some serious runs the last couple of years in all three formats.
Got runs against Worcestershire in the past as well, particularly at Cheltenham College.
Yep, nice place to bat off them there, isn't it? Some high scoring games there. Also useful bowler.
Yeah.
Wasn't needed today.
Yes, exciting times for England with these youngsters coming through. Thought we saw a good array of seamers earlier today. Actor 5 for 32, Hole 3 for 30, but Dale 1 for 29 and Casey Aldridge 1 for 20 also bowled pretty well. Good array of pacemen.
Gone again. They've seen him play before. Ollie Price, they know he likes to sweep.
And he keeps the strike. Off the mark with a sweep, gets his second run with a sweep. Rob Yates might now become a little bit more expansive, but there's no reason why he should. Going along very nicely indeed, the Lions. 75 for 1. 139. Sri Lanka in their first innings. And now we have to see if Ratnayaka can improve on his first over. Otherwise we'll have to believe that he sings better than he bowls.
Gonna get a second over though.
Well, I've had no Twitter responses, Harry, none at all. So there you are. Lots of people watching, maybe they're not listening. Delivery, that is better, isn't it? Maybe he prefers bowling at right-handers. Very good delivery. Lovely evening now. Perfect temperature. Ollie Price blocking that one up to mid-off. Cathedral bathed in sunshine looks a picture behind the array of greenery on that river side of the ground. The river between us and the cathedral, of course. Left alone that one. A bit wide from Ratnayaka, but tidier than his previous over. 3 sips still in place. Still got 23 overs left in the day after this. And Jake Libby has been dismissed at Old Trafford, which is a blow to Worcestershire. He's the glue that tends to hold things together. Just have to have a look at what's happened. BBC Sport app appears to be having a few problems.
Hopefully, too much interest in cricket. So many people trying to find out the one-day cup scores. It's going into overdrive. Yeah, and this American fan Michael wants to know how well the ground's recovering after the flooding. He hopes Worcestershire get to stay. It looks like a beautiful ground in the sunshine, and he's worried about the floods, but hopefully.
Well, the floods were terrible this winter, worse than I've ever known them.
And you've been living here for how many years?
Well, I've lived in Worcestershire. I've moved back into the city this winter, actually, just about a mile away, and I was delighted that I was going to be able to walk to the cricket. And the first 2 games were played at Kidderminster, which is 15 miles away, because of the floods. But 8 floods this winter. It used to flood once a year, they reckon, in the old days. 8 floods this winter. The last of them in March came. The groundsman basically took the top couple of centimetres off the entire square and top dressed it and reseeded it. Did all the work that you would normally do in October, and he did it again in March.
Oh no.
Put a tent up, put lights in it. on a Friday night, presented to the AGM, to the members, showed a video, said this is what I've done. Very difficult. It is now, for me, October, for every other groundsman, March.
Yeah.
That was on a Friday. On a Sunday, flooded again and washed the lot away. So that was the 8th flood. And it was horrendous. First 2 championship games played away at Kidderminster, as you know. And they've been playing catch-up ever since. So the fact that we've got cricket at all is pretty remarkable. The fact that we've got a decent surface is even more remarkable. The fact that the outfield has recovered. I mean, there was an area there that was underwater for literally weeks and weeks, even after we'd started playing. So it's amazing. Ground staff have done a fantastic job.
What can they do about it for future winters?
Well, nothing, I don't think. I mean, which is why, I mean, there are all sorts of ideas about whether the river could be dredged more often, etc., etc. But what people don't understand is that the water doesn't come down the river and then flood out and come into the ground. It comes up. It comes from underneath.
Right.
So you could sit here, and I have done on more than one occasion, and just watch the ground disappear as the water comes up from underneath. But it got up to sort of, 7 or 8 feet deep at one stage.
That's a scary sight, isn't
Halfway
it?
up the ladies' pavilion benches that you can see over there, and it costs an awful lot of money to move the cricket elsewhere, and it costs an awful lot of money to clean the ground, and etc., etc. 2 more here. England Lions cruising along now. Yates 24, Ollie Price on 4. They're 78 for 1. So an enormous amount of money, quite remarkable amount actually, required to take a championship game to Kidderminster. Price sweeps again in the air this time, but he gets away with it, and there's a bit of bad fielding down there.
Really
goes
bad
for
fielding.
4.
Didn't stop it in the end, he tried twice.
Bounced in front of the fielder down there, who is Samarakrama, and evaded his grasp as he scrambled after it, so over the boundary it goes. So yeah, a lot of money to take the game to Kidderminster, the first 2 championship games, and then quite a lot of money lost when the first home game here against Notts was also rain affected. The ground was fit to play, and then the night before the first day we had a month's rain in one night.
Yeah.
Just couldn't have been more badly timed. So all in all, it's been a very, very, very tough year for the ground staff here. New groundsman came in the winter from Colchester. Chelmsford, the driest ground in the country.
Slightly different challenge.
Yeah, it's a completely different challenge. They worked incredibly hard. We should have lost another wicket. 196 for 7 now. Fateh Singh has gone for 1. A lot depending on Tom Taylor. End of the over here, 82 for 1. Jai Saraya, 2 tidy overs, 1 for 10. Shouldn't really have been that, because there shouldn't have been a boundary in that over. So yeah, if you are somebody who has just followed Worcestershire from afar, and you've heard about the woes of the ground, then that's it. 8 floods in one winter, and unbelievably tough for the ground staff, and equally for the King's School next door. The groundsman there, who's only got a staff of about 3, and he gets the same problems. They were underwater for weeks and weeks and weeks. Very, very tough indeed. Hard to believe now when you look out across the ground, but remarkably challenging circumstances for the ground staff to work in. On the leg side, good diving stop, a bit wayward from Ratnayaka. McKinney, probably the innings of the day, I think, so far.
Yeah,
46,
definitely.
played absolutely beautifully. 46 off 40 balls, 7 fours and a 6. And the top score of the day. And 1 or 2 memorable shots. That 6 in particular, smashed over mid-wicket.
That was some shot.
Cracking shot. I'm worried about the umpire's reservation in the restaurant for 7 o'clock. I don't think they're going to get there.
Are you sure?
They're not going to get there. It's only a brief walk, but they're not going to get there. Single to Yates, just indicating to Price that he thinks there's a little bit of movement back into him there. watching the replay.
A lot of action in the stewards. That next door, the operations
Nerve centre.
busy, isn't it?
Nerve centre.
They have a lot going on when there's not that many people here watching.
Mm.
Just a bit of a slower phase here since McKinney got out.
Yeah.
Ollie Price getting in, a bit of rebuilding from Rob Yates.
Yeah, just getting a bit of shape there, away from the right-hander. Be interested if they started to pick up wickets now at this point, which is exactly what happened in the Sri Lanka innings. Nicely played by Price, that one. Just getting on top of the bounce, steering it down to third man. Yeah, a little bit of away shape to the right hander, as Rob Yates indicated, back into him earlier in the over. And big noise, but I think it must have been pad.
Yeah, big appeal.
Both the bowler and the keeper, and I heard it too, did you? But it must have been pad, I don't know.
Trying to work out because the umpire didn't even moved at all.
Didn't. Just going to watch the
The
replay.
Sri Lankans went up for it. Yeah, even hard to tell on the replay. It's not an obvious one.
Pad, I think.
I wouldn't make it a great umpire, I got to admit.
Nip back and flick the pad. Might have been good for an LBW shout. He kind of got a nick on it because he was doing court. Might have been going over the top. Rob Yates absolutely unmoved. Rob Bailey unmoved. But good delivery. And Ratnayaka in this over bowled far better than he has at any point. And he's got his man.
That is a
time.
brilliant catch.
Excellent over this from Ratnayaka. Just almost as though something's just changed. And he started to get shape on the ball away from the right-hander into Rob Yates. A Peel turned down the ball before. And this one, Yates driving inside edge with that little movement back in, and a fantastic low diving catch behind the stumps. And well, to be fair, he's probably deserved that wicket just for the way that he's bowled in this over. And it's very interesting, isn't it, that what happened in the first innings, well, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's happening here, but after a trouble-free start for the openers, things have just got a bit more difficult after about 12-14 overs.
That was such a cracking catch. Winslow Matthews making his way off the field. They'll bring a sub-fielder on, but
Yeah,
it's funny how don't forget, the first over of Ratnayaka's bowling spell went for 15.
Yeah.
He's now bowled 2 overs for 2.
Yeah. And he started to get the ball to move. That's
Yeah, well, fair play.
quite significant. Away from the right-hander into Yates. Previous ball, big shout. Given not out. That one moving in, taking the inside edge. And that's a really good wicket. Rob Yates gone for 25. Ratnayaka posing a few problems at the moment as another Warwickshire man comes out. Hamza Sheikh, the new batsman.
He's a class act, is Hamza Sheikh. I'm looking forward to watching him bat. Deserves to bat number 4. I really like the look of him. But fair play, we should also say to the captain, Dhananjay De Silva, for persisting.
Yeah.
Yasima goes for 15.
Yeah.
His first over. Takes some courage to give him another one. Took himself off. And allowed him to carry on. So first ball to Ollie Price since he's lost his partner. It was a over change, so Hamza Sheikh's at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, Hamza Sheikh plays for Nolan Dorridge in the Birmingham League. Most of these young players in the Warwickshire and Worcestershire age groups play in the Birmingham League sides.
Yeah, it's gone for a big reverse sweep there. Trying to appeal for that based upon the shot rather than necessarily going on. Quite often umpires will see the shot and think, oh, actually.
Yeah, hopefully not at this level, but and Tom Taylor's out for Worcestershire now, so it's pretty much all over up at Old Trafford. 198 for 8. Tom Taylor out for 41.
Nolan Dorridge, that's Bridgewater CC's Carlos Brathwaite's former club.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
it's a Solihull club.
That's where he hit.
Very,
his own card,
very,
didn't he?
very strong.
Very
side
wealthy, aren't they?
The last few years.
Didn't they have the two Brooks playing for them?
Yeah.
Ethan and Henry.
Yeah. George Worker, the Kiwi, who's just retired, he played for them for a couple of years.
As an
well.
overseas?
Yeah.
Because I worked at a school in New Zealand, Huntley School, which has produced Curtis Heath, who opens the back for Central Districts.
Yeah.
And has played for New Zealand A, and also George Worker himself went to the same little prep school I worked at.
Whereabouts is that?
Near Marton, about 2 hours north of Wellington.
Right.
Not far from Palmerston North.
Yeah, I know the area because I played at New Plymouth for one season.
Oh yeah,
I was over
at
there.
Pukekohe Park.
Yeah. Well, I played at Pukekohe Park. My home ground was Lynmouth Park in the same city.
Pukekohe
I lived about 50 yards from Pukekohe Park.
Did you?
Yeah.
Amazing cricket ground.
Most beautiful cricket ground I've ever played on.
Yeah, I'd never played there sadly, but watched the
Yeah.
game there.
Fantastic.
Went and watched the
Just a
Wanganui
bit
side.
too small.
Yeah,
They played one test there, I think.
but you don't lose the balls because you got the team
Magnificent.
around. Yeah.
Absolutely magnificent.
Look it up if you don't know what we're talking about. Pukekohe Park.
I've talked about it on air before, but that would be on the Worcestershire stream. But Pukekohe Park, Pukekohe Park.
Very
in
Maori
New
name,
Plymouth.
isn't it? Yeah.
Magnificent arena for cricket. Big grass stairs cut into the banks on 3 sides of the ground, and just an amazing place. And yeah, lived just up the road, so I used to run every day in those days, and I would run around the park. Magnificent tropical gardens at the back of the
Yeah.
park as well. It's just
You wouldn't run up Mount Egmont then?
no, but I went
Not
up.
far
I did
away.
climb Mount Egmont. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely magnificent cricket ground, superb. There's Ratnayaka again, bowls, and on the back foot, Hamza Sheikh, just a bit uncertain. This one takes him, I think, on the thigh pad, just runs away to third slip. Yeah, wonderful. Enjoyed it very much in New Plymouth, and I was followed out there in the 2 years after I came back by 2 other Worcestershire men. I couldn't go back myself, but I arranged for Phil Newport to follow me, and Steve Rhodes followed him, so there was quite a big connection. Lots of Worcestershire players over the years have gone to Auckland in particular as well.
Yeah. Not
Um,
quite as exciting up there.
But three in New Plymouth at that time. Ratnayaka bowls, and Sheikh is beaten outside the off stump, and again takes his right hand off the bat and makes a little movement with it to suggest that that one went past the outside edge via a little bit of sideways movement, which I think Ratnayaka is now finding with some regularity, and this is about as challenging as it's got so far in this Lions innings. And again, yeah, watching the replay, that was a good one. 84 for 2. Yeah, very much rugby country, New Plymouth,
Yeah,
in
definitely.
Taranaki in those days when I was there, but the cracker from Ratnayaka has really got a bit of rhythm now, got a bit of shape. And a couple of All Blacks played in the cricket competition that I played in the Taranaki wide cricket competition. Great fun, really enjoyed it. Super country.
Yeah, I'd probably... Well, I'd love to live there 6 months a year, really, if that was feasible. It's one of those places that you can't not love.
Fantastic. There's Ratnayaka again from the Digley end, bowls, and Hamza Sheikh off the mark with a beautiful shot. This one just a bit fuller, and he drives it straight down the ground. I think he might have expected 2, but he got sent back by Ollie Price because there was some pretty tidy fielding. Mid-off fielder chasing it back, put the slide in, jumped to his feet. So just one for Hamza Sheikh, 85 for 2. And this in reply to Sri Lanka's 139. Ollie Price on strike, characteristic tall stance, bat raised, back knee just slightly cocked, slightly bent, and in behind this big shout for LBW. I think it was a bit high.
Him midships, I think.
We haven't got a great view down here. We're at third man with Price on strike. Can't see the pictures that you can see as we commentate. Can see them a little bit later. So do forgive us if we say that's going down the leg side and you watch it and say, no, it's not what you're talking about.
I've never claimed to be a good
straight.
umpire.
It was straight, that one, but it was a bit high. Yeah. And Ollie Price couldn't do a lot about it. This is good bowling from Ratnayaka. Let's put that first over that went for 15 out of our minds. He's now got one ball left in his 4th over. He's only conceded 3 more runs, and he's got it going. He's got it moving away from the right-handers. Just concedes a single off this last ball. Price keeps the strike, but good stuff from the tall Sri Lankan seamer.
I love how excited all the Sri Lankan fielders are. Every run they're screaming, they're shouting, they're right up for this. They know they haven't got enough runs. They need to do something special in the field here to stay in this match, really. England Lions really dominated this first day so far, but can they end the last 19 overs in the ascendancy? Whether we're going to see 19 overs,
I think we will, you know. I think we will. See that Kumara warming up, getting ready to have a second go maybe. Interesting that De Silva only bowled that 1 over, but certainly Ratnayaka in the last few minutes the pick of the bowlers.
I reckon they might bring De Silva back on if James Rue was to come in place of Hamza Sheikh. I think he might bring him back on against the 2 left-handers. It's a lovely sweep shot. 4 runs, beautifully played by Ollie Price. Most of his runs have come from the sweep so far.
Yeah.
Left arm spin against the spin, but he's played it beautifully. Yeah, Kamara's not yet bowled at Sheikh and Ollie Price. He bowled at the 2 left-handers at the top. This is what you come to watch cricket for. This is the kind of weather. I'm surprised there aren't more people flooding in, you know. We're so close, one of the closest grounds to the
late now,
city centre.
Yeah.
Well, I've still got 19 overs, potentially.
Yeah, but they don't know that, do they?
Do you not think they'd have checked this?
Well, I don't know. I don't think you'll get many more people coming in now.
I'm surprised how little time the Worcestershire social media channels have given to this game, actually. I know they're concentrating on the game at Old Trafford, but I thought there'd be a few more shout-outs and updates.
Yeah,
Especially, you know,
quite a bit of local publicity, to be fair.
Yeah, but I guess a lot of the Sri Lankan fans all over the country might not live locally, might have had to have a big old trip for this. With now Worcestershire needing 31 off 18, you think?
Yeah. You never know. Hindley's still there.
Yeah, he just did a lovely shot over mid-off, but only 1 run.
Hisham Khan also can put back to ball.
Yeah, I've not seen him play. Where's he come from?
Yeah, Saka, and not. I don't think it's a long-term investment. I think he's just been brought in for this competition. But he's a wholehearted cricketer, that's for sure.
Ollie Price with the modern hockey hands. The 2 Price balls were schooled in Oxford. Played decent hockey at school, and he's slapped that reverse sweep behind point.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not going to let the spinner settle yet.
I think this is it. As spinner these days, you've got a different challenge bowling at these cricketers that have grown up in the modern white ball game. They've got clubs in the bag, as I say, that we didn't have, and that you're not always expected to come up against, and that's beautifully played.
I keep trying to defend spinners and getting out LW. I think, well, maybe this approach. Oh, that's a beauty. You get a ball like that, but he's gone to defend it, and he's nearly snicked off. An absolute beauty. Had he gone to reverse sweep or sweep that, he wouldn't have allowed the ball to
might have whacked it.
Turn.
Yeah.
That same ball he could have reverse swept. Very rare they go reverse sweep back to back. But there you go. Orthodox sweep this time. No fumble this time. Cleaner pick up.
Yeah, the one before watching the replay. Absolute beauty. Pitched and turned. But as you say, as a batter, if you play with the cross bat, you're confident, get down early, and you can play it either side of the pitch, give the bowler a different kind of problem. Whereas if you go for the conventional push outside the off stump, and you get one that just turns a little bit like that one, the bowler looks to have won the contest. But Price, he's a master of the sweep. Ethan Brooks, who's joined Worcestershire this year from Warwickshire,
good player.
Equally adept at sweeping on both sides, with the reverse and with the conventional sweep, and gives the bowler a new problem. Difficult to do it on a pitch that's turning sharply. Ratnayaka continues.
That's a good ball.
He's bowling very, very nicely at the moment, is Ratnayaka.
I can't remember a bigger contrast between the bowlers.
First over, no, absolutely. Really nice. I mean, Ollie Price has played really well, 20 off 28. He's played very, very well. But he's been profiting mainly from the sweep. But at this end, the right-handers are currently being examined by Ratnayaka. Technique is being tested. Price up to it on this occasion. Good solid defensive shot. Good cricket this, isn't it? Good to watch at the moment, this little contest. Tom Hindley's giving it a whack. He's 22 not out.
Yeah, just pull Will Williams
17 off 13.
You don't see Will Williams pull for 6 very often. Bowls that really good line and length.
Game
Played
on.
against him in the National Cup a couple of years ago. He was at Bridgewater and then Lancashire found him. He bowled at me one week, and the following week he was playing against Sam Hay and Alex Davies. Got them both out against Warwickshire.
He told me it was much easier bowling at them than was bowling at you.
I hit him for 2 singles, 2 off 24 balls I was.
Forced off the back foot, this one by Ollie Price, straight into the covers. A really good battle going on out there at the moment. And you know, there may not be many people here, but this is what it's all about. These young Lions have given the chance. They've bowled really well today in front of Rob Key and Darren Goff. They've gone out there, and McKinney's impressed, Yates is impressed, and now got 2 young right-handers being tested by some top quality stuff from Ratnayaka. He's hit a really nice rhythm, and Price is pushing this one up to mid-off. Very, very good contest. If you're just joining us, it's been an interesting day. We didn't get started till 1:10 past 1. 139 all out Sri Lanka. Nobody really got in. Top score was 26 from Karunaratne at the top of the order. 5 for 32 for Zaman Akhtar. And Josh Hole 3 for 30. Pick of the bowlers, but good from the Lions seamers. And the batters have responded well too. That one left alone. It's been a good day's cricket. Coming to its end now, though. We've still got 17 overs left after this. Shadows are lengthening here at New Road. Perfect August evening in the Worcester sunshine.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there's no cricket on tomorrow with the Metro Bank One Day Cup finishing today. Quarterfinals Friday and semi-final Sunday. No cricket other than this tomorrow. Maybe we'll get a bigger crowd tomorrow.
Yeah. I think we'll definitely get some Worcester members who will have been focused elsewhere today.
Yeah.
End of the over from Ratnayaka. His figures now a tidy after a very loose start. It's hard to believe, really. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19, and he's conceded 4 runs in 4 overs since he's just found a rhythm and a shape, and been mightily impressive.
Leicestershire qualified for a home court final on Friday. They were 0 for 2 in their first over, but Hanscom ends 65 not out. Great effort from Leicestershire again, the defending champions, of course. And Hindley still there for Worcestershire.
12 off 11 they need.
Venkatesh Iyer, 4-leg buys to start his 6th over. He has not had a good day. All these big name Indian signings from the IPL to the Metrobank One Day Cup. They haven't done a lot this year. Pretty sure I had his 200 against Somerset last year, but Venkatesh Iyer's gone for 4 of his first 2 balls. And Worcestershire could chase this. Yeah, I was really impressed with Finley down at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton last week. Never seen the lad play before. Really impressed me, and he could get this done, this over. Doesn't need Khan to face another ball. Just take down the IPL superstar. I love that. He hit it, I thought. I thought I heard a noise of bat before pad.
8 off 10. Gosh, what a cracking game that is.
And another wide. Venkatesh Iyer is losing the plot for Lancashire. 7 off 9 for Worcestershire. You'd have thought it should be a comfortable enough win now.
No, if they lose a wicket, they've got a real bunny, I think, coming in last, to be fair. Well,
Harry
real
Darley.
bunny, inexperienced. Not a real bunny, that's maybe a bit unfair. Tucked away for a single. Ollie Price has played well here, hasn't he? Because it's not been easy. Swept the spinners confidently. I think they've bowled pretty well in the last half an hour, these two.
Really swapped his legs around that time.
Yeah, it did, and as Jaisar, I saw it, bowled it a lot quicker, didn't he?
Yeah, good battle this. I'm really enjoying the
really good.
left arm spin against the aggressive,
Yeah.
playing sweeper. This is Ollie Price, not Tom Price. Tom Price had that hat trick and that amazing 100
Here,
lost to last year. Yeah.
the day of his life.
What's he going to get here? A drink? Some new gloves? Surely get rid of the jumper as well. I can't believe he's lasted this long with a jumper on.
6 off 9 now for Worcestershire.
We're in the shade, but it looks pretty warm out there in the sunshine.
Yeah, it is pretty warm, I think. Beautiful evening, really is. Hardly a breath of wind. None of the trees between us and the cathedral stirring in any breeze whatsoever. Shadows lengthening. Cathedral bathed in sunlight. There are a few better pictures in domestic cricket than this. Talking about the joy and the beauty of Pukekohe Park in New Plymouth. And, well, I have to say, personally, my favourite 2 grounds in the world, Pukekohe Park and New Road.
There you go.
So I'm
Been at both. Both of us have been at both. That's
pretty happy.
cool.
Yeah. Really good. There's Ratnayaka again, bowls, and that's a lovely shot through the covers. 4 runs, just eased away by Sheikh. Didn't try and hit it too hard. It's not 4
gonna
runs.
go,
3
no.
didn't quite get there. They've run 3.
The fielders
Just
give it.
stopped on the boundary in
yeah.
front of the hospitality marquee. Worcestershire need 4 runs off 8 balls. Yeah, I was very lucky in New Plymouth at Pukekohe Park. They use it a lot, like a lot of cricket facilities in New Zealand. It's not the preserve of the first class.
Yeah.
Taranaki play there, and New
Central
Plymouth.
Districts occasionally.
Each Central Districts play there, and each club is given a game or 2 there in their home schedule if they
Yeah.
want it. So you get to play there. And I coached the Taranaki under-19s while I was there. This one threw outside the off stump, good take. And there was New Plymouth hosted the sort of Taranaki wide. I think it might even have been North Island wide sort of under-19s competition. So you played 2 or 3 group games there as well. So you had the opportunity to coach there, and parents could come and watch and so on. So it's great use of facilities as they tend to have in New Zealand, and everybody got the benefit of playing. It was
I got pretty scared of playing in
great fun.
Wanganui. You'd play on a part where you're deep extra cover on one
Yeah.
pitch and you're deep mid wicket on
Yeah.
the other pitch. I think it was
No ball,
Victoria
this one.
Park.
Yeah, I played it in what they call Country Week in Auckland, where you go up to Auckland and teams
Yes,
come from all
that's
over the
good,
North
Country
Island
Week,
at
yeah.
Christmas. And we played it on the domain at Auckland, as they
Yeah.
call it, and there were 8 games going on the one field.
Wow.
So
And this is decent
slip
standard
and fine
cricket,
leg
yeah.
and mixing, and yeah. And there's some good cricketers hitting the ball a long way. So yeah.
Blinking you never saw someone get hit on the head there?
No, didn't, but I saw it, a few near misses and shouts, and they just seem to manage it and just get on with it. But
They're not short of green
health and
space.
safety nightmare.
They don't do health and safety in New Zealand, I noticed. At the school I worked at, they'd have 11-year-olds building huts and using hammers and nails, and we had an open day, and I
Yeah.
had this kid hammer a nail for his foot, and then I had 3 prospective parents I was showing around at the time and said, oh yeah, that's normal for here.
Yeah. Amazing.
Just
Great.
crack on, they do.
Great country.
Kids swimming naked in the swimming pool was just normal behaviour as well. Don't know how safeguarding and health and safety works out there. Just laid back and that.
Yeah, I enjoyed it very much when I was there. A long time ago, but I'd like to go back one day. Left alone outside the off stump this one.
You called it. You called it. You said Harry Darley can't really bat.
Oh no.
Said it was harsh, but Venkatesh Iyer
He's done him, hasn't
suddenly done it.
he? Is it
2
all
and
over?
2. LBW on middle stump. Lanks win. 4 in 7 they needed. Venkatesh Iyer bowled a rubbish over, but at the end he held his nerve and
They've lost by 3 runs then. What a shame. What a shame.
so that make a bit of a difference for the
Cracking game. Make a difference to who they play, I guess.
yeah. But not being able to have a home semi-final, it's not as important as it might well have been. Cool, they're a bit slow. The stewards are a bit slow on the news, aren't they? You're just hearing people just gradually, slowly hearing they've lost. Just trickling around the ground slowly. The few Worcester fans who are left here working or enjoying the Lions against Sri Lanka today didn't get it up to Old Trafford. I'm sure our stadium announcer will mention it in the Bulls' time between overs. Lanks had a pretty torrid time as Ollie Price just blocks that out to deep point for 1 run. Good cricket. Yeah, Lanks have been awful in this competition, really.
Yeah, they have. I suspect at the end of the over, 102 for 2. I suspect that it's just basically kept their faith with the game of cricket to an extent. The Old Trafford faithful, that they'll have really enjoyed that today. Cracking finish, cracking game. They can't qualify. They haven't played well. They've been pretty dismal actually, but they'll be walking away from that presumably saying, well, that was a good day, we enjoyed that. And at the end of the day, joking apart, isn't that what it's all about, really?
Indeed, yeah, indeed. No, Lanks still bottom of the group.
And Worcestershire
Terrible
this year of the T20 was disappointing. There were lots of close finishes though, and you'd have to say didn't do too badly. So,
but that's it for the One Day Cup group stage.
Yeah.
Lanks by 3 runs. Derbyshire beat Durham by 4 wickets. Ollie Price again nailing a sweep shot, was a man out there, only 1 run.
Sweeps perfectly, doesn't he? There can't be many better sweepers in the domestic game than Ollie Price. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see who Worcestershire will play on Friday.
Well, we could work it out now. Now it's all finished. Nothing.
I'll let other people work it out.
Yeah, you don't do the admin.
It's just occurred, I have one worry about Friday now, which is that I won't be here. Lanka bowls.
You won't be here because you'll be at the Worcestershire game.
I won't be here because I'll be at the Worcestershire game, and this equipment that we're using to commentate through won't be here if I'm not here, unless I can find something else. So we might have a problem, but I think I'll find a solution.
Do you not use away commentary kit?
Well, probably, but I might have to do some reports as well. But I've got another kit that I can use. That if it's only for one commentator, I can use that. So I might be able to leave this here, but we'll see. I'll find a way around it.
All systems go. That's just through the short leg man, hand to shake, taking the single. Yeah, sadly the ECB haven't given much time to sort out quarterfinals and semi-finals. So Worcestershire,
No.
I guess, our bosses here, the Worcestershire media and commercial team, are suddenly going into overdrive, sorting out quarter-final tickets. Well, away game, which is a little bit less work, but whether it's coach travel or whatever they're going to organise for Friday. Oh, that was Fuller.
Oh, he's out.
Great effort diving forward.
Dropped it.
He's not sure
Caught
if it's carried
it.
or not.
It's
I think
caught it.
it's
Yeah,
carried.
it's caught it.
So
So
just waiting to see if it had
live by
carried.
the sword, die by the sword. Ollie Price going for the reverse, just getting under it this time. And a diving catch at backward point. So a wicket for Jaya Surya, his second. And the Lions 105 for 3.
Yeah, decent partnership. Not as much fireworks in that partnership as the previous couples, but that's the man who's been bowling really well recently, diving forward. Rathanayake with the wicket of Robbie Yates and with that diving forward catch. 105 for 3. 22 off 43 balls.
Yep, new man coming out is James Rue, Somerset wicketkeeper, left-hander, who I watched play particularly well last week at Taunton in the One Day Cup. (22nd over). Run rate is good, 105 for 3. We've got 14 overs left after this. We're in for a late, very, very late finish here, I think. Might even be as late as about 7:30 at this rate. And the umpires will have had to put back their reservation at the local restaurant, which I gather was for 7 o'clock. But a good contest here in the evening sunshine at New Road. Jaya Surya from the New Road end bowls, and Rue is forward, and he's off the mark, courtesy of a little outside edge. Probably a bit unfair to call it an outside edge. He just ran it off the face.
Yeah, he's pretty good at that shot. Just times the ball behind square. We've seen quite a few down to third man in the earlier innings. His mum was up here to watch him bat today. She had to pop back to Taunton tonight, so she'll be glad to see her son bat. And then Dad's up here tomorrow. The Rue parents spent a lot of time driving around watching the two boys play cricket.
I have a former colleague that I worked with at Repton School who I chatted to at Taunton the other day. He's a close friend of the family, telling me how he enjoys watching the two boys.
Yeah, absolute class acts. I was commentating on Thomas Monday night in the Baker Cup final at the Associates County Ground, and yeah, came in down the order at the end after George and Josh Thomas put on 135 for the second wicket. But even then, Thomas Rue came in and whacked 25 off 14 odd balls, and a teenager hitting adults around with ease. Not got quite as many runs in the championship, James Ruse did last season, but had a pretty good one-day cup. Keeps getting 50s, batting 4, and just caressing the ball around, sweep shots, inside out over extra cover against the spinners. He got the game done pretty quickly at Lord's on Sunday. And a good partnership with George Thomas, getting his club teammate at Taunton St Andrews, George Thomas, to his 100 a couple of weeks ago. James didn't play in the Club Cup final Monday night. He was resting or preparing for today. But I'm pretty sure he'll be back in the Somerset shirt on Sunday if he can. That's a beauty.
Ooh.
Well bowled, sir.
He's bowled very, very well.
What a comeback.
Yeah.
Now this is Vegeta, we should say. Not.
We are going to finish at about 7:30, I reckon, here today.
Ignore the 7 o'clock cut-off then.
Yeah, definitely. Umpires have said we're going all the way, apparently.
So Vegeta from the Tiglis end, the Opening bowler. Yet to bowl a maiden, let alone get a breakthrough. But this left-hander will get himself in. Probably not be quite as aggressive as McKinney and Yates were at the top.
No, it suddenly looks a bit more difficult, doesn't it? Solid from Root.
Oh, no run there.
Another good over from Ratnayaka. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 36, 15 of those coming off his first over.
Stride in there from Hamza Sheikh. Getting to the pitch of the ball. Oh, pretty tiredly this lad, into his 7th over now, 2 for 25. Not giving much away. The reverse sweeps and sweeps have been the main shots that have allowed runs to Price. Oh, there's a scoop paddle, sort of paddle sweep down to fine leg for just a 1. The short extra cover man with the helmet on, maybe deterring him from trying to cover drive it, making him go for a different option. Good bit of fielding. Sri Lanka have got up and about recently. Bit more movement. Bit of a buzz in the field. Trying to contain the new batters. So yeah, Worcestershire will be facing Warwickshire on Friday.
Yeah, not too far to go then.
Pears v Bears derby again.
Yeah.
This time Friday. The match, we shouldn't call it a quarter-final, it's a playoff for the Sunday semi-finals.
And Ed Barnard will be skippering the
Yep.
Bears against his old teammates. Well, actually, 2 of his old teammates. Seriously, I think that's what we worked out the other day. That game at Taunton, there were 2 that had played. And when Hampshire here on Sunday, there were 2 that had played against Hampshire last year in the quarter-final. Ridiculous.
Well, that game would have been played here, we should say.
Yeah.
The game on Friday should have been played here. Real shame, really. I'm not sure how it works with the scheduling, but
Yeah, it's a
Which
real
is-
shame. It would have been a good money spinner, but then this is probably a good money spinner. I don't know the fact.
well, I don't know if is it a money spinner if there's not many people here.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
in terms of what the ECB pay
Right,
to
okay.
kind of rent the ground, if you like.
Seems an odd one, you know.
I don't
Did
know.
Worcestershire decide that they didn't think they'd get to the quarter-final?
I don't know. I don't think it was.
I guess if it had been Sunday's
Yeah.
semi-final, they.
Oh, he's really asking some questions here, right, Naraka.
This is Rajita, opening bowler.
I beg your pardon.
He's-
Change of the bowling.
Yeah, he looks quite similar, doesn't he? Right
Well,
arm, sleek.
Yeah,
Slender.
lazy from me though, to be fair. But they've. Important thing is to say that they've made it difficult since picking up the first wicket. Really, I think they've upped the
Yeah. And
tempo a bit and the accuracy. And
it's almost like the openers sort
Yeah.
of took the sting out of the
Yeah.
attack, and then once they'd gone, Sri Lanka fought
yeah.
back.
Although that's wayward. He's quicker, but he's a bit more wayward. But
Yeah.
Ratnayaka just he settled down very well after bowling that very loose first over and 1 for 19 from 5, having gone for what was it 15 off the first one it was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, that's
15,
a
yeah.
cracking bit of bowling. Majita has come back since and been a little bit more wayward. That one, having been wide down one side, is quite wide down the other, which is never easy for a batter. I always think if you get a bloke who's spraying it around, because in amongst that he's probably going to bowl you a good one.
Yeah.
You've got one down the leg side, one down the off side, and then suddenly you get one that you've got to play at that can disorientate you a little bit. And that's at the moment what's happening. A bit of movement on that last one, but started very, very wide.
If you play and misses, Hamza Sheikh not looking particularly comfortable out there. I've seen him bat in white ball games. We should mention this is his first class debut, as it is for Farhan Ahmed as well, so slightly different challenge against a Red Dukes ball against a test bowling attack.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about, being tested at a higher level. That was a good one. He didn't need to play it. I think the one thing, and I'm sure you'll have heard this many times before, and most people watching will, but the one thing you get with these young players who've been brought up on white ball cricket, such as Hamza Sheikh, is that when the red ball moves around, the skill that they don't have is leaving it, isn't it? It's just, he could have left that one, but he's probably never played much cricket where leaving the ball is,
Yeah.
is something
Well,
you do. You
I
look
find
at
it
Ben
very
Duckett would be
frustrating.
the classic
For
example, and
yeah.
I certainly found that when I was coaching in the Premier League.
Well, I was just about
Right
to
up
say,
until
yeah.
3 or 4 years ago, I used to get young players coming through and often talk to them about that, and it was very difficult to get them to understand that actually a leave in the first 10 overs could be just as good as
Yeah.
any other form of shot.
Well,
But,
people think
just
I'm
not
boring.
used to it.
Yeah, I'm an opening bat and leave a lot, but I was
Yeah.
coaching down at Chagford on Dartmoor last night. I did 4 hours coaching and saw different kids, different age groups, and every ball they're playing a shot. And I
Yeah.
said, well, you're
Yeah.
allowed to leave it. A
Yeah.
leave is a shot.
Yeah.
And it's almost like they don't understand it. They look back at
No.
me.
Well, they play white ball cricket where it's a crime to leave it. Single here to Roo off the back foot, played away on the offside. And I think this is why when you do get a player like Rob Yates, for example, would be an example. James Roo might be another. Joe Root, obviously, Kane Williamson. But when you do get a player who's got the full set of skills and the mental capacity to decide which things they're going to miss out today, what they're not going to do, as well as what they're going to do, that they become the absolute complete.
Well, Tendulkar told a good
Players.
story, didn't he, about just putting the cover drive away.
Yeah.
I can't remember which Test 100 it was. He scored so many. It might be another time I read his autobiography and he talked about putting the pull shot away,
Yeah.
which is quite normal in Test cricket in the olden days, but nowadays
Yeah.
Duckett wants to play every shot going, which
Yeah.
does work for him in fairness.
Well, if anybody listening, I mean, there'll be a lot of people listening who are younger than those that might remember a great deal of him. But Steve Waugh, great Australian all-rounder, particularly batter, captain, in his early career, when he came over here and played club cricket in Essex, and when he started off in domestic cricket at home, scored at a phenomenal rate. I mean, absolutely phenomenal rate. He was a big hitting, rapid scoring middle order batsman. Essex League, some of the records that he set were phenomenal. That's a lovely shot, beautifully timed through mid-wicket by Hamza Sheikh. He'll get 2.
Can they push a third to the arm? Do they take it on? No, good decision. Don't risk it.
And later in his career, basically binned the hook shot completely, put away lots of risky shots and just ground teams down, and became famous as a real sort of dogged grinder out of big scores. But actually early in his career, phenomenally big striker of the ball, and realised that the discipline required to make runs at the very highest level demanded that he was a little bit more watchful. Good test here now. Joyce Rye bowling well. Got that man under the helmet at silly point, short mid off. Sheikh not bothered. Pushes this out on the onside. Good from the youngster. Good from Joyce Rye. Lions are 110 for 3. We've still got 10 overs left in the day. I think we're going to be asleep by the time it's all over.
Yeah, you didn't hear
It's been
that
a long
wrong.
day, hasn't it?
It has. Well, you didn't leave at 6 o'clock this morning either. You didn't live 2 hours plus from it
No,
either.
but I've been doing quite a bit of driving up and down the country
Yeah,
watching
fair
cricket in the last few days, so it does catch up with you, doesn't it? But you're right, I didn't have your early start.
I wish I just lay in bed for another couple of hours, really. And
Yeah,
nothing happened.
yeah, exactly.
Didn't need
yeah.
to be so early.
Didn't
Should have
know,
left you doing
didn't
a
know.
one-man
You could have
show.
left at 10, couldn't you?
Yeah, easily.
Yeah. Hopefully you won't have too bad a journey tonight on the dreaded M5. It wasn't easy coming back from Taunton the other night. It was.
That was a
We
Friday,
left
wasn't
at
it?
just the wrong time, didn't we? Really, there's always traffic round
Lost
Bristol.
too early, that was the problem.
Yeah, yeah.
You put up more of a fight to
Yeah,
go 100 over.
yeah.
You should have been past
Well-
rush hour.
Players' fault. Everything is.
Of course it is, yeah.
But you always hit a bit of traffic round Bristol. Not so bad going the other way. You just never know, do you? You never know.
Oh, that's alright. Gonna get a single, that's it. In the midriff, James Reed. He's a tough cookie. He'll be alright. He's got his woolen sweater on for a bit of extra layer of protection.
Rajitha, 0 for 36 in his 9th. Hasn't quite found rhythm. McNair definitely the best of the seamers, despite being expensive in his first over. Jai Sarai getting through his overs quite quickly, but all the other Sri Lankan bowlers fairly lengthy run-ups. So the over rate not particularly impressive.
That is a 7 o'clock chime. Often commentating on cricket in August, gone 7 o'clock. What are we, 2 weeks away from the half an hour earlier start in red ball cricket here as well. Well, not been a bad ball for a little while. Sri Lanka keeping it tight.
No. Important for them, isn't it? That they just keep focused. They didn't bat well. They want to bat well second time around. It's a warm-up game. It's about getting miles into the bowlers. Appeal for LBW, but not convincing from the keeper nor from the bowler, who joined in later. Rob Bailey already walking away to square leg. Says, no, here's your cap. End of the over. Good over. Maiden. 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 36. Rajitha's figures 111 for 3. 9 left in the day.
Yeah, the Sheikh hasn't looked completely comfortable. Played that nice clip through mid-wicket. 11 for 3. All Nelson strike. James Rew, the left-hander, on strike here to the left-arm spin. Just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Harry Everett. Usually found on the Somerset live stream, but got the nod for international comms for the Lions against Sri Lanka. Here's James Rew, plays a lovely back foot punch. Should be going for 4. Can the fielder get there? No. 4 the best from James Rew. Cracking shot that. One slip in place. Yeah, do tweet me at Harry Everett _14, or feel free to message on Instagram or whatever's easiest. Good to have a bit of engagement with some of you watching and listening from home, or maybe some Sri Lankans. Short leg has the helmet on. Slip in place. James Rew back for punching again, but this time a little bit squarer, just the 1 run to deep point. James Rew from Taunton Andrews, Club in Somerset. It's quite a lot of bowling for St Andrews when he gets to play club cricket. He loves bowling left arm spin every time I see him. He calls me Pavel. He laughs at my bowling action. He calls me Pavel Florin because the Romanian spinner that I bowl a little bit like. And yeah, every time I see James, I say, "How'd you get on Saturday in club cricket?" He won't worry about runs, won't worry about keeping. Doesn't really keep. Gets his little brother to do the keeping. He'll just talk to him about, "Oh yeah, I got 3 for him with little left arm tweakers." He loves it. Of course, not going to be bowling this week though. Keeping wicket. Took a couple of catches in the first innings. Kushal Mendes at number 3. James Rew caught off Akhtar. Also caught Rafanaika off Akhtar also. But here he's given the strike over to Hamza Sheikh. Push, oh, that's a cheeky single. Straight to mid-on really. Should not have been a run there. Poor fielding really from Lahiru Kumara, that is, with number 8 on his back. No excuses really, you've got to be walking and attacking the ball there. Hamza Sheikh takes a strike over. Looks like Kamara, that man, maybe he was just thinking about his bowling. Maybe he knew that actually he's got to get ready. Got to get ready for bowling at the far end. His mind was in that rather than thinking about stopping the single. He's now wanting to come into bowl from the Diglis end.
On the Diglis end, Lahiru Kumara.
A few fans leaving. Still a few overs left in this day, but some of them trying to get away. Not sure what's on, maybe they're going to watch some local football. What else are they doing on a Wednesday night? Hamza Sheikh with the England helmet 3 slips in place. Lovely back foot punch. That could be 4 runs. Has he got the legs to get there? Fielder's in hot pursuit. Should dive and flick it back. Yes, good bit of fielding. James Rew turns and goes and comes back for 3. Good running by the pair. What can Kamara do here? Can he get James Rew out? Can he get a big wicket before the end of the day here? No. James Rew swivel pulls that for 1 down to 5 leg. Not quite setting here yet, not going to be dark to what, 8:30, 9 o'clock, but with the sun fully over the wicket there's no issue for going off a bad light here. Well played with the bats. James Rew fancied the single there, shouted yeah yeah yeah, you can hear him clearly from here. Hamza Sheikh didn't fancy the single, James Rew can get back in time. He's just going to tell Hamza Sheikh, sorry mate, there is a single there. These two of course former England under-19s. James Rew had that big score in the final. England lost to the Under-19 World Cup a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I thought with not going to Old Trafford today and working here instead, I'd probably get home a bit earlier. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure I've gone to Manchester. Might have been.
Oh, you're meant to be seeing your grandkid at some time.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll be in bed by the time
Just
you
checking. Well, when it's a baby, it doesn't make any difference what time, does it? Really?
Do they not sleep at bedtime?
Well, they could be awake or not, depending on, yeah. Makes no difference whatsoever. But, no, could have been, would have been that. This will be the latest finish I've had from a long, long time, I think.
First time ever on commentary view up here. Well, we didn't start till 1:10. You could say it's only an afternoon's work. We were here ready to go first thing this morning. Well, first thing before play at least. That's carved away, isn't it? Deep third, it was almost deep backward point, really. Not quite sure what the placement of the fielder out here is all about, really. That's Sadira Samarawikrama.
Last ball of the over, again, loose and wide.
Yeah.
He's bowled particularly well, has he? I don't think Kimura. Labouring a bit. That really was, well, it was. He just threw his hands at it, Sheikh, didn't he? And there it goes down to third man just in front of us. I thought we were going to be on the TV for a minute then. Oh, we're just there, peeking in at the corner on the edge of the box. 127 for 3. 7 overs left in the day. Kimura none for 32 off 5 now. A little bit disappointing. Jayasuriya very tidy. We'll continue. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. Bowling to Rew. Man in under the helmet, one slip. Man on the drive at short mid wicket. Rest of the field fairly conventional. Rue down the pitch drives, shows some positive intent but can't beat the man at mid-on.
Catch with it quite well, hit it quite cleanly. Thought they might be able to get a run just because it was to the right of mid-on, but no point taking that risk. Even though it's pretty deep, it would be behind what you'd call the 30-yard circle that is, of course, non-existent in Red Bull games. He's now a little bit deeper though, he's probably now 45 yards away from the bat. Rue goes through cover instead. Could Angelo Matthews have got there? Maybe. But James Rue, as he does, whacks it through the cover.
Bit more width, bit of width, and bottom-handed sort of slap. Good shot.
We know James Rue sweeps, we know he plays well through the covers. Where can they ball to him next? Long on's going back now. The little catcher in at short leg is coming to more of a short mid wicket. The long one's not going all the way, long one's still 15 yards off the fence. Well, that's a good ball. That would have been maybe a catch to short leg. They just moved him out.
Away with it,
He might have gone over his head in fairness, but
went around the wicket with that one.
Pull the short leg out and then James Rue thinks, oh, just chip it in there.
Well, if Worcestershire's play the Bears on Friday, I suppose they'll be happy that Rob Yates and Hamza Sheikh won't be in the Bears side, will they? Because
that could be important, couldn't it?
They'll be playing here. It could be important. They've still got a decent side, but they might have their 100 players back, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works, to be honest with you. Keep track of all that, but
that would be highly significant. But anyway,
James Rue offers to pick the ball up, but not required.
so it's definitely Warwickshire at Edgbaston on Friday for Worcestershire.
Gets low and dips into that defensive shot. Almost tries to whip it leg side, James Rue. Calling from Hamza Sheikh, you can hear that clearly. Wait there, wait there.
Didn't know much about that, Rue, did he?
No.
To heave it away on the leg side.
That went a long way up in the air. Not quite the calm and composure you often see from James Rue.
Just a bit frustrated, I think, at the moment, these two.
Really went for that pull shot. Wicket not quite coming on as flat as the two white ball pitches these two have been playing on recently. That's probably the big difference here. was watching James Reed back down at Exmouth in the National Showcase warm-up game against Devon and just really struggled because club decks just aren't often as flat. The ball doesn't come through as truly. Often not quite as much pace in the bowling as well. There you go.
Oh, he's got hold of that
He's
one
got
though.
that on.
Into the pavilion.
A little bit top edgy. It's gone a long way up in the air, all the way into the pavilion for 6. That's the first 6 of the. No, one for Ben McKinney didn't we, at the mid wicket.
Hit one, didn't he? Yeah.
First ball shot since McKinney's, which went through almost wide long on rather than mid wicket. There we go from James Reed. 6 more for the Somerset wicketkeeper. About at 5 today.
5 overs left after this. It will be about, well, 3 of them will be bowled by the spinner probably, so it will be, I would imagine 7:30-ish. Very late finish. Makes up for the lost time this morning. And it's been an eventful day. Sri Lanka bowled out for 139 earlier today. Actor 5 for 32 and Holt 3 for 30. Good from Josh Holt and from Zaman Akhtar. And in reply, and a very bright innings from Ben McKinney at the top of the order. Some good batting all the way down for the Lions. I thought Hull on reflection, that second spell, you mentioned it.
Yeah.
Game changer really, wasn't it? Akhtar had taken those early 3 wickets and Lyndon James thought bring Hull back for a second spell. Just 19 years old. Proper pace. Left arm over, left arm round. Product of Stamford School, where Dean Headley, the former Worcestershire and Kent seam bowler, was master in charge of cricket. Move down your way now to Blundell's.
Yep, yeah, I chat a lot with Dean Headley.
Former pupil of mine, Dean. Played with him at Old Hill and then came to the grammar school here in Worcester when I was teaching there as a 14-year-old. Good cricketer, decent footballer, and still a good friend. So, Joey Everson, another one of Dean's boys from Stamford, who's making his way in the county game. Josh Holt, maybe making his way a little bit higher.
Yeah, spent quite a lot of time with Dean over the last year and a half. Really good chat. Going to chat to him quite a lot. Blundell's cricket matches. He's invited me up to the Blundell's box at Somerset to come and talk to us.
Say hello from me when you see him.
Yeah,
We're old friends, Dean and I, and as I say, played with his dad as well. Came back and spoke to us here at the Worcester Cricket Society a couple of winters ago. Went out for a meal with him, met up with a few of his old muckers from school. That's a good run from Hamza Sheikh.
I don't think Kamara could have stopped that actually, that was just good running.
Good run, quick, 2 young lads. Sort of run they take all the time towards the end of a white ball innings. But then the fielder probably in a white ball game would have been just a little bit more alert. It's been a long day. Tidy from Jaisuraya, just over 4 and over. Not that much help from the surface. Ah, he's got a wicket. James Root. Bowled. Did he chop it on?
Big old celebration.
Went back. You're talking about footwork, possibly been coming forward and pushing a good length balls. Went back to that one.
22.
little bit the story of James Reeves last couple of months? No, yeah,
Sure, no,
chopped it
just-
on back. Is it
Did
a
he chop it
turn?
in? Yeah, it might
Hard
turn
to
a
tell
bit.
from our angle.
Yeah.
But he's looked really good without getting that big 100 in the one-day cup innings. He kept getting 50s, 70s, 80s. Looks class. Won Somerset a few games. Can't be too critical. Top of the Matchbank one-day cup group. But today in a Red Bull 4-day game, could have been a little bit longer. But really trying to force issue. I think he's trying to play that Bazball way. He batted pretty well, just playing his own solid batting time sort of method. But this year looks like he's trying to keep up with the likes of Jamie Smith, Ollie Robinson. I guess he doesn't want to be stuck in the Ben Folks category of a great keeper and a decent bat, but if he wants to get the England side, I guess he's trying to score a bit quicker. Still a decent hand. 22 is more than a lot of the Sri Lanka lads got.
It's been a day of 20s, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
When you look at it, 26, the highest score in the Sri Lanka innings, one of the 20, Jai Saraya himself, and then apart from McKinney's 46, the 3 men out for the Lions, 8 to 25, Price 22, and Rue now 22, so Hamza Sheikh's on 20, got a chance of going on to make a proper score, and being joined by Farhan Ahmed, who didn't get a ball, brother of Ryan, coming out now to bat at number 6 for the Lions. Not a great time to come in, to be fair, with 4.5 overs left, or 4.1 overs. Such is life. 2 for Jai Saraya, 3 for Jai Saraya now. Good for him, 3 for 42. He'll have enjoyed it. And he made 20.
I say he's had a blend, really, isn't he? Quite well. Allowing the seamers to rotate from the other end, he's just held up this end bowling pretty nicely.
Yeah. Interesting that we had that just 1 over from De Silva.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Strange. After 1 over, he
Yeah.
just decided, no, I'm going to bowl my left arm spinner instead.
I suppose the right-handers now maybe thought he'd come on a bit later on, but could be a pretty, well, it's like a 4-day game on steroids here, really.
Yeah.
Not even a full day today. We've got an innings and a half. Fair enough.
Ahmed defends his first ball. Be a nervous young man. Hasn't really played a lot of. Well, he hasn't played any senior cricket, really, has he, with the red ball? I don't think. Farhan Ahmed, so very much a baptism of fire for him. Playing against an international lineup. Just hope he can get through to tomorrow. That's the important thing now. 141 for 4, 32 overs. Decent run rate, 4.5. And a single to Hamza Sheikh down to third man. We've got 2 real youngsters out there now for the Lions.
Yeah, first-class debutants together. Great for them.
Was often the case, if you look back through players' history, county cricketers, that they made their first-class debuts against the tourists. It was always the case that if you had an overseas who was qualifying via the long route, 7 years or whatever, think of Graham Hick here and Ricky Alcock, that they would always be allowed to play against the tourists. It would be a rare outing for them. And often youngsters were brought in, but these two on the international stage at the same time, really. And Ahmed is covering up to this one, plays it nicely. So quite a daunting but memorable moment for them. Three overs left after this. It'll be after 7:30. Fourth slip goes in. And Ahmed is off the mark with a sweet drive
Lovely push.
through
punch
the
drive.
covers. And they'll go back for 3. Good running from the youngsters. And memorable moment for Farhan Ahmed.
Yeah, nice shot. Calm, composed. Just a little push through the covers. Easy as that.
Well, you won't get to the Langland Stadium in time for kick-off, I don't think.
Making it, yeah, too many options, and then I was eyeing out the 6:20 kick-off, so that was a bit optimistic.
Are you staying here?
No, I found some relatives in,
Right.
I don't know where they are, somewhere near Droitwich, I think.
Oh, right.
Not too far.
Well, that's the wrong way for you
Yeah.
as well, so...
Yeah, that's not gone well either. Will they let me in for the second half?
Oh, I'm sure they would, yeah.
I don't want to. When you've been commentating all day, you don't really want to rush straight in. It's quite nice to actually have a bit of fresh air. I've been stuck in the box all day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't really enjoy the sunshine, though. Not really much sunshine left now.
Which is Ashley Giles' territory, Droitwich.
Yeah. That's it. Born and bred, is it?
Not born and bred, no, but that's where he lives now. No, he's a Surrey boy originally, but lived in Droitwich since his playing days, I think.
Nice enough place.
Yeah. All right. Cricket journalist of some note. Comes from Droitwich, well, not comes from Droitwich, lived in Droitwich a good few years ago, so end of the over, 145 for 4. 4 left, 3 left now in the day. Remember me talking earlier about cricket court?
Yeah.
When I started that 88, they took on 18 people, 1 for each county. 17.
right.
Durham weren't close class then.
You were the Worcestershire guy.
I was the Worcestershire guy, and I got the nod for that job ahead of somebody else who was interviewed for it. He was then given the Warwickshire job, and did the Warwickshire job for 4 years. So and he lived in Droitwich, and for the first 2-3 years we sort of buddied up and shadowed each other and kind of learnt as we went along. And he has gone on to quite significant fame in the cricket journalism world as Neil Manthorpe.
Ah. Yeah. Talk sport.
His parents lived in Droitwich at that time. Well, big in South Africa. I mean, the number one.
Yeah. Why
The number one cricket journalist in South Africa. He emigrated when Cricket Call folded, and I went back to my teaching and coaching career. He went out to South Africa and,
so he's a
and
big
stayed
name
out there,
yeah.
really. Yeah. But he did Warwickshire Cricket Call for those 4 years, and they had some good times as well. End of the 80s, early 90s. And Neil now, he has the Manners on Cricket podcast, and he's regularly on TalkSport, and he's written quite a lot of stuff over there in South Africa. We still keep in touch a little bit, but yeah, good friend. Started off together, and he lived in Droitwich at the time. It was Ashley Giles. I don't know if you heard about Ashley Giles being called the King of Spain. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Well, that came about in Droitwich, I think, because I think it was a Droitwich gift shop or something that produced these mugs with King of Spain on rather than King of Spin, and that's how all that started as well, I think. So he's quite well known in the town. And now he's working here. It's probably the nearest he's ever lived to Droitwich in all his jobs with Warwickshire and Lancashire and everything. He's now nearer home than he's ever been. He's working here at New Road.
Yeah, right. Yeah, shame one was Smash Me Miles, Ashley Giles, wasn't it? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
And then the English one was the King of Spain.
But it was a mug that was made by a gift shop, I think, and it was supposed to say Ashley Giles King of Spin, and it said King of Spain.
Just stuck, didn't it? Oh, that's how it's like.
Hamza Sheikh has been very watchful,
Watchful,
and
yeah.
Sohar, I think Farhan Ahmed has also played extremely well. Do you know what?
It's not 7 o'clock. 7:30. Maybe they allowed an extra half an hour. So the schedule closed was 7 p.m. and they've taken the extra half an hour without telling us. We don't really know what's going on. With 2 overs not bowled, well, they've gone off.
145 for 4 then the Lions. Hamza Sheikh is 21 not out. Farhan Ahmed is 3 not out. We've had 34 overs, and the Lions are ahead by 6 runs. A good day's work for them. I think there'll be a pretty satisfied dressing room in there. Just to give you a very quick recap, Sri Lanka 39 all out, top score of 26 Karen Ratner, and 5 wickets for Akhtar and 3 for Hull. And in reply, the Lions at the close 145 for 4 of 34 overs. Top score so far, McKinney 46, a very attractive innings, 40 balls, 7 fours and a 6. The other men out, Yates 25, Price 22 and Rue 22. Close of play, the Sheikh 21 not out, Farhan Ahmed 3 not out. The Lions 145 for 4, they lead by 6. I hope you've enjoyed our lengthy coverage today, and we'll be back with you at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Until then, it's goodbye from me, Frank Watson, and on behalf of my colleague today, Harry Everett, and myself, thank you very much for being with us. Join us again tomorrow at 11 a.m.